A new town. Built to last. Built like it mattered. He'd spent 30 years cutting stone for highborn lords, always patching what they rushed. This place didn't rush. He sat down, pulled out his slate, and made the first measurements for an offer. Whether they needed him or not, he was staying. Steel in rows. They stood in rows beneath the hard eye of morning. 50 men in new forged steel, shoulders squared, pikes upright like a forest of silver thorns. Ardric's armor creaked when he shifted. Honest steel, dull grey breastplate, fitted gorget, steel-banded vambraces, and heavy greaves buckled over his trousers. His shield bore the direwolf of the moat. Every man here wore steel now. Even the ones who'd never seen blood. The drill yard smelled of sweat, oil, and churned clay. It was bordered on 3 sides by palisade walls, their sharpened tops bristling like the jaws of a dead beast. Flags hung slack overhead, black direwolves on green, flanked by the new moat banners, sunburst over stilts. "Halberds up," bellowed Sergeant Renler, whose voice could curdle milk. The rows obeyed as one. Ardric struggled with the weight of the shaft. It stood taller than 2 men, steel-bladed at the tip, wood wrapped in rawhide grip. The drill master, an old armsman from House Riswell, walked between ranks like a crow stalking furrows, his limb clicking with every step. "You're standing like pigs at a trough." Renler barked, rapping a pike butt with his baton. "Last moon, one of your kind, green, soft-bellied, stood like that in a brush skirmish by the canal forks. 5 outlaws cut through him like wet sapling. Found him with his halberd jammed backwards under his own ribs. You want to piss yourselves and die cowards." The recruit in question swallowed hard. "Then mind your legs, keep your balance. You're not farmers anymore, you're the Lord's swords." "Sir, yes sir." "Not bannermen." "His swords." That's what they said of the standing battalions. Ardric had been a reed cutter's son 2 moons ago. Now he bore a halberd at his side, a crossbow slung over his back, and wore heavy steel armor. He'd never seen Lord John Stark up close, but he'd heard the stories, the banners, the speeches, the punishments. "Form close rank." Renler barked. "Shields forward. Knees down. First row low, second row brace." The formation clicked into shape. Shoulders locked. Halberds angled forward in a brutal glinting nest. Ardric heard his own heartbeat beneath his cuirass. "Third row, swap ends. You're crossing water." The back rank flipped their halberd and jabbed the blunt ends downward, miming canal bottom footing. This was new drill, river crossing maneuvers, meant for holding lines while half submerged. Last month, a southern lord had said it was madness to build stone canals in a swamp. Ardric thought it was cleverer than any siege tower. A signal horn sounded from the scaffolding. 1 long note, then 2 short bursts. Simulated skirmish. The formation broke. Units fanned out into muddy lanes flanked by wooden markers. Ardric ran with his cohort, steel boots slapping stone, shield on his back, sweat already prickling his brow. Ahead, straw-stuffed targets stood upright in the yard, dressed in old cloaks and bits of mail. "Contact in 2, shouted their sergeant. "Hold formation." They slowed. Formed line. Halberd lowered. Ardric stood in second row, staring over the shoulder of the man before him. The sun caught on the bright edges of their helms, a rippling wall of armored men, not knights, but no longer small folk. "Charge." The first rank surged forward. Halberd thrust. Targets toppled. Ardric braced, stepped, jabbed, withdrew. The rhythm came naturally now: brace, drive, clear, reset. The world shrank to motion and metal and breath. A straw head burst under a pike head. Another flipped backward into the ditch. The skirmish field churned with shouts and orders, boots and barked corrections. Then came the whistle shriek, new maneuver. Left flank drops. Their unit pivoted in unison. A makeshift trench lined with planks represented the canal's edge. Ardric and 3 others dropped shields, grabbed poles, and hauled the pontoon bridge forward, 2 timber beams, nailed together with rope lashings. "Drop," someone cried. The bridge slapped down over the gap. The rest of the cohort thundered across. Shields came up. Spears bristled again. A second target wave loomed across the field, painted with mock banners of House Greystoke, like in the stories. Volley. Those at the back of the unit took their crossbows and shot across the field. By the time the second horn blew, end of exercise, Odric's arms trembled, and his throat burned from dry breath. His helmet was smeared with mud, and a gash on his sleeve showed where a halberd haft had skidded past. He fell to one knee, grinning. "You fight like your legs aren't wood," muttered the veteran beside him, passing a skin of water. "Better than I was, your age." Odric took a swig. "You really see battle?" The man nodded once. "Last Ironborn raid. Outlaws hit a barge line near Salt Stream. We held the Fork 5 hours. Shields tight. Sun in our eyes." He glanced toward the towering walls of Moat Cailin, rising in the distance beyond the yard, dark stone bastions patched with new scaffolds, signal mirrors, and timber cranes. Odric swallowed. His limbs ached. His shoulder throbbed from drill strain. But his grip on the halberd had steadied. The steel felt like it belonged. "We're not just guards," he whispered. "No," said the veteran, eyes gleaming under his helm. "We're a wall of men, built higher than the stone of the moat." Ink and fire. Rain ticked against the narrow arched windows like 1,000 quills scratching parchment. In the newly built Hall of Invention outside of the growing Northern University outside Moat Cailin, the scent of wet stone mingled with wax and oil. Long benches, planed smooth by carpenters from White Harbor, creaked as students shifted. The walls were lined with scroll racks, lecture slates, and 2 maps, one of West Eos, the other of the Neck, marked in neat charcoal with every canal, grain yard, and Levi tower. Maester Thomas stood before them all, shoulders stooped in his heavy grey robes, the link of gold around his neck catching the flicker of torchlight. His hair was silver chalk dust. He had spent the morning in the foundry tower, arguing about gear tolerances and wood warping. But now he stood with something real behind him. The machine loomed like a carpenter's altar, thick oaken arms joined by iron bolts, its central bed lined with a copper plate etched in reversed script. Beside it sat a rack of ink paddles, rollers, and drying strings. "This," Thomas said, placing one hand reverently on the platen, "is a press. A true press, designed by Lord John." He turned to the gathered apprentices, scribes in training, and learned farmers who had gathered for the evening lecture, some still smelling faintly of rice water and wet wool. A few wore charcoal on their hands from earlier lessons on mechanical drawing. Others bore the sky blue pins of administrative apprentices, clerks in training for the growing governance of the Neck. A device made here, in the reclaimed marshland, where the brick roads meet the river gates. "You are looking at the first printing press. And perhaps, in time, the most important in the realm," he continued, voice low but sure. There was a pause, then a snort. Willam Gizeh, second son of a lord from the Rills, raised his hand. "Begging pardon, Maester, but books have been copied for ages. Scribblers do it fine. What's a machine for?" Laughter rippled. Thomas did not smile. "A scribe can copy perhaps 20 pages in a day," he said. "If he is trained, diligent, and properly lit. A press can create 20 complete books in that same day, and each page near identical." He reached for the copper plate and held it up for the class to see. "This bears the charter of the Water Table Commission. A law made only last month, concerning levy taxes, irrigation grants, and grain transport through the Third Canal. Tell me, Willam, how many stewards, grain counters, taxmen, and farmers must read this to enforce it?" "Hundreds," Willam muttered. Thomas nodded. "And how many copies of this exist?" 4, piped a girl in the front row. "One here. One at the Steward's Gate House. One sent south to White Harbor. And one at the Grain Keep." Thomas smiled faintly. "Correct. Now, imagine instead, 100 copies. Distributed across every hole and hold fast between the Fever River and the Salt Spears. Posted on law boards. Taught to children. Known. That is what this press offers. Law that even a low-born plowman may read. 1,000,000 books in West Eos." A murmur spread. Some looked impressed. Others, uncertain. "But it's still ink and wood," Willam pressed. "It doesn't fight wars or dig ditches." "No," said Thomas. but it builds something longer lasting. Let me ask you this, when Lord John first ordered the grain reforms, how did the word spread? By letter, said one of the steward apprentices. And now? Thomas gestured behind him. The next policy set by the Lord, who will see it? A boy with ink-stained fingers whispered, everyone. A smile tugged at Thomas' lips. Aye. That is what terrifies some, and empowers others. From the corner, another voice broke in. It was Maester Edwin, the younger steward scribe from the southern canal. Will the lords allow it? He asked, tone cautious. If knowledge spreads too fast, too wide, what becomes of gatekeeping? Thomas turned toward him, expression unreadable. Some will resist. Others will ride the wave. But ask yourself this, Edwin, when winter comes, who survives? The man who hoards, or the man who prepares? Another silence. This one longer. The rain outside thickened. A canal bell chimed in the distance, marking the 5th hour past sunset. Thomas turned back to the press. We begin with tools, he said quietly. The 7-pointed star. A calendar. A tax code. A grain ledger. A healer's guide for rot and fever. But one day, poetry, maps, histories, contracts, every book in our hands copied 100 times, things the citadel hoarded like gold, things the south used to keep its grasp firm on the north. New soil. The wagon groaned as it crossed the last rise, wheels biting into the soft clay of a new road that hadn't existed 6 moons ago. Beyond the ridge, the land opened wide like a waiting hand, green and furrowed, ribboned with drainage ditches and marked in clean straight rows. In the far distance, black flags flew from the watchtower, distant but watchful. Era Dretton leaned forward, her fingers gripping the edge of the wagon. She wasn't dressed like Anne Dretton anymore, her small merchant house had gone bankrupt a few moons ago. Her blue cloak had been traded for a brown homespun shawl, and her boots were caked in neck mud. But her eyes still carried the sky in them, pale and sharp, trained to watch clouds and weather. She watched now as the oxen slowed at the turn, snorting as they smelled fresh straw and tilled earth. There, her father said from beside her. That's it. The house stood slightly apart from the others, new stone, pale and square, set with thick beams of marsh-hardened oak. A flagged porch ringed it, and a short stone wall marked the yard. A wooden barn stood nearby, and a small tower of rough-cut blocks guarded the well. It was more than they had hoped for. Land for 10 acres had been granted under the charter writ, sealed with the direwolf in black wax. A tax exemption for the first year. 2 oxen, 1 gifted, 1 loaned. Steel ploughs, stamped with the sun and wolf sigil of Moat Cailin. Seeds already sacked and labelled, tools ready in a covered shed. It was not a lord's holding, but it was a future. And after years of poor harvests and vale politics, that was more than Era had dared to dream. A small group waited near the steps, a steward in a dark leather jerkin, a pair of local marshwardens in cloaks dyed swamp green, and a grey-haired woman with ink stains on her hands. Sir Roderick Dretton, the steward asked. Her father nodded, dismounting stiffly. I. Of Glenbrook. You're expected, the steward said. Your writ was confirmed by the land ministry at Moat Cailin. You'll sign the final ledger, then take possession. The ox is in the barn already, and your steel ploughs arrived last week. The grey-haired woman offered a bundle of folded cloth. Blankets. Wools from Carhold. The guild sent extra stock to welcome newcomers. They say your second daughter's a weaver. That would be me, Era said. You'll be wanted at the weaving house of the nearby village, Winterwool. They're hiring, there are new machines that weave for you apparently, and they want people to work them. Era nodded, her throat tight. Behind her, her mother helped the younger children down from the wagon. Roban, her little brother, ran toward the barn, laughing as the ox lifted its massive head to snort at him. The air smelled of damp clay and bark mulch, strange and rich. The steward turned and gestured toward the horizon. The canal's 2 furlongs east, just past the stand of Cyprus. You're marked for dry grain and root crop rotation. There's a drainage map in your ledger book. Be mindful not to dam the shared ditches. Have there been bandits? Her father asked quietly. Not since moons ago, the steward said. The Lord's swords patrol every 3rd day, and there's a horn tower on the east ridge, You can see it from here. Closest threats weasels getting into the feed bags. They moved into the house slowly, unsure if they were allowed to. The hearth was already stacked with peat bricks and split ashwood. A kettle sat clean on its hook. Everything smelled of stone dust and oil. Her mother touched the windowsill, tracing the new mortared joints with reverence. "We can live here," she said quietly. "We can grow here." Out back, a small kitchen garden had been marked with stakes. A trench had been dug for vegetables, and a small pile of stone dust sat ready for spreading. Fertile ground. Ready hands. Era stepped out into the yard, letting the wind hit her face. The fields stretched to the tree line, where strange birds called and insects buzzed low to the soil. Across the way, another house smoked from its chimney, newcomers, like them. A woman waved from the porch, apron flapping in the breeze. Era waved back. "We'll need a name," her father murmured. "For the land. Something that lasts." She thought of frost-bitten fingers and steep stone paths in the vale, of empty cellars and sour oats. "Not high like the vale anymore," she said, voice quiet. "But deep. And steady." "Steady," her father echoed. "That'll do." A raven soared overhead, coasting along the wind from Moat Cailin. Its shadow passed over their new roof, then vanished into the light. Ink and headaches. The great administrative hall of Moat Cailin was full that day. The bastion's bones were ancient stone, green-black and thick with the damp memory of centuries. But now, its once crumbling galleries hummed with voices, with quills scratching parchment, with the soft rustle of paper made by machine. Edric Slate stood by the central clerk's station, rubbing the heel of one hand into the small of his back. He was old now, balding, stiff in the mornings, with ink-stained fingers and a slight tremor in his left wrist, but he was steady. Reliable. And the ledgers of Moat Cailin ran as smooth as canal water under his watch. If only that dumb nephew of him could stop making a fool of himself. Column B should carry from the salt excise total, not the district median, he murmured, peering over a junior's shoulder. "But," the boy began. "No buts. Look." He flipped back 4 pages in the bound volume, brand new paper that hissed and flexed like pressed silk. "Mass-pressed, from the new pulp works outside Driftway. That's the millage from Winterwool Timber, yes. But the salt levy from East March was recalibrated 2 moons past. You'd have seen it printed in Schedule 7 rotational freight assessments." The boy blinked. Yes, Master Slate." Edric sighed, but without anger. "You'll learn. Just don't carry error forward. Mistakes multiply like rats." Behind them, clerks moved between benches and shallow desks. Most wore simple livery, grey with black cuffs, the laced pin of the direwolf on their chest, but the whole was divided by function. Land grants to the west alcove. Agricultural tallies in the east. Naval procurement on the upper gallery. Trade audits flanked the great hearth, where fires still burned to drive off the damp. And rising above it all, on the stone dais where lords once held court, stood the master table, where the chief stewards and ministers gathered once per week to balance the land. Today was such a day. Through the pillared arches at the back of the hall, Edric spotted a figure stepping out of a covered stairwell, flanked by 2 guards in night black cloaks. The man walked with care, shoulders heavy but eyes clear, a leather folio tucked under one arm. Samuel Tarley, Chief Steward of Moat Cailin. Lord John Stark's right hand in ink and grain, in tax and tally, in every quiet necessity that made a hold-fast run beneath the sound of banners. Next to him stood Minister Seren of Agriculture. Edric allowed himself a private smile. He remembered that boy, soft-cheeked and anxious, tripping over names, cheeks red as fire when confronted. Lord John had sent him to learn true books, as he'd said. Ledgers. Sam had shown him double entry on a slate board with wax pencil. "I don't think I'm clever enough," Edric had said once, hunched over a draft tally of sheep fleece yields from Flint's finger. "You don't need to be clever," Sam had told him. "You need to be careful. Honest. Steady." Now he was chief steward. Gods. A clerk passed Edric a wrapped sheaf. Fresh printed pages, bound in blue thread twine, edges machine cut and exact. Quarterly harvest estimates, central marches. The lettering was block perfect, inked by cylinder press on thick, lightly waxed stock. The paper held no water stain, no smudge. "What do you think of the new pulp blend?" asked a voice behind him. Edric turned to see Ellen Wood, head of administrative paper supply, holding a sample roll. "Better than last batch," he said. "Less flake. Doesn't tear at the fold. They mixed in barley husk with pine cellulose. The vat boys say it presses faster. The press writes love it." She offered him a sheet. He rubbed it between thumb and finger. "Strong. Good for binding. Good for record. Soon we'll be up to 100 sheets an hour," Ellen said, voice low. "We're shipping south next moon. The Lord wants Old Town to see Northern paper. And Northern print," Edric added. He held up the bound packet. "Even our mistakes are legible now." A horn blew in the gallery, a short, low note. On the dais, stewards began to gather, moving toward the master table. Edric stepped aside to let them pass. He saw Sam again, now conferring with the Minister of Infrastructure and the Chief Grain Register from Salt Stream. They spoke quickly, clearly, pointing at a rolled parchment that was likely already outdated. Sam kept glancing toward a leather folio filled with loose printed ledgers with stamped seals and cross-referenced lists. At least a dozen ministries now worked beneath Moat Caillin's roof: land grants, grain disbursement, military, agriculture, infrastructure, industry, education, commerce, housing, medicine, and others still forming. No one man could hold it all in his head, but the paper could. "Master Slate," the junior clerk called, holding a form. Edric turned. "Yes. Trade markers just arrived from the Rye Sea. We don't know which tally to assign." "Show me." He walked slowly, fingers brushing the edge of the new ledger. "Clean lines. No rot. No worm. No lies. Just ink and iron, on Northern paper." Behind him, the dais filled with motion, Samwell's voice steady as he opened the session. "By the will of the realm, we begin." Chapter 16, Chapter 13 Waves of Change. Chapter Text. Chapter 13 Waves of Change. The sun had barely crested the horizon when we assembled at the north gate. 50 men stood at quiet attention, helms tucked beneath their arms, steel plate glinting in the rising light. Not the gleaming excess of southern nights, but something leaner, sterner. Blackworks forged steel, shaped with uniform cuts. Modular crossbows rested against their shoulders, bolts fletched in grey and red. Each man bore a long halberd and a curved cider blade sheathed at the hip. Every step, every motion, had the clean precision of relentless drill. No banners flapped. No horns blew. But discipline carried its own music. They moved like a single body, trained, sharpened, ready. Secourt stood beside them, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes scanning the line with the measured calm of a commander who knew what he'd built. He'd asked to ride with us, but I'd refused. He was the spine of the standing force. The North still needed his iron hand. "You've done well," I said quietly as I stepped up beside him. Court gave a single nod, his jaw tightening with something that might have been pride. "They'll hold," he said. "Or die trying." "They'll hold," I echoed, then turned to mount my horse, Ghost next to it, more than half its size. Arin was already saddled and waiting, his cloak trimmed with the new white and red direwolf sigil. He caught my eye and gave a brisk nod. "White Harbor in 6 days if the roads hold." "They'll hold," I repeated, more to myself now. As the gate creaked open behind us, I cast one last look at Moat Caillin, the towers rising like jagged teeth, the swamped waters glimmering silver beneath the sun. I'd carved order from chaos here, for a time. That would have to be enough. "I leave one war behind," I murmured under my breath. "And ride toward another. The battle of administration and innovation is one I know how to play, the battle in court though." The men began their march. No shouts. No fanfare. Just the steady rhythm of boots on stone, halberds tapping shoulders in perfect intervals. Silent signals passed hand to hand as we filed northward onto the Causeway Road. Above us, a hawk circled wide. Behind us, the North watched in silence. Ahead of us lay the South, and the game that could kill us all. White Harbor rose from the mist like a promise carved in marble and salt. The smell hit first, brine and fish, yes, but layered now with spice and smoke, leather and oil, sweat and sea breeze. The scent of life, of motion. Barrels of whiskey lined the quays in neat stacks, their burnished oak darkened by spray. One bore my mark burned into its side, the dire wolf of the Neck, red-eyed and pale against a black background. White Harbor was the only place in the north that truly felt like it breathed in tides and exhaled kingdoms. Standing atop a low ridge overlooking the bustling lower city, I watched as people moved like blood through arteries, fisherfolk hauling nets, merchant trains rumbling through stone-paved streets, children darting between carts and steaming food stalls. It was the North's beating heart, whether Winterfell wanted to admit it or not. No Holdfast, no Hillfort, no Frozen Keep rivaled its numbers or wealth. Even in the shadow of the wall, even in the heart of Winterfell's Godswood, nowhere did the land feel so full of life. It should have been ours. I thought of the old kings, the stark kings of winter, cold and grim, who held the north for thousands of years. They'd crushed rebellion, broken Andal incursions, stared down the sea kings of the Iron Islands. Yet somehow, in their proud stillness, they'd let this city slip from their grasp. The mouth of the White Knife, the only deep-water port worth the name, the gateway to the south and to Essos, gifted to House Marndale, not held as crown land by the Starks. A mercy, a bribe, a political compromise long forgotten. Foolishness. Or perhaps arrogance, believing the sword in the snow would always outweigh gold on the waves. Now, centuries later, the Stark name echoed less in these docks than the Marndale, whispered by sailors and traders with the scent of spice on their breath. The old wolves had given away the only place in the north where coin flowed like water. I wondered if they had any idea what they'd lost. Beyond them, the port teemed with ships. Galleys from Bravos with curved hulls and bright sails. Cogs from Pentos with wide, fat bellies. Even one sleek vessel flying the silver seal of Myr, its deck glinting with brass fixtures. Laughter and shouting rang across the wharves, tongues from 3 continents overlapping in a symphony of trade. New docks stretched outward like fingers, timber scaffolds crawling over the bay, workers hammering in rhythm to shouted commands. It felt alive. It felt like a different world. Our column moved through the city in tight formation, the soldiers' armor polished to a mirror shine. Halberds upright, crossbows shouldered, their boots struck stone with the steady beat of a war drum. People turned to watch, dockworkers pausing mid-haul, merchants silencing their haggling. A boy dropped a bundle of twine. A Bravo sea trader muttered something reverent in his own tongue. A murmured ripple passed through the crowd, the White Wolf. Stark's ghost. Steel Stark. The boy who rules the Neck. My men heard it. But their faces never moved. Discipline finally enters Westeros. Ghost padded at my side, his white fur catching the sunlight, eyes like molten garnets. That did more than any banner. We passed into the city proper. The streets had changed, cleaner, busier, even brighter. There were new tiles in some alleys, painted signs in both the common tongue and Valyrian script. I spotted a cart selling fried eel beside a Bravo sea spice merchant. A cloaked merman with ink-stained fingers bartered for northern parchment. The city was growing. Trade shaped it. Gold shaped it. But the whispers followed like wind through grass, his men, his steel, his northern fire, his mark. A few townsfolk bowed. Others just stared. Reverence, fear, curiosity, it all mingled in their faces. Arin rode closer to me. "They're talking like you're half legend already," he said under his breath. As we passed under the stone arch of the merchant quarter, a group of dockworkers lifted mugs of sour red and shouted in unison, "To the White Wolf." One of my men, Tormin, flinched, unused to people cheering for him. The sergeant glared at the poor soldier. Let them cheer. Let the name travel on wind and wave. There was work to be done in this city, and further still across the sea. And the city welcomed me. The new keep of White Harbor rose like a marble wave above the bustle of the docks, its banners fluttering in the salt-heavy wind. I dismounted slowly as the gates opened, revealing a receiving party, guards in seafoam cloaks, Willis Marndale tall and broad at their head, and behind him, the unmistakable shape of Lord Wyman. He was every bit the sea lion the rumors claimed, massive, white-bearded, eyes deep-set but quick. But when he stepped forward and raised both hands in greeting, his voice was warm and clear. "Jon Stark, Lord of the Moat," he said with a slight bow. White Harbor welcomes the prodigal wolf. I returned the bow, though shallower. My thanks, Lord Wiman. It's good to see the North thriving in your city. He smiled. Thrive we try. Come, there is roast duck, spiced wine, and 1,000 things to speak of. The council chamber was wide and rounded, panelled with pale wood and inlaid silver. A fire crackled at one end, and charts of ports and sea lanes lined the walls. I recognized Myr, Pentos, even the long routes down to Tioche. This was a lord who thought not in armies but in oceans. Willis poured wine while his father lowered himself with surprising ease for his size into a carved seat. You've caused quite a stir in Bravos, you know, Wiman said, swirling a cup of fortified wine in his broad hand. Some merchant prince named Utharo sent a raven last week requesting exclusive contracts for 10 casks of northern fire a month, at 3 times the going rate. I lifted an eyebrow. Only 3. The man wants exclusivity and thinks he can get it at only 3. Wiman barked a laugh. He thinks he's being clever. That we're still some backwater lords who'd sell off our best casks for cheap. But the truth is, and I say this with great pleasure, your whiskey is now the talk of the narrow sea. The Bravossi love the bite. The Mirish say it sharpens the mind. The Pentoshi drink it before bedding their wives. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. There's even a rumor it was served at a feast for the Sea Lord himself. Wiman, one of the few that calls it whiskey. I tipped my glass to Lord Wiman. He was always my biggest supporter, and why wouldn't he be? He was making silver by the ton with all the trade my products brought. He reached for a folded parchment and slid it across the table to me. This came from Tioche. I unrolled it. It was a trade manifest, 10 barrels of whiskey, 5 crates of northern forged steel tools, and, what caught my eye, 300 full sets of northern plate armor. They want our armor, I murmured. They used to just buy ingots, but they have finally realized that our shaping of the metal is much better than theirs. They are starting to see that northern steel, properly forged, tempered slow, hammered with riverstone weight, holds an edge longer. They want tools that don't break. Armor that bends but doesn't shatter. The Blackworks is strained to its limit. Don't worry, the new forges in my lands will start production soon. In a moon moat Kalin should be producing as much steel as Winterfell is and the strain will disappear. Just so, Wiman said, nodding thoughtfully, the motion making the rings on his fingers clink faintly against one another. The free cities pay in gold, but they also demand consistency. One missed shipment, one spoiled crate of grain or warped barrel of snowfire, and they'll take their coin elsewhere. That is why I want to expand the port once again. More docks, more cranes, more shipwrights. And more ships. But with expansion comes exposure. I need protection at sea. We'll have it, I replied without hesitation. But not just warships. That's only half the answer. What we need is a merchant navy, standardized, bonded, and loyal to the North. Ships designed to carry our authority. With regulated tariffs, defined routes, bonded captains, and shared naval protection. Not just from pirates. From corruption. Wiman raised a snowy white brow at that, amused. Corruption. In the North. Everywhere, I answered, voice flat and even. The more we prosper, the more men will seek to cut corners, watered wine, hoarded grain, bribes at the customs hall, smuggling barrels past tolls. If we don't build a structure now, if we don't establish law, standards, and oversight from the beginning, we'll choke on our own success. I unrolled the map across the wide table, pushing aside goblets and a silver dish of candied chestnuts. My fingers traced the jagged coastline south of White Harbor, pausing on a wide stretch of bay near the mouth of the White Knife. This is where I propose we build it, I said, voice low but sure. The arsenal. A permanent maritime complex, docks, shipyards, and warehouses. Not a clutter of temporary scaffolds and half-rotted wharves, but a purpose-built installation designed to launch dozens of ships at once. Galleys, galleons, caravels, and, if our builders prove equal to the challenge, clippers. The clippers are proving a challenge, but if they work as you said they will give us an incredible edge. Wiman echoed. Lighter hulls, narrow and deep, rigged for speed. They can outrun corsairs, scout coasts, or ferry urgent messages across seas faster than any cog. If we master their construction, they'll grant us unmatched agility. Both for war and trade. I explained. The first one is nearly completed, he added. We'll know soon if the design holds water, quite literally. Wyman leaned closer as I pointed again to the map. Here, I said, tapping a crescent-shaped bay. The river meets the sea. Deep water, calm current, and the woods no more than a day's haul inland. The land is ours already. We'll build modular docks, dry docks for maintenance, and workshops for every part of the process, carpenters, sailmakers, blacksmiths, riggers. This will be a city of ships. An industrial heart for the North's fleet, Wyman murmured, eyes distant but burning with thought. I said. And it must be vast. Think of it, 20 ships laid down and launched within 3 moons. Fitted with weapons, stocked for voyages, crewed with men trained in port. We'll divide the work. Hull construction in one sector, outfitting in another. Specialized quays for arms, grain, lumber, and stone ballast. A system. A machine. Lord Mandaly looked entranced with the idea of the North having a navy, of him having a navy. I stood at the edge of the table, the map still spread before us, but my gaze drifted beyond parchment and ink, beyond the walls of Wyman's hall. My mind turned inward, backward, and forward all at once. Here, I said quietly, almost to myself, we will divide labor. To make each man a master of a single task, not the whole. It sounds simple, crude, even. But that idea can reshape the world. The Bravos I use it in their arsenal. Ships built in days. Just like Bravos. Wyman blinked at that, but said nothing. It's not the skill of a single craftsman that makes a navy, I went on. It's the rhythm of an entire system. The flow. The repetition. One hull laid down while the next is sealed and the third is being rigged. Crews trained in tandem with construction. Supplies packed as blueprints are finalized. We don't build a ship. We build a process that builds ships. My fingers hovered over the space on the map I'd marked for the arsenal. We'll assign tasks to crews. One group to frame the keel, another to raise ribs, another to set planks. Every man knows his job, and once one ship moves down the line, the next begins. A great northern chain of industry, beating like a heart of timber and steel. I could see it already, in flashes, in dreams. This would be the future of my navy. Rows of dreadocks echoing with hammer blows and saws. Furnaces roaring day and night to forge bolts and anchors. Sailyards spinning out canvas from linen and wool, wind catching on cloth fresh from the loom. Iron nails in barrels by the thousand, ironwood timbers hewn and seasoned in massive curing yards. And above it all, banners of the dragon flying over the water. One ship a week. Then 2. Then 4. Not fishing cogs or petty trade boats, but ironwood giants. Ships of the line, massive, bristling with artillery and scorpions, oars for maneuvering and sleek northern hulls for speed. Their sides clad in thick, treated timber drawn from the oldest woods of the north. Unyielding. Relentless. And cannons, once I can figure out why gunpowder isn't working as it should. Crewed by the Royal Marines, the finest sons of the 7 kingdoms. Trained, disciplined, drilled in the new codes of conduct, gunnery, boarding tactics, navigation, and loyalty. Men of honor, not just battle. I could see their uniforms. Deep black and red cloaks. The 3-headed dragon on the shoulder. Flint in the eye. These ships would carry my voice across the narrow sea, down the coast to dawn, up past Eastwatch to the shivering sea. The world would learn what it meant for the North to rise, not as raiders, not as rebels, but as builders. As sailors. As masters of steel, fire, and wind. And it would begin here. With this arsenal. With this first step. And what of the cost? Wyman asked finally, arching one thick brow again. Vision is easy when the ink is cheap. Timber and iron are not. I met his gaze without flinching. Consider it an investment. I will put forward 100,000 gold dragons up front, my own coin, and more to come after the project starts. For that, I want a 51% stake in the arsenal and priority on shipbuilding. Every ship built here won't just defend our shores. It will project power, across the narrow sea, into Bravos, lies, even down to King's Landing if ever needed. Wyman inhaled slowly, chest rising like a drawn sail. His eyes lingered on the map, on the wide expanse of sea beyond the inked lines of trade routes. This arsenal will be the spine of the new North, I continued, my voice soft but firm. A future where our strength isn't only hammered in sword steel, but shaped in keels and canvas. In holds filled with grain and whiskey and steel. For a long moment, Lord Wyman said nothing. Then he smiled. It was not a courtly smile, nor one of false politeness, but something older, more dangerous. A smile born of ambition. If this dream of yours comes to pass, John Stark, he said, we may yet rule the sea as we now rule the lands. We discussed logistics, the timbers needed from the Wolfswood, sailors' wages, the price of SOZ contracts. I let Orin take notes. He'd been quick with figures since the war. At last, as the fire burned low, Wyman leaned back and studied me. Lord Stark, he said, voice quieter now, the North has not seen a Stark like you in 100 years. Not since Thorin the Reader, maybe not since Brandon the Builder himself. You are doing what no sword ever could. Have dinner with my family tonight, I wish to present you to my family. He probably wishes to present me to his granddaughters the most. I said nothing for a moment, only let the words settle like silt. When I rode from the keep the next morning, a deal had been struck. I left White Harbor with a charter for joint naval investment, a network of bonded traders, and a quiet promise in Wyman's gaze that when the time came, he would not sit idle. White Harbor was behind me now. Firmly. With it I had leverage on the whole of the North. It was almost time to face the South. The Boreal Star rocked gently in its berth, the ropes creaking as wind tugged at her masts. She was a sleek, narrow-bellied ship, longer than most river runners, broader than a Bravo sea skiff. Her hull was lined with reinforced pine and pale ash, lead in pitch, and studded at the prow with a carved direwolf's head, teeth bared into the eastern sea. She was the first of her kind, a trade and war vessel both, retrofitted under my watch with reinforced decking, copper plating, collapsible ballista mounts, and collapsible sails cut to ride the wind sharp and low. Fast, deadly, and beautiful. I stood at the rail and watched White Harbor recede into the grey light of morning. The sun cast silver on the waves, and the city gleamed behind us, white walls, smoke curling from new kilns, the scent of salt and distant lumber fires trailing across the air. Cranes swung high over the half-built naval yards, and the sound of hammers still echoed faintly over the water. Orin barked an order, and the crew leapt into motion, men and women in grey cloaks with black trim, moving with precision across the deck. The riggers unfurled sails treated in oiled cloth. Crossbows were latched in storage along the rails, and signal flags were coiled and marked. The protocols were ones I had adapted from Earth navies, clear chains of command, sanitation drills, ration rotations, emergency response plans. The air smelled of brine and beeswax, and the decks gleamed from polish. This was one of the ships I owned personally, and it showed. The flag of House Stark of the Moat whipped from the mast above us. Men saluted it without question now. A new banner, for a new power rising in the north. I stood at the bow of the Boreal Star, one hand resting lightly on the carved railing, eyes fixed on the narrowing stretch of sea ahead. The cliffs rose like fangs, tall, grey, and unforgiving. The gullet. The entrance to King's Landing. The waters here had seen blood before. 100 battles in as many wars. The men behind me stood ready, though not openly so. Discipline held. Their faces were set like the cliffs. No fear, no chatter. Every man had drilled for this. They knew their roles. Their lives. On the deck, the thrum of work never ceased. Sailors moved with practiced urgency, scrubbing the salt-crusted deck, tightening ropes that groaned under the shifting wind, hauling crates into the hold with calloused hands and grunted curses. Above them, Captain Troll stood like a carved figurehead near the helm, his voice cutting through the sea salt air like a whip. Ease the main. Mind that line, damn you. Trim those sails or I'll have you polishing chamber pots with your tongue. His words were harsh, but the men obeyed without hesitation. This wasn't some ragged northern fishing boat anymore. The Boreal Star was a blade, and every man aboard knew he was part of its edge. Orin came to stand beside me, his expression tense. We will be there in a few days, he muttered. I have never seen King's Landing. From what I heard about it, you won't want to be there for long, I replied. We should be able to smell the city a day before we see it. Orin chuckled under his breath, brushing a strand of windblown hair from his face. Well, I've survived the stench of pig pens and battlefield latrines. How much worse can a capital be? I smirked. You ever smelled 1,000 chamber pots roasting under the southern sun while a butcher throws fish guts on the street for the rats? He blinked. That's specific, is it? Winterton sucked before the reforms, but it was a feast compared to Flea Bottom according to the merchants. He snorted, and we stood in a moment of shared silence, the sea wind tugging at our cloaks. I was grateful for the moment, too few came like this. A quiet before storm. I turned to look back at the ship. Troll was still barking orders, but the crew had settled into a rhythm. Sails trimmed, ballast checked, the ship gliding over the waves with grace I wouldn't have thought possible for a northern vessel. Then came the shout from the crow's nest. Sails to the east. Every man aboard stilled for a heartbeat. I turned my gaze toward the open sea. A dark sliver on the horizon, barely a smudge. But growing. Fast. Troll's tone shifted. All hands to alert stations. Archers, to your posts. Orin's eyes narrowed. Merchant. No, I said quietly. Look at the sails. Black as midnight. And there, upon the tallest mast, the unmistakable sigil of a red heart crowned with flame. A stag leaping in its center. The sigil of House Baratheon, twisted and reborn in fire. Stannis. Why is he using that banner? It is too soon. The board isn't set, the piece is not in place. Captain, I called, keeping my voice steady. Bring us to half sail, let them close. That's a ship of the Royal Navy under the command of the Master of Ships. Hold our course. Prepare the crossbowmen but keep them hidden. Better safe than sorry. Orin, with me. We stepped toward the starboard rail. The enemy galley cut the waves like a shark, sleek and purposeful. Its oars rose and fell in perfect rhythm. No merchant vessel moved like that. Warborn. Built for speed. And it was coming straight for us. Orin's hand drifted toward his sword. They mean to board us. I nodded, slow and cold. They have no right, this isn't some merchant vessel. They should see my banner. Moments passed like drumbeats. Then the voice rang out across the water, loud, clear, and soaked in fire. By the command of King Stannis Baratheon, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, surrender your vessel and deliver the head of the Targaryen bastard on board. The deck behind me was utterly still. My name hadn't been spoken, but I knew who they meant. The blood in my veins turned to ice, and I felt every eye on the ship turn toward me. Orin's voice was low. What? I didn't answer. I couldn't. I stared at the galley, its pitch-dark sails, its wicked prow, and felt the weight of something vast shifting. My hands gripped the rail like a drowning man might clutch driftwood. Inside, I was reeling. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not yet. Robert still lived, he had to. The tourney of the hand hadn't even begun. Ned should only just be settling into the Red Keep, perhaps sniffing the first hints of the rot within. Littlefinger hadn't sprung his traps, Cersei hadn't moved her pieces. Everything was still in place. The war wasn't supposed to begin for moons, not until the wine and the boar, not until Lannister pride and Baratheon indulgence set fire to the whole damned board. And yet, there were no answers. Only questions. Had something changed? Had Ned stumbled into a trap early? Had Cersei acted faster, more desperately? Or had Stannis grown tired of waiting, of watching the vultures pick apart his brother's court? Had he declared prematurely, without Renly, without the Stormlands, without the people? What is going on? Is father even alive? A knot twisted deep in my gut. Could they know who I truly was? Not just a bastard of Winterfell, not just a northern lordling with ambitions and steel, but the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. Had the truth leaked already? Had Varys whispered into the wrong ear, or had some shadow crossed from the crypts of the Tower of Joy to this very moment? It is too soon. The fire hadn't even been lit, and yet the smoke was rising all the same. My jaw clenched. No, I couldn't panic. Not here, not now. Let the storm rage, but I would not bend. If fate had moved the pieces faster, then I would meet it with steel drawn and eyes open. But inside me, buried under layers of calm, a tremor ran through the foundation I had built. Then I raised my voice, clear and sharp over the waves. Battle Stations. Chapter 17, Chapter 14, Fire in the Narrow Sea. Chapter Text. Chapter 14, Fire in the Narrow Sea. The wind had almost died. It wasn't gone, not entirely, but it had shifted from ally to stranger. It hung heavy, pressing the sails like a reluctant breath. The gullet narrowed before us, steep cliffs rising like jagged fangs on either side. I could hear the gulls crying above the waves. Below, the sea lapped against the hull of the Boreal Star like a predator licking its lips. The galley that flew the Burning Heart and Crowned Stag was now fully in view, her black sails taut with menace, her hull low in the water from the weight of soldiers and scorpions. From her deck came the shout again. By command of King Stannis Baratheon, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, you are ordered to surrender your vessel and deliver the head of the Targaryen bastard on board. Every man on deck turned to me. Even with the sun glaring off steel helms and the sea breeze brushing my face, I felt the heat rising under my collar. The Targaryen bastard. So that's how they wanted to play this. The name I had never claimed now made me a target. They shouldn't even know what the fuck happened. Sir Miles, the commander of the soldier detachment, turned to me, jaw tight beneath his well-trimmed beard. My lord. I didn't answer immediately. My eyes scanned the horizon. Captain Troll, I called. Options. The grizzled old seaman stepped forward from the quarterdeck. His hands were calloused from a lifetime of rope and salt, but they gripped the railing with tension now. They've what little wind there is, he said. And the draft. That galley's oar-driven, she'll outpace us in a straight chase, even with our new hull. If we turn tail now, we won't make it an hour. And more sails, came the sharp cry from the lookout in the crow's nest. Starboard. 2 more, closing fast. Silence settled across the deck like snowfall. Fuck. I turned slowly. 2 more black-sailed ships emerging from the haze, like sharks circling in from the depths. Their formation was clean, practiced. They had waited, coordinated. This was no rogue engagement. This was a trap. How could they know we would be here? They were waiting for us. Orin muttered at my side, voice low. I said. And someone told them who to wait for. He glanced at me. Is it true? Who you really are? Not now, Orin. If, when we survive this, we will speak. Miles approached again. We still have a chance, my lord. If we strike quickly, take the flagship before the 2 others close. No, I shook my head. If we commit everything to the first, the other 2 will hammer our flanks. This is not a brawl. It's a dance. I looked to the sky, wind weak, but it could still be useful. Sir Miles, I want the ballista crews in position. Tell them to aim low, we want to cripple, not warn. Captain Troll, maneuver as close to the cliff walls as you dare. We'll use the terrain to break sight lines with the other ships. If they try to encircle, we strike fast and slip past. And if we're boarded? Troll asked. I met his eyes. Then we kill them. Fast. As fast as we can. Miles nodded grimly. And if the others close before we can escape? I looked at the approaching black sails, growing larger with every heartbeat. Then we die on our feet. Orin gave me a sidelong look. Dramatic. Truthful, I replied, drawing my sword with a soft hiss. The steel glinted with pale fire in the morning light. They came for our heads. They'll get steel first. I stepped forward, raising my voice to the full ship. Men of the Boreal Star. You know who I am. You know what this ship is. If we run, we die. If we surrender, we die. I let the silence hang for a beat. But if we fight, we might live. And more than that, we send a message. The North bows to no pretender. We are Northmen. We are the fire that burns back the dark. The men shouted, sharp, controlled. I turned to the helm. Battle stations, I said. Load the Scorpions. Run out the ballista. Miles, prepare the men for crossbow volleys. We need to kill as many as we can as fast as we can if we want to escape the other 2 galleys. I looked down as the men went to do their jobs. My hand didn't stop shaking no matter how much I tried. The deck was alive with motion, though no one shouted. Every man knew where he had to be. Sir Miles strode down the line of soldiers with quiet precision, tapping shoulders, checking grips, offering nods instead of words. Shields were raised and locked along the port rail, a bristling wall of northern iron and oak. Crossbowmen crouched behind them, bolts already notched, sweat running down their brows despite the sea wind. Some knelt with quivers at the ready, passing fresh ammunition between ranks. The crew, less armored but no less steady, moved like sinew through the bones of the ship, tying down canvas, wetting the deck to keep fire from catching, securing barrels and ropes that might roll free when the fight began. The Boreal Star was no dedicated warship, but she'd been hardened for this, and so had her men. I paced behind the formation, boots thudding on the deck's planks. No one looked at me directly, but I could feel them tracking my steps. The quiet before the clash was always the same, thick with breath and heartbeat. I passed Erin, who stood near the mast with a crate of bolts and a ledger in hand, pale but composed. He met my gaze and gave a small, tight nod. At the prow, 2 sailors readied the tar pots and iron tongs for the first volley of flame. From the crow's nest above came the shrill cry, 200 yards. The enemy galley loomed now, her oars rising and falling like wings. I could make out the glint of helms and drawn bows. Hold, I muttered, more to myself than to them. Hold until they see the whites of our eyes. And the Boreal Star surged forward into the narrowing gullet, cutting the sight of the other 2 galleys coming for us, toward blood, fire, and the black-sailed ships waiting to break us. My blood roared in my ears. The enemy galley was closing fast, cutting through the waves with cruel precision. She rode lower than us, sleek, deadly, her oars a blur of motion. The sea churned with her coming, white spray fountaining from her prow as she closed the last few dozen yards. Brace the rails! I shouted. My men were ready. 50 shields up along the port side, crested like a line of steel teeth. Some bore wolf heads, some sunbursts, others plain northern steel, but all were locked together tight. The sailors crouched behind, crossbows drawn, bolts already notched. The galley shifted in the waves, lining up the angle of impact. The stag and flame banner fluttered above its stern like a curse. Hold, I growled, watching the narrowing gap. The first cry came from the forward Scorpion, a deep twang like a bowstring stretched past breaking. A heartbeat later, a thick iron bolt screamed across the water, trailing a spiral of salt spray behind it. It struck the enemy galley amidships with a crunch of wood and splinters, driving through planking and armor like a spear through cloth. Then came the ballista from the aft tower, its bolt arcing high before plunging down into the galley's deck with a hollow thud, punching a jagged hole through the upper planks and sending a pair of figures sprawling. Cheers erupted from our crew, but only briefly. There wasn't time to savor the hits, the enemy was still coming. Moments later, the first wave of arrows darkened the sky. Then, whistles overhead. I flinched as the first volley struck. From the galley's deck, a flaming bolt hissed across the waves. It struck just short of us, skimming water before exploding in a plume of steam and foam. The next flew higher and struck our aft quarter, trailing fire like the tail of a comet. It cracked into the planking and sent sailors scrambling with buckets and soaked cloth. Smoke wafted across the deck, acrid, sharp, as crewmen cursed and stomped and smothered. Arrows rained down like hail. They thudded into shields, pinged off the mast, slammed into the deck with a sound like meat slapping butcher's stone. A sailor beside me screamed and dropped, an arrow through his throat. Gods! Shields up, someone shouted. Maybe me. Maybe Miles. Maybe no one. The groan of the Boreal Star's ballista sounded again, a deep, snapping crack as the thick cords released their coiled fury. Massive bolts arced through the salty air, glinting briefly in the sun before slamming into the enemy galley's hull with dull, splintering thuds. One struck high and punched through the forward rail, sending a spray of shattered wood and blood as it impaled a sailor mid-shout. Another embedded itself in the galley's bow, but still she came on. We returned fire. Crossbow bolts hissed back at them, low and angry, and men reloaded as fast as their hands would move. We'd drilled this. 3 rows, front kneel and fire, second load, third wait. Rotate. Again. It worked. For a time. The enemy archers ducked low behind wicker shields lashed to the rail. But I saw one stagger back, bolt through his chest. Another lost his footing and toppled into the sea. Focus fire. I shouted. Kill the climbers. The climbers. Below their rail, I saw the shape of boarding hooks being prepped, thick iron, chains coiled like serpents ready to strike. Arrows buzzed past like hornets. Men beside me loosed crossbow quarrels in measured bursts, reloading with speed born of practice, shouting warnings, ducking instinctively when return fire tore into the mast or thudded into a shield. One of our scorpions fired again, the bolt trailing rope behind it. It slammed into the galley's prow, and the rope snapped taut, dragging awkwardly at their advance, but only for a breath. "She's almost on us," someone shouted. The distance was closing fast. Less than 30 yards now. I could see the white of their eyes, the glint of steel armor beneath storm-painted surcoats. A drum began to beat aboard their deck, deep, rhythmic, fast. A boarding rhythm. The last of our heavy bolts flew, this one striking home dead center, a blessed shot that tore through 2 rows of oars and left the galley listing slightly to port. But the drumbeat did not stop. Nor did the ship. I felt the ship shift under me, the captain trying to angle our hull to glance the ram. Too slow. Crack. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard, a great, shuddering crack, wood screaming against wood, iron groaning as the enemy galley slammed broadside into the Boreal Star. The jolt staggered us all. Barrels tipped, men stumbled, and the deck lurched beneath my boots as though the ship had buckled in pain. The grappling hooks came next, wicked, rust-stained claws flung through the air on thick ropes. One struck the railing a foot from me and dug in deep with a thunk, the rope snapping taut. Another whirled past my face, close enough to feel the wind of its passing. I shouted over the chaos, "Cut the lines. Shoot the bastards if you have to." But it was too late for most of them. Figures were already clambering up, dark shapes in patched leathers and mismatched mail, faces smeared with ash and oil to ward off fear. The first to crest the rail caught a bolt in the chest and pitched backward with a gurgling cry. Another scrambled up behind him, only to meet Sir Miles's sword with a wet crunch of bone and steel. The rail became a battlefield in miniature, blades flashing, boots stomping on fingers as men kicked climbers back into the sea. I swung my sword into one who made it over, a short man with a curved blade and murder in his eyes. My cut bit through his collarbone, and he fell wordlessly, blood spraying hot across my arm. All around me, the clash had begun. "Here they come!" Miles bellowed, drawing his long sword. The enemy poured over like a black tide. Their armor was mixed, light mail, boiled leather, some with tabards of red and gold. A few wore no sigil at all, just murder in their eyes. The first man up was tall, scarred, and fast. He cleared the rail before I could speak and swung at me with a short axe. I caught the blow on my sword, sparks flying. He was strong, stronger than I'd expected, and I nearly lost my footing on the blood-slick deck. I twisted, drove my shoulder into his chest, and thrust. The blade punched through his gut, hot and wet. He gasped, and I shoved him off with my boot. I didn't have time to think, just act. Another came behind, smaller, dagger in each hand, but Miles intercepted, shield raised, and crushed the man's skull with a brutal overhead strike. The air was full of screams, steel, and fire. A fire arrow embedded itself in a crate beside me. I kicked it away. The flames licked hungrily at the wood. There came a lull, brief, ragged, like the eye of a storm, and in that moment I saw it clearly. The Boreal Star rode higher in the water than the enemy galley, her deck a wall of sharpened angles and hardened men. Every time one of their bastards tried to climb, they were met with a sword thrust or a spear from above. Arrows rained down at close range, bolts from scorpions hissed into the enemy deck, and men screamed as they fell back into the churning sea. It was like holding a castle wall, the rail was our battlement, the grapples their siege ladders. And we had the height. We had the discipline. For once, The ship's design was working exactly as I'd imagined, and for the first time in the madness, I allowed myself to hope. Arin was behind the mast, hauling a wounded sailor by the armpits toward cover. His face was pale, smeared with blood, but he didn't falter. A bolt hissed past his head. He flinched but didn't stop. Arin. I barked. Get below. Coordinate the bolts. We're running low. He nodded and vanished like a ghost into the smoke. To my left, a pair of sailors with spears skewed a border trying to swing over the rail. Another leapt from the enemy ship and landed hard, only to take a mace to the face from one of Troll's men. The fighting was everywhere, and nowhere. I saw flashes, of flame, of blade, of pain. A man screamed behind me. I spun, just in time to parry a sword aimed for my ribs. I recognized the sigil, the burning heart. One of Stannis's knights. He fought like a trained man, not a Levi. I ducked his slash, hooked his leg, and we both went down hard. We rolled. I got on top. He clawed for his knife. I took my own dagger and drove it into his throat. Warm blood sprayed my face. I rose, gasping. Push them back. I roared. But I didn't know how many there were. I couldn't see the farther side of the ship, there were too many men in the way. I couldn't hear the quarterdeck over the battle. All I knew was the fight right in front of me, blood on the wood, my arms shaking from every parried blow, the stink of burning pitch and death in my nostrils. And still they came. They came like a wave of meat and steel, pouring over the rail with grappling hooks and screams. Men crashed together, no distance now, no archery, just blades and fists and blood. For every one man we killed, another two tried to climb aboard. I was already moving. A man in boiled leather vaulted the rail to my right. I buried my sword in his shoulder before he landed, yanked it free with a grunt, and shoved the body back into the sea. Another came swinging an axe. I ducked low, drove my sword into his gut, and he screamed as he dropped. The sound was wet, human, ugly. All around me the fight surged like a wildfire in dry brush. The deck was chaos, boots slipping in blood, steel ringing, men screaming curses and prayers. My men held the line. Barely. We fought shoulder to shoulder, blades flashing in tight arcs. Every inch we gave was one more they climbed, one more who could overrun us. Push forward. I roared, voice hoarse. Keep the rail. Rotate left. I wanted to cry. I wanted to panic. But I couldn't, that would mean death. The formation shifted like clockwork, 2 rows moving back, fresh spears stepping forward. We'd drilled it 100 times in the yard of the moat. Now it saved our lives. A man lunged toward me with a knife, I caught his wrist, slammed my pommel into his face, and shoved him down into the press. Someone else finished him before he hit the deck. Captain Troll was by the helm, bellowing orders with a sword in one hand and a boarding axe in the other. Keep the prow clear. Crossbows, stagger your fire. You. Man the Scorpion again, load it now. To my left, I saw Arin go down, cut across the thigh, but he rolled, stabbed his attacker in the belly, and staggered upright again. His face was pale, blood soaking his boot, but he didn't retreat. Gods, he didn't even flinch. He just rejoined the line, sword slick and shaking in his grip. A brute in chainmail tried to scramble up one of the grapples. I hacked the rope loose and watched him fall, flailing, arms wide like wings that wouldn't catch the air. He fell into the water and didn't appear again. A crossbow bolt flew past my ear. Another hit a man beside me in the neck. He gurgled, clawing at the shaft, then dropped. More screams. More blood. One of my men, Willem, a boy from Barrowton no older than 19, went down, his arm hacked to the bone. Sir Miles was there a heartbeat later, dragging him back behind the mast, binding the wound with steady hands. His face was white as salt. They're breaking. Troll shouted. Look at them. He was right. The enemy was faltering. Their third wave never came. The men on the galley were fewer now, many dead, others hesitating. Some tried to run back to their ship, they found crossbow bolts waiting for them. Others looked to their captain, but the man was already dead, face split by a hammer blow that had caved half his skull in. I pressed forward. My sword was heavy now, not from its weight, but from the weight of killing. Each step I took left red behind me. But I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. I reached the rail and looked down into the enemy galley. They were in disarray. Half the deck was empty. Corpses littered the boards. The remaining crew huddled behind the mast, trying to fire up at us, too late, too disorganized. This is it. I turned and shouted. First and second squads, with me. And 24 men vaulted over the rail and landed in the galley with hard thuds. I followed. My boots struck wood slick with blood and almost slipped. The enemy raised blades, but they had no line, no formation. We cut through them like threshers through wheat. One turned to flee, I took his leg out from under him, then slammed the flat of my blade against his helm. He dropped. Another came at me, screaming, wild-eyed. I ducked under his swing and drove my elbow into his nose. Bone crunched. He fell. I kept moving. Soon it was over. We stood panting amid the wreckage, our boots soaked in blood, our armor dented, our arms trembling. One man vomited over the rail. Another wept silently, gripping the edge of his shield. I pulled off my helm and drew in a breath of salt-heavy air. My throat burned. My face was wet, sweat, blood, I didn't know. My heart hammered in my chest, and my sword hung heavy in my hand. I couldn't feel anything. My hand couldn't stop shaking. But we were alive. We had won. Secure the ship, I rasped. Chain the rudder. Check beneath. Lord Stark, came a dozen tired voices. Behind me, 2 soldiers dragged a prisoner forward, a lean man in stained brigandine with a torn surcoat bearing the crowned stag and red heart. His lip was bleeding. One eye was already swelling shut. He met my gaze and spat on the deck. "You'll burn for this," he hissed. "Maybe," I said quietly, too tired to care. "But not today." The stench hit me first. Not salt or pitch or seaweed, but blood, thick, coppery, and ripe. And smoke. Gods, the smoke still clung to the sails like ghosts. My boots thudded softly as I stepped across the galley's deck, and I realized they weren't striking wood. They were stepping on flesh. Bodies lay tangled like broken dolls, their limbs caught in cruel angles, faces twisted mid-scream or slack with peace. Some had been cleaved clean through, necks opened to the spine, arms missing, skulls caved in. Others were only scratched, but lifeless all the same. Blood pooled between the boards in puddles that shimmered like oil in the morning sun. I turned and looked back toward the Boreal Star. Her hull was flecked red now on this side, and the deck was no better. Corpses hung half over the rail, caught on broken grapples or sprawled where they fell. Northern soldiers, Free Cities sailors, enemy men in Baratheon colors, all one and the same now in death. A man groaned somewhere behind me, but I couldn't find him through the carnage. It was too much. I hadn't killed before. This was madness, not war. Too many dead for a single ship. Too many to name. My hands opened and closed around my sword's hilt. I looked down and saw the gore still clinging to its fuller, bits of cloth and skin in the crossguard. My stomach turned, but I didn't let it show. The men can't see me be weak. I just stood there, eyes burning, breathing slow. A boy was slumped by the mainmast, no older than me, 15, a smooth-cheeked squire with pale hair and a bolt through the chest. His sword had fallen near his fingertips. I didn't know his name. He was just a child and now he was dead. "He is your age." Something on the back of my mind whispered, but I didn't hear it. So many in the deck of the galley had crossbow bolts in their bodies, it had saved us, that and our ship being higher, they outnumbered us 3-1 and we negated their advantage. Then came the fury. The prisoner sat slumped against the mast, wrists bound in coarse rope, his mouth blooded from the fight and from the fists that followed. He was a lean man with a sun-scorched face, dark beard, and a sailor's rough hands. His breastplate bore the crowned stag in fiery red, the mark of Stannis Baratheon. Not a knight, but not some green deckhand either. A professional killer, and loyal. Sir Miles stood beside me, one hand on the pommel of his sword, the other holding a waterskin. He offered it to the prisoner, who drank with slow defiance, his eyes locked on mine the whole time. "Tell me why," I said coldly. The man spat blood to the deck. You bear the dragon's banner. That's reason enough. I crouched, letting my word rest point down beside me. You attacked without warning. Why? What orders were you given? His lip curled. King Stannis declared the Targaryen spawn an enemy of the realm. Said there'd be no peace while dragon blood festered in Westeros. Your banner showed a white wolf like we were told. We knew what that meant. Lady Melisandre was right. Melisandre. Did she see me in the flames? Did she know we were coming? Who told you we were coming? How did you know where to wait for us? The man just laughed. My blood ran hot. Stannis is king. I asked, voice low. What happened to Robert? To the capital. Answer me, damn it. He didn't answer at first. Just looked at me, then laughed, dry and bitter. It was too soon. It wasn't supposed to happen yet. Damn it. Damn it. I opened my mouth to demand answers, about Ned, about Stannis, about my siblings, about how the fuck did they know I was a Targaryen, maybe threatened to cut a few extremities if he didn't open his mouth, but I never got the chance. The prisoner surged forward with sudden strength, a glint of silver flashing in his hand, a stiletto, thin and jagged, pulled from a seam in his boot. Miles was fast, but not faster than instinct. I twisted aside, rising too late, but the blade didn't reach me. It buried itself on a soldier's shoulder instead. The big man cried out and fell back, and in that instant, Miles struck. His sword pierced through the prisoner's neck clean, and blood sprayed across the deck like red rain. The man twitched once, then fell still over the man he had stabbed. We dragged his corpse over the rail and let the sea take him. The soldier winced as the medic bound his shoulder tight with linen and cobweb paste. He was pale under the blood, but breathing steadily. I'm fine, my lord, he muttered, jaw clenched. Just nicked the muscle. I nodded once, but my hand lingered on his arm a moment longer than needed. You saved me. He gave a faint smile. That's what the Lord's swords do, isn't it? These men were loyal to me, so loyal. What did I do to deserve this? Troll came to my side, his face grim, jaw tight with sweat and salt. They'll be on us within the hour. The wind has picked up northeast. Miles approached next, helm under his arm, eyes still burning from the fight. We can't take 2 more galleys in open battle. No, I said quietly. We can't. I looked again toward the east, where the gullet gave way to the deeper waters of Blackwater Bay, and beyond that, the stormy horizon of the narrow sea. The Boreal Star could still run, if the wind had picked. But only if we moved now. We sail, I said, voice sharp and final. We cut the lines, burn the galley, and make for deeper water. I want every sail full within 5 minutes. We won this fight, let's live to win the next. And with that, we ran again, blood in our wake, wind at our backs, and fire on the sea. Night fell heavy, cloaked in mist and silence, the sea stretching dark and endless around us. The Boreal Star groaned as it cut through the waves, battered and blood-stained, but alive. Just barely. I stood alone on the quarterdeck, fingers wrapped around the cold rail, watching the foam slip past the hull. Behind us, the horizon still held fire. 2 enemy warships, faster, lighter, drawing ever closer. They were still moving faster, their oars out. By dawn, they'd be on us. We would fight again. My hands ached. Not from the sword work, that pain I understood, but from the weight of command. Decisions made in blood. Lives gambled and lost. We had killed to live, and tomorrow we'd have to do it again. I could see the cost in every set of tired shoulders, in every wounded man sleeping with blade in hand, in the ghosts that lingered beneath the deck. The captain found me first. Troll limped on a twisted knee, still stiff from the battle, but he bore himself like iron. He said nothing at first, only leaned beside me, watching the sea with that weary, sailor's patience. Then came Arin, his leg bound tight with linen, face pale, eyes sharper than before. Some miles behind him. We sat beneath the lanterns at the aft bench, wrapped in wool cloaks, the stars dim behind the clouds. We'll have to fight again soon, Troll said softly, not a question. I nodded. By morning, unless the wind turns or the gods strike blind. Gods don't strike blind, Orin murmured. They send kings. There was a pause. The captain's voice was quieter this time, slower. You heard what the prisoner said. About Stannis, about the dragons. He looked at me now, not just as a man, but as something else. You bear that banner. With black and red. Subtle, but I am not an idiot, my lord. These men weren't stupid, they could connect the dots. They were owed the truth. I looked at them both. I trusted them. They were my men. One of the sea, one of the sword, one of the pen. Men who had bled for me, stood beside me on a deck slick with blood and ash. Men who would likely die for me if I led them wrong. My mother named me Daemon Targaryen, I said quietly. I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Heir of the Iron Throne, if everything didn't go to shit. For the first time in my life I could say the word out loud, if only it were in other circumstances. They didn't flinch. Didn't speak. The wind hummed through the rigging like a funeral dirge. Orin broke the silence first. I knew there was more to you. No bastard thinks like you. No bastard commands like you. I snorted, the bastard stigma was deep. Troll gave a slow exhale, eyes narrowed. The realm will want you dead. I know. It already does, apparently. It doesn't matter, he said firmly, eyes locked on mine. Stark, Snow, Targaryen, whatever blood you carry, I don't give a damn. I swore myself to you. And I'm your man to this day, until the day I die. His voice wasn't loud, but there was steel in it. The kind you can only forge in fire. Troll gave a grunt of agreement, crossing his arms over his broad chest. You fought with us, the captain said. Led us when most lords would have hid behind their names. You killed with us. That's what matters. The rest is winds and whispers. You are our commander, my prince, Miles said. I joined the Lord's Swords because I wanted to serve the man who had changed my family's lives. Your name doesn't change that. I looked at them. None owed me anything more than duty. But in that moment, I felt something deeper than allegiance. Something older. They believed in me, not because of my name, but because of what I had done. The men in the deck looked at me differently after that. Not with fear. Not with awe. But with gravity, the sort that follows only those who've earned it. They didn't see a lord anymore. They saw a commander. One who bled beside them. One who'd carry them through fire if he had to. The stars turned above us, indifferent and distant. And I watched the black line of the sea, waiting for the morning, and the battle yet to come. Chapter 18, Chapter 15, The Deep Below. Chapter Text. Chapter 15, The Deep Below. The sun broke over the narrow sea like a wound torn across the sky. Red light spilled over the waves, staining the morning with a quiet omen. The sea breathed slow and heavy, rolling beneath the battered, arrow-filled hull of the Boreal Star, and the deck creaked in rhythm with the water's sighs. I stood alone at the prow, gripping the rail so tightly my knuckles ached. The salt wind lashed against my face, stinging the half-healed scratches on my jaw, cracking the dried blood at the corner of my mouth. I hadn't slept. Not since the boarding. Not since the shouting and the smoke. The ship still smelled of blood and burnt pitch. Bits of torn sail fluttered from the rigging like wounded wings. One mast bore a splintered scar where a bolt had struck true. I could still hear the screams in my head, the clash of steel, the guttural cries, the sound a man makes when he's stabbed through the belly. PTSD. No such thing as a psychologist in Westeros. Behind me, the crew moved like shades. No shouting now. No orders were barked. Just the rustle of worn boots on wood, the rattle of chains and pulleys, the murmur of prayers half-whispered. Most of them hadn't slept either. Some hadn't even sat down. They'd spent the night clearing bodies, washing blood from the planks, patching what they could by lantern light. Now they leaned against barrels, or slumped over coils of rope, eyes ringed in black. The younger ones looked like boys again. The older ones looked like they'd already died and hadn't noticed yet. They watched the horizon more than they watched their work. They are closing in. 2 black dots lingered there now. They'd been dots an hour ago. Now they were sharper, rising like teeth from the water. Galleys. Sleek, lean, fast. Stannis men. Red God fanatics. Melisandre must be the most charismatic woman of history to get them to do this so fast. The ships chasing us now were coming for me. Not for gold. Not for cargo. For me. Their oars gave them a thin advantage even if their men must be exhausted. The wind tugged at my cloak. It smelled of brine and blood and ash. Footsteps behind me. Arin's voice was low, unusually careful. "Captain's asking for you, milord." I turned. His leg was still wrapped in bandages, but he stood straight, eyes clear. He looked older than he had a week ago. So did I. Captain Troll's cabin was thick with sweat and salt, the heavy stink of fear that men tried to hide with clenched jaws and straight backs. A single window cast light over the map table, throwing flickering gold across the charts. Troll was at the window, his hands locked behind his back. His beard had gone silver at the edges, and his face was hollowed by more than just sleeplessness. Miles stood nearby. Small cuts all over his body. He hadn't let the healer stitch it. Said it would slow him down. Arin lingered by the door. He had the look of a man bracing for bad news. Troll didn't turn when he spoke. "They'll be on us before midday." "How many leagues?" I asked. 7. Maybe 6 now. Wind's wrong for us. And we're half a sail down. He finally turned, voice hardening. "We've cut every spare line to lighten weight. Thrown crates overboard. Still won't be enough. We can't outrun them," Miles said bluntly. "And we can't fight them." "How many of our men still able to stand?" I asked. 26 unhurt enough to swing a blade," he replied. 12 more who'll fight if they have to, half blind, half bleeding. They fought like wolves yesterday, but wolves die just the same when the odds are wrong, my prince." Prince, he had taken to calling me that since yesterday. "And the crew?" Exhausted Troll said. "And not trained for this. They'll fight again. But they're spent. We all are." I leaned over the table, letting my eyes trace the chart. The sea stretched wide around us. No rocks. No coves. No hiding place. Arin spoke next, voice hesitant. "We could strike a flag. Pretend to surrender. Buy a few minutes. Maybe enough to close distance and strike first. We could sink one with some good shots from the Scorpions." I shook my head. "They'd never buy it," I said. "They saw what we did yesterday. We lit their ship like a funeral pyre. Killed more than 100 men. They'll come hungry now." Miles grunted. "You are right, my prince. There's no mercy left in this sea. Getting used to that will take a while." Troll rubbed a hand across his face. "If we stand and fight, we die. If we run, we die tired. So what's left, Lord Stark? You've always had one more trick. One more card hidden up your sleeve. Every man in the North calls you smart and cunning. Do you have one now?" I stared at him. At all of them. I was their lord, now. Their leader, their prince. It was my banner that had brought fire to this voyage, and it was my blood their enemies chased across the waves. And I did have one last card. But it was one I didn't want to use unless there was no other choice. It might stain people's perception of me. "Maybe we can use the armor." Arin said, already knowing what I would try to do. He was one of the few people in this world that knew. Wearing armor at sea was madness, everyone knew that. A man in full steel was a stone with a heartbeat the moment he hit the water. No sailor worth his salt wore plate on a ship, not unless he wanted to drown like an anvil. The men's breastplates, gauntlets, and greaves were stowed deep in the cargo hold, lashed tight beneath tarpaulin and hemp, far from spray and salt. Only the Ironborn marched around on deck clad in iron, proud and stupid in equal measure, daring the sea to take them, as if drowning was some badge of honor. Let them rot in their heavy coffins. We were no drowned fools. We had a war to survive. "No armor," I said. "We have a few hours before they are in arrow distance. I do have one last weapon." Troll raised a brow. "What kind of weapon?" I hesitated. and shared a look with Erin. Troll stepped forward. If you have anything that gives us a chance, any chance, you'd best use it. Because we're out of wind, out of tricks, and out of time. We are outnumbered 5-1. I nodded. I'll make ready, I said. And I left the cabin before they could ask anything else. The lower decks were cold and quiet. Down here, time moved differently. Wood groaned under every step like the ship remembered every weight it had carried. The wounded lay in shadowed corners, some fevered, some muttering to ghosts. I passed them like a shadow myself, cloaked and silent. Past the mess, past the stores. To my quarters. I took the key from my neck. The lock turned with a click like a sword leaving its sheath. The quarters were dark and close, thick with salt and the smell of old wood and lamp oil. I bolted the door behind me and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My gloves came off first, fingers trembling slightly as the sweat cooled on my palms. I dropped to the floor cross-legged, the boards creaking under my weight. Ghost padded silently to my side. He didn't need calling. He never did. His fur was coarse under my hand, dense and warm as snow laid on pine. I let my palm rest there, breathing in through my nose. The ache in my limbs was a dull background hum, but I focused past it, toward the slow rise and fall of Ghost's chest. We had done this before. At the wall, in the dark of night, when silence stretched for hours and wind moaned over stone. I'd felt him dream, the flick of an ear in some remembered forest, the scent of hair and blood and frost. It had been easy then. Simple. Like slipping a hand into cool water. But other times, I had reached too far. In the wolf's wood, I tried birds first, sparrows, crows, and even an owl. Their minds were alien, fast and cold, full of sharp instincts and colors that weren't colors. I'd nearly lost myself once inside a hawk, forgetting what it meant to breathe. Another time, with a stray hound at Molestown, I had broken the link so abruptly I'd woken vomiting, blood leaking from my nose. The deeper I went, the more the line blurred. The more I felt something watching back. But here, now, the sea itself felt alive beneath us, as if something vast and slumbering rolled in its depths. I closed my eyes. Darkness. Breath. The slow beat of my own heart. And then, like a thread drawn tight, a pull. It was faint at first. Distant. A pressure at the edge of my senses, as if something massive had stirred in the water miles below. It was not a shape or a thought, not yet, but an awareness. Alien. Immense. I leaned into it. Salt. Cold. Pressure. Then, a sound. A pulse. It was not made for ears. It echoed through bone and blood and thought, resonant and slow. A song without words. A mind without borders. Somewhere far beneath the boreal star, beyond the reach of oars or sun, it moved. The bull whale. I couldn't see it, not with eyes. But I felt it, a titan gliding through blackness, longer than our ship, heavier than any animal. Its thoughts were simple and vast, hunger, migration, mating calls that carried across leagues and leagues. The memory of currents. The grief of solitude. I reached for it. And it noticed me. The whale recoiled. Its mind slammed against mine like a storm against a cliff. I gasped aloud, body jerking. Blood dripped from my left nostril, warm on my upper lip. My skull burned. The whale pushed, confused, defensive, angry. I was not part of its world. I was a parasite. A fleck of ice trying to root itself in a volcano. I saw flashes through its thoughts, sun rays broken on the waves, calves swimming beside their mothers, the rip of a harpoon and the scream of another dying giant. Blood in the blue. Screams in the deep. Pain bloomed behind my eyes. But I didn't let go. The whale's mind was not made for mine. It was not like Ghost, sharp and familiar, wild but close. This was something older, slower, broader than thought. A continent of instinct and memory. It did not think in words, not truly. Its awareness was a long, continuous presence, shaped by pressure, darkness, and deep water echoes. It remembered ice covering the world when it swam in the far north, and the warmth of blood beneath it. It dreamed in pulses, sonar rhythms and ocean tides, each beat a sentence, each current a question. And it resisted. Even after I had slipped through its defenses like a needle into flesh, it coiled and flexed around me, uncertain, probing. Its confusion grew sharp, sour. It knew I was not real. Not right. I was an echo in its skull, an intruder stitched from bone and heat and surface light. I didn't belong in the sea. I didn't belong in it. The whale surged sideways, not in body, but in will. It tried to cast me out, not with anger, but the way a body rejects a splinter. I felt its power then, the slow tectonic force of a being that had never known fear. It bore down on me like an avalanche made of memory, submerging my thoughts in an ancient weight. My name flickered. My sense of self thinned. Jon Stark, Demon Targaryen, who was that, to the deep? It tried to smother me in its rhythm. To drown me. Not malicious, just instinct. A defense. I clung to myself with teeth and blood and memory. The smile of a woman whose name I didn't remember anymore. Sitting in class. Winterfell. Ned. Robb. Ghost. My mind rang like a cracked bell. Pain pulsed behind my eyes. A fresh trickle of blood slid from my left nostril to my chin. My limbs were numb, my spine cold. Somewhere, my body was seizing on the floor, lungs pulling shallow gulps of breath. But down here, I was still in the dark, drifting at the edge of being. The whale's heart was a drumbeat. Its brain a song in low thunder. It tried again to push me away, showing me images not as symbols, but as truths, a stillborn calf, great sharks circling, a net lined with jagged hooks, the scream of a motherless song. Its pain was not rage. It was elemental. Deep water grief. And the whale did not understand. But it recognized something in me, not kinship, but desperation. That we both moved with purpose not fully our own. And so, groaning from the deep of its bones, it let me stay. I could feel Ghost still, solid beside me, anchoring me, a tether to my own self. Jon Stark. No, not just Jon Stark. I was something else now. Warg King. I reached again, not with force, but with knowing. I offered not mastery, but purpose. Not hunger, but understanding. A shared enemy. And slowly, the whale yielded. The pressure relented. The mind opened, not wide, but enough. Enough for a thread of thought to slip through. Enough for me to wear its shape like a second skin. I was in. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. The cabin, the ship, the world of men fell away. I was beneath it all now. Water pressed against me from every side, impossibly cold but no longer painful. It was like wearing the sea. I was long, so long, my body swaying with ancient rhythm. My skin was thick, scarred, grey-blue. My mouth was a cavern, my lungs twin halls. I dove. Above, the boreal star passed like a child's toy, bobbing atop the currents. Below, I moved with weight and grace no man could ever know. My heart beat slow. My blood sang with age. I turned. There, the enemy ships. Twin shadows etched against the sea floor. Their oars carved trails of white into the deep. I saw them not as threats but as disturbances, alien shapes pushing against my world. I could feel the hum of their keels. The scurry of men above, their little movements, like ants on driftwood. I surged upward, just enough to rise toward them. No sound marked my path. No roar, no warning. Only the song, still in me, my song now, echoing through the water. A note of sorrow and vengeance. A call that no man could hear. Back in my quarters, my body trembled. Sweat soaked my shirt. Blood smeared my upper lip and chin. My breath came in shallow pulls. Ghost whined softly and licked my hand. I did not move. I was still with it, still part of the giant below. And it waited for me. I gave it a single command. Rise. The shouts reached me first, muffled, panicked, tearing through the boards like claws raking wood. My eyes snapped open. My body convulsed as I pulled free of the whale's mind, as if I'd fallen from a mountain back into flesh. I gasped, hands flailing, blood hot down my face. The wooden floor of my quarters felt wrong, too small, too dry, too real. My skull throbbed like it had split down the middle. I pushed myself upright. The lantern swung wildly above me. My palms were slick with sweat. Ghost whined low and urgent beside me, hackles raised, eyes staring toward the stairwell. On deck, someone screamed, "There's something in the water." My legs barely remembered how to work. I staggered up the narrow stairwell, each step a battle. The door burst open to light, too bright, searing after the deep below. Men ran, shouted, pointed. And then the sea exploded in the distance. It rose with the sound of thunder made flesh, a massive swell surging upward like a mountain erupting from beneath. Salt spray burst high into the sky, shimmering in the blood-red dawn. And at the center of it, a shadow. Vast. Black. Writhing. The nearest galley, sleek and armored, had no time to turn. The thing rose beneath it and shattered it like a child breaking a toy. The ship snapped in two with a splintering crack, hurling men into the air. One half lifted into the sky, then was pulled down with unnatural speed. Or snapped like twigs. The sea swallowed it whole. The second half spun in place, its mast broken, its deck a ruin. Men screamed. Some tried to swim. Others vanished, yanked beneath the waves by nothing visible at all. For a moment, the sea boiled with debris and blood. And then, stillness. I dropped to my knees on the deck of the Boreal Star, chest heaving, arms shaking. My nose still bled freely. It dripped onto the deck like ink from a ruined quill. Ghost's howl echoed in my mind, distant but steady, a thread anchoring me to myself. I clung to it. Around me, silence fell. Captain Troll stood frozen by the wheel, his mouth slack. Sir Miles had drawn his sword, but he lowered it slowly now, as if waking from a dream. Sailors clutched ropes and rigging, wide-eyed and pale. Salt clung to their faces like tears. And the second galley, the Survivor, had already veered off. I watched it turn hard to port, sails flaring, retreating like a whipped dog. It fled back toward the horizon, smoke trailing from its stern, men clambering frantically to gain speed. Orin dropped to my side, catching my shoulder. His good hand gripped me tightly. "John. Seven hells, you look," he stopped. Swallowed. "What was that? Are you fine?" I blinked up at him. His face was smudged with soot and salt, eyes bloodshot. He looked like every man here, exhausted, uncomprehending, afraid to speak the question aloud. "I'm fine," I rasped. My voice didn't sound like mine. Just, tired. I pushed his hand off gently. He lingered, but didn't argue. The others hadn't moved. They stared at the sea like it might erupt again. "The sea god's wrath," someone whispered. "No god," another muttered, trembling. "It was the prince. It came for them," said Troll. His voice shook. "Not us. It knew. War." The whisper echoed. All eyes, slowly, turned to me. I felt the weight of their stares. The men who had seen me bleed in battle, who had taken orders without question, now looked as if seeing a stranger. Or in their eyes. A shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. I rose slowly. My limbs felt wrong still, heavier than they should be, like part of me hadn't fully returned from the deep. The air on my skin was too thin. The deck moved beneath my feet, though the sea was calm again. I stepped toward the rail and puked my stomach out. The water below had settled, though debris still floated in wide circles, broken wood, shards of hull, torn canvas, and here and there, bodies. Some whole. Some not. A severed arm drifted past the Boreal Star, fingers still curled around the haft of a spear. The whale was gone now, sunk back into the deep. I could no longer feel it. But something inside me still resonated faintly, like a tuning fork struck hard and set aside. Its song lingered. A chord in the marrow. I lowered my head toward the sea. "Thank you," I whispered. The breeze caught the word and carried it away. Behind me, the sailors began to move again, slowly, carefully, like men waking from a dream. They looked away from the sea. But not from me. Orin was still at my side, silent now. "Well, you can use it in battle in the end, like the legends," he said at last, so soft only I could hear. I didn't answer. Arin, Seren, Court and Sam were the only people alive that knew of my experimentation with Warjing. I wanted to make sure it was safe before I told Rob. When I did, he would stay more time a wolf than a man, I was sure. What could I say to them? That I'd stolen the mind of a beast. That I'd forced it to kill. That I had danced in its skin, worn its flesh, tasted the current on a tongue that wasn't mine. That part of me missed the weight of the water already. Instead, I said, we're alive. That's all that matters. He nodded slowly. They didn't understand. But they'd seen. Night fell soft as ash. The Boreal Star rode steady through calm water, her sails full and bellied, catching a wind that had not been there before. It was quiet, not the heavy, fearful quiet of men expecting another attack, but a deeper calm. Like the sea itself was holding its breath. No sails chased us. No sign of the enemy ship remained, save for splinters in the wake and the memory of screaming. I stood on deck for a time, watching the moon ripple across the water like silver scratched on slate. The sea stretched out in all directions, wide and still. Only Ghost kept beside me, silent, warm. He never looked away from the waves. When I finally returned below, I found Trull and Arin waiting in the captain's quarters, lanterns burning low. The table between them held a bottle of dark Mirish wine, uncorked and half empty, and 3 mismatched cups. I didn't speak at first. I just sat, slowly, like my body remembered it was made of meat again. Trull poured for me without asking. I took the cup, though I didn't drink. Arin leaned forward, elbows on knees. His face was drawn, but steady. We've seen no ships for hours, he said. Sea's empty. Wind favors us now. Trull nodded. We're 4 days from the bite at this pace. We go back to White Harbor. I sipped the wine. It burned. That was good. I needed to feel something real again. And what then? Trull asked, eyes on me. We find out what happened, I said quietly. To Lord Stark. To the king. To the realm. Neither man spoke for a moment. Outside, the hull creaked gently in the shifting water. Somewhere above, a sailor coughed and was shushed. When Trull finally answered, his voice was low. They are speaking of you. The men. I looked up. That sounded bad. My face must have shown something because he explained further. Not with fear, he added. With reverence. Arin snorted, but it wasn't mockery. Some think you summoned a kraken like they didn't see the fucking whale. Others say you prayed and the gods answered. One swears he saw your eyes go white just before the beast rose. One of them was right. Trull watched me carefully. I served under your uncle once. Brandon Stark. He'd laugh at such talk, ghosts and giants and skin changers. But not now. Not after today. I didn't ask for this gift, but I will use it to its full advantage. Even if they call me a sorcerer. I said. Use it as much as you want if it will save our asses, Trull agreed. Shame the other galley escaped, there will be stories about what happened here. We killed 300 men of the Royal Navy, we are so fucked, Arin murmured. I turned my eyes to the porthole. The sea beyond was black now, pure and deep and unknowable. A thin sliver of moon painted the surface in silver, but it reached only so far. I don't know what waits in White Harbor, I said. But we'll not face it blind. We dock quietly. And try to find out as much as we can. Trull gave a solemn nod. Aye, my prince. Another one calling me that, gods. Arin poured more wine into his own cup, then gestured toward me. And you, John. What if they try to seize us? I met his gaze. I am a Stark, I said, the name still strange on my tongue, by blood and by law. That hasn't changed. Even if my name has, no Northman would dare stop us. We sat in silence after that. No more talk of whales or battles, no grand oaths. Just 3 men in a room lit by oil and shadows, sailing through the night toward a land that might no longer know them. Note to self, take more whiskey in the next trip. The candle guttered low, casting long shadows over the map of Westeros sprawled before me. Its edges curled with salt and damp, the ink of the rivers faded from long nights of study. But the lines were still there, every mountain, every coast, every keep I had once read about in dusty tomes was now a place I would have to reckon with. I sat alone in my quarters, hunched over the parchment with aching hands. My gloves lay discarded beside me, and Ghost's fur pressed against my thigh, steady, warm, grounding. I needed that. I needed him. Outside, the sea whispered of old things, but my thoughts were tethered to the land ahead. There was no time to drift. I dipped my quill again and began the second of the letters. Coded, of course. We had prepared for this, a cipher drawn from old tongues and obscured patterns, a tangle of runes and glyphs that only a handful of men in the north could read. To Secourt, acting commander-in-chief of the forces of Moat Cailin. Raise the land to war readiness. Code Red. You are to quadruple recruitment efforts immediately. Pull from all sources, landed knights, hedge knights, free riders, second sons. Offer land where needed. More coin and incentives and spread word all over the north. Do not turn away the desperate. Desperation makes men hungry, and hunger can be honed into discipline. Expand training. Wake the yard at dawn, run drills until night. I want every recruit able to march 20 leagues in full kit and form spear walls in wind and rain. Use veterans to instruct them, and pay them well. War is coming. My hand ached. I rubbed my fingers, cracked my neck, then turned to the second letter. To Seren and Chief Steward and Samwell Tarly. Continue fortification of the moat. The outer wall must be finished before the moon ends. Dig ditches and lay sharpened stakes in the skirts of the gate towns. Expand the storage vaults. Begin stockpiling salted meats, grain, rice, clean water. Double the granary space. Expect an influx of refugees from the Riverlands and the Neck. You will receive men at arms from houses Sawin, Tallheart, Marndaily, Dustin, and perhaps others. Prepare for them. They must arrive to order, not chaos. Build tents, dig latrines, make organized camps for them. You will hear things about me. I only ask you to trust me. I pressed the signet stamp into the wax seal, not three-headed dragon, not yet. I leaned back, closing my eyes. Robert is dead, I was sure of that. Stannis was a dutiful man, he would never declare himself if he were alive. The king whose drunken laughter once filled the great hall in Winterfell now lay cold beneath red cloth. I could still remember how his hand crushed my shoulder that day in the courtyard, rough and heavy, reeking of wine. I wonder how he died. And if Stannis Baratheon was already chasing dragons across the sea, then the realm had begun to fracture. Melisandre must have told him somehow. Did word of me reach the capital? What the fuck was going on? The candle on the desk burned low, a stub now, guttering faintly each time the ship rocked. I sat in silence, elbows on the wood, fingers clasped in front of my lips, staring at the map of Westeros that refused to answer the questions screaming in my skull. What happened in King's Landing? I'd replayed the feast 100 times in my head. Robert's drunken blessing, the wine, the crack of the stag's horn goblet hitting the stone floor when the king had declared me Stark. I'd thought I was buying time. I'd thought a legitimized name would shield me. Is Ned alive? Gods, if I'd been faster. I leaned back in the chair, rubbing my temples. I could still hear Father's voice, Ned's voice, steady, quiet, honorable to the end. He'd looked at me that last morning with a weight behind his eyes. If he moved against Cersei without Robert's protection, the city would have swallowed him whole. If he had disregarded my warnings and trusted Baelish from the start, he would be dead. And the girls. Sansa, too close to the queen, too soft for the vipers of court. Arya, sharp and fierce, but still a child. Bran, just a boy but so brave. Were they safe? Were they even alive? I didn't know. And it gnawed at me. I reached for the sealed letters again, running a finger along the wax. Moat Cailin, Winterfell. Orders for war, for caution, for silence. I'd given no name, only instructions. Recruit. Fortify. Be ready. Do not what you hear. A bastard becomes a prince. The son of Rhaegar Targaryen, alive. One crushed in the Red Keep as an infant. Another alive, raised by the north, cloaked in a wolf's skin, hiding fire under ice. Would Rob understand? Would he stand beside me, or stare across a battlefield, uncertain? Why had I waited so much to tell him? My reason seemed so stupid now. What of the lords of the north, the Vale, the Riverlands? Would they see a rightful heir? Or the second coming of the Mad King? My blood was not just truth, it was a weapon. And once drawn, it could not be sheathed again. I stood slowly, the wood groaning beneath my boots. The candle gave a final flicker, then went out. In the darkness, I walked to the small porthole and gazed out at the stars. Calm seas. A quiet wind. Outside, the deck creaked beneath my boots as I stepped into the moonlight. Ghost followed, his white coat nearly glowing under the stars. The boreal star moved like a dream now, wind at her back, sails full, keel slicing through a placid sea that seemed almost grateful for the blood it had taken. Not a ripple broke the dark. The waters held their breath. Men slept below deck, but not easily. Some prayed. Some sharpened their blades, eyes haunted. I could hear them murmuring about sea gods and whales, about the thing that had risen from the deep. When they looked at me, they no longer saw just a lordling in borrowed armor. Word had spread of who I was, and now they saw a prince, a commander. And when I turned to the bed, Ghost at my side, I caught my reflection in the glass of the lantern. My eyes shimmered violet in the moonlight. Chapter 19, Chapter 16, Snow and Salt. Chapter Text. Chapter 16, Snow and Salt. We sailed into White Harbor beneath a sky the color of old iron. The wind was steady, cold, and unfriendly, there was rain coming. Salt clung to everything, my lips, my cloak, the wood beneath my boots. But beneath that familiar scent, I could smell smoke. I stood at the prow as we passed beneath the merman's beacon. Its flame still burned, a flicker of gold in the grey, but even it felt subdued. Fewer ships than usual in the harbor, and more soldiers on the docks than I liked. Not Mandaealy knights, either, these were raw levies, lads and old men in mismatched armor, standing straight to hide their fear. Mobilization. The banners have been called. I pulled my hood lower and rested a hand on Ghost's back. He growled low in his throat but stayed close. He could smell it too, the tension in the air, the wariness. The city was bracing for something. They didn't know what yet. Neither did I. Arin stepped up beside me. "We'll be recognized soon enough," he said. "Whether you wear the sigil or not. A direwolf is hard to ignore." "I'm not here to hide," I told him, though my voice felt hollow even to my own ears. "Get the men to open their ears and find out what the word on the streets is." The gangplank was lowered with a dull creak, and I stepped off the ship, my boots landing hard on the wet planks of the dock. Ghost followed me, and our guard fell in behind us. The soldiers waiting didn't move, not right away. One made the sign of the seven. Another stared at the direwolf on my cloak like it might leap off and bite him. "By order of Sir Marlon Mandaealy," said a grey-bearded sergeant, "you're to be escorted to Newcastle. Weapons stay sheathed." His eyes flicked to Ghost. "No promises on that one, I suppose." "He only bites Lannisters," I said. The joke didn't land. It hadn't been meant to. I could see the way their eyes narrowed, whatever happened had to do with the Lannisters. Like that was ever in question. They led us up through the harbor and into the city. White Harbor felt alive, but not in the way of a bustling port. It was the life of something stirring underground. Smithies roared with fire. I saw wagons laden with fish and barley rolling inland. Boys were drilling in the square with wooden spears, shouting chants in rhythm. And every third doorway had a new banner hanging, some with the silver wolf of House Stark. People watched us pass. They didn't cheer. They didn't spit either. Most just looked, long and hard, at the wolf by my side. One woman, older than the hills, knelt beside her bakery to sweep up ash. When she saw me, she froze. I saw her eyes flick to Ghost, then to my face. She nodded once, slow and solemn, like she was remembering someone long dead. And then we crossed the Wolf's Bridge. The river below looked black in the light. The water was fast, strong, melting snow from the hills up north feeding its surge. I paused at the crest and looked out over the city. From here, White Harbor sprawled like a tired giant. Docks full, towers alert, streets too quiet. Erin came up beside me, waiting. I looked down at the direwolf stitched into my cloak. I'd worn it all my life. Even when I wasn't allowed to. The mark of a name I hadn't been born with, but had earned. Or stolen. Or both. What will they do, I thought, when they find out what else I wear beneath it? We passed beneath the gate of Newcastle, flanked by towers of pale stone. Guards in Mondaly Green watched us with wary eyes. The gatehouse swallowed us whole, cold and close and smelling of damp stone. My footsteps echoed as we climbed the stair to the main hall. At a narrow window slit, I paused again. Below, the city continued its quiet preparation. Wagons. Smoke. Banners. This is what war looks like before the horns blow. I rested a hand on the window's edge, feeling the cold seep through the stone. I turned my hand over and looked at my fingers, steady, gloved, calloused. They'd held steel, carved bone, signed orders. They'd broken and bled and burned. But the blood in them wasn't the same anymore, was it? Not just Stark. Not just Snow. Would they follow a Targaryen in wolf's clothing? Would they kneel to a name that once burned their castles and rode dragons over their fields? That burned their previous lord? One truth at a time. I let my hand fall and turned toward the hall. There were still allies to win. Questions to ask. Letters to write. Secrets to keep, for now. I had nothing to fear from women. The whole of Newcastle smelled of salt, old wood, and wax. It was quieter than I expected. No musicians, no courtiers gossiping in alcoves, no armored retainers clattering about. Just the long echo of our boots as we were led forward beneath vaulted beams and the faded banners of House Mondaly. A lone fire crackled in the hearth. Everything else was stone and silence. Lord Wyman Mondaly was waiting for me. He sat like a carved boulder in his high seat, immense, pale, his white beard spilling down his front like sea foam. His court had been dismissed save for one night by the wall and a thin man in maester's chains who kept glancing at me like I might draw a blade at any moment. Jon Stark Mondaly said, his voice slow but solid, like a tide grinding down stone. Or should I say? Jon Targaryen. I bowed low. Stark will do, Lord Wyman. He studied me in silence. I could see the mind behind those eyes, sharp, weighing, measuring. Not fooled by titles or cloaks. You've come on dark wings, he said at last. And the ravens have brought darker words. He waved the knight and maester out, and only when the door had clicked shut did he speak again. 3 days passed, a raven reached us from King's Landing. Black wing, red wax. The seal bore a golden lion, and the boy's name scratched beneath it. Joffrey Baratheon. King Joffrey Baratheon. He corrected me. He nodded, lips pressing into a grim line. It declared your father a traitor to the crown. Eddard Stark is accused of conspiring to place a Targaryen pretender on the Iron Throne. The Raven calls it treason most foul, naming him oathbreaker, usurper, conspirator. He let the words hang, like ropes waiting to drop from gallows. My breath caught in my throat. And my father? I asked. My voice came out wrong. Rough. Is he? Mondaly looked away for the first time. There's no clear word. Some say he confessed. Others claim he resisted. Whisper says he was cut down in the street like a common thief. No name signed that tale, but he didn't finish. He didn't have to. I clenched my fists beneath the table. I wanted to shout, to rise, to curse the boy king, to burn every castle in the south to ash. But I didn't. I swallowed the fire. Rage would serve nothing now. Not until I knew more. Not until I had the pieces laid bare. What we do know is that blood flowed in King's Landing. The letter spoke of Renly Baratheon attempting to coup the boy king and failing miserably. Fires could be seen all over the city. And the rest? I asked. My siblings. Arya. Bran. Sansa. Mondaly shook his head, slow and solemn. No mention of them. The letter speaks only of Lord Eddard's treachery. And of you. His eyes locked on mine. It says the North must prove its loyalty. That Robb Stark must ride south, bend the knee, and deliver John Waters' head as proof of fealty. The silence that followed was not silence at all, it was thunder, drawn thin. I felt it in my ribs, in my teeth. So that was their play. They knew. Somehow, they knew who I was, or thought they did. A whisper had reached the court, slithered through Very's little birds or little fingers, greasy fingers. Or perhaps Robert's death had forced them to move before they meant to. Whatever the truth, it didn't matter. The trap had been sprung. Any word on how King Robert died? None. Rumor he was poisoned. I wondered how it had unfolded in King's Landing. Renly had picked his moment well, too well. With the tourney still in motion and half the South's young blood drunk or dreaming of glory, he'd had men in the city, bannermen and would-be champions with blades close to the Red Keep. I imagined them swarming the gates in silks and gilded mail, convinced their cause would shine brighter than steel. But a coup is not won by pageantry. It is won by timing, ruthlessness, and the will to finish it before anyone knows it's begun. If Renly hesitated, if his allies blinked, then the Reachmen and Stormlanders would have found the halls of the Red Keep much colder than they expected. And if it failed, then God save them. They mean to use my name to break the North, I said. I said Marndaeli. A ghost they can blame. A dragon they can hunt. I stood slowly and walked toward the high window behind his seat. The sea beyond was grey, endless. Ghost stirred at my side but did not growl. Even he seemed subdued. I pressed my fingers to the cold glass. If I go south, I said quietly, they'll kill me. If I stay here, they'll march. They already are, lad. I turned back toward him. Do you believe what they say? That I am some pretender? Some false prince wrapped in dragon's blood? Marndaelis' great brow creased. I believe this, you are Eddard Stark's son in all but name. You speak like him. You carry the weight he did. But I also know the signs. The whispers. The beauty of Valyria in your face. The lean body. The violet glow in your eyes when the firelight catches it just so. He leaned forward, hands resting on the carved arms of his seat. So speak the truth, Jon Stark. Are you what they fear? I didn't answer for a long while. Then I drew breath, and let the veil fall. My name is Daemon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. I said. I was born in the shadow of Robert's rebellion, hidden in the north by Lord Eddard to protect my life. I carry the blood of the dragon, yes. But I am also of the wolf. And I swear to you, by both names, I will avenge my father, Eddard Stark, and I will get back my siblings. With fire and blood, I will bring winter to them if they dared touch them. He closed his eyes for a beat. Then opened them again. I met his gaze, firm and unflinching. You want to know if I am a bastard born of rape? If I am the shame of two great houses tied together in sin? His jaw clenched, but he said nothing. I'm not, I said. That's the truth. Or at least, the truth I was given. Marndaelis' eyes narrowed, watching me, weighing every syllable. Lord Eddard told me, I continued, voice even, that Rhaegar and Lyanna were wed in secret. There were witnesses all dead now. Whether it was legal in the eyes of the faith, I can't say. But they were bound, not by force, but by choice. She loved him. What I do not know is why the realm never knew, why they didn't tell anyone. I had a guess. It wasn't the tale I would tell the world, not even to Marndaeli. It wasn't clean enough. Not sharp like a sword, not holy like prophecy. But it felt true in my bones. It had started when they ran. Lyanna, wild and fierce and young, fleeing a marriage to the man she saw as a drunken brute she could never stomach. And Rhaegar who sang of destiny and doom, chasing ghosts in books, convinced he was born to save the world, idiot. Maybe he loved her. Maybe he just needed her. A wolf to breed with his dragon blood, to craft the child the stars had promised. They married, I think. But then Aerys lost what little sanity he had left. He burned the Starks and summoned the storm. My uncle died screaming, and war fell like fire. And in the ashes, Lyanna must have seen what she had lost, her brother, her father. She wanted to go back. Of that I was sure. It didn't make sense any other way. But Rhaegar wouldn't let her. Because she was part of the prophecy now. A piece of his ground pattern. That's what I believe. The only other way it works is if they did send ravens of their marriage, of her safety, of the truth. But why didn't even one reach its destination? But it's not the truth I speak aloud. Because no one follows a bastard born of tragedy and failure. No one kneels to a broken love story. Truth. At last. He did not smile. You've placed me in a hard place, Prince Demon. Or John. Or both. The Mandaealis have long memories, and longer ledgers. We bent the knee to Egon once. We lost sons under his banners and under yours. Now the lions ask for your head. I will not force you to choose, my lord, I said. But when you do, know this, I will never kneel to Joffrey Baratheon. And I will not let the North bleed for lies. My uncle hid my identity for fear of my life, and rightly so apparently. Wyman Mandaealy sighed, a sound like the sea grinding over rock. Mandaealy did not speak for a time. He watched me the way an old mariner watches the sea before a storm, silently, heavily, as if waiting for something ancient to stir in the depths. Then he leaned back into his seat, the old wood creaking beneath the weight of him, and asked the question I knew would come. I let the silence breathe a little longer, and then gave the rest. If what you say is true, then the war, he murmured. The war was built on a lie, at least that part of it. I nodded. Yes, Aes was a monster that needed to be deposed, but my father wasn't. Tens of thousands dead. Houses burned. Oaths broken. All because of a tale spun by those who hated dragons. He closed his eyes and muttered a prayer under his breath. Then, with a slow, almost ceremonial gesture, he reached for the silver bell on the side table and rang once. A servant entered, a silent girl with downcast eyes. Mandaealy simply said, "Northern fire." She returned a moment later with a dark bottle of northern whiskey and 2 thick glasses. Mandaealy poured for us both and passed one across the table. "To gods and ghosts," he said, raising his. "And to truth, late though it comes." We drank. The fire ran down my throat like molten gold, but I didn't cough. Neither did he. "If the South knew," he said hoarsely, staring into the flames. "If the North knew." "They will," I said. "But not yet. I'll speak the truth in full before the Northern Lords, and none before. The tale is too dangerous in half-truths. It must be whole, and it must be mine to tell, Lord Mandaealy." He looked at me, long and searching. Then he gave a slow, deliberate nod. "My house remembers," he said, voice roughened with something old. "We remember oaths. We remember Aegon the Conqueror and Torrhen Stark on his knees. We remember the dragons who spared us, and the wolves who kept us strong. And we remember Eddard Stark, we remember everything you have done for our house and for the North." He reached into the folds of his robes and withdrew a small iron blade. I stiffened, until I saw what he was doing. He pricked his thumb, let 3 drops fall into the fire, and murmured something in the old tongue of White Harbor. "I swear by salt and smoke, by sea and stone," he said, "that your truth is safe in me. I believe your words, Jon Stark. Demon Targaryen, if you prefer. But I see Stark in you. That's all I need, my prince." I nodded. "Thank you, my lord. One down, a whole realm to go." Mandaealy wiped his thumb on a cloth and grunted. "No need for thanks. Only for caution. The game now moves faster than any of us like. The ravens will fly and so will the lies. But you must fly true still. I am in need of your rookery to send a few letters." He stood slowly, massive and deliberate, and crossed to the table where a carved map of the North was laid out. His finger traced the white knife. "You can use them as you will, my prince. You'll need to head upriver soon," he said. "Robb's called the banners. Winterfell fills with spears." He's raised his standard. A quiet thrill surged through my chest. Robb. Marching. The direwolf rides. "Will you ride with him?" I asked. He smiled grimly. "I am no warrior. I will see to White Harbor. But I will go to Winterfell with you." He turned back toward me and raised his glass once more. "In the eyes of guests, you are under my protection. And in the eyes of gods, You now have safe passage under my roof and from my harbor. You'll leave when you must, and not a moment before. I stood, heart heavier than when I'd entered, but steadier, too. I had spoken the truth at last, and the world hadn't shattered. Not yet. Thank you, Lord Mandaeli. I'll not forget this. I am just repaying what you have already given, he said, with a wry look. But before you go chasing dragons or thrones, have a second glass. The night is long, and the storm hasn't yet broken. I sat back down. White Harbor's winds carried a chill that clung even beneath my cloak. I stood at the quay before dawn, watching the longboat bob in the tide. Sleek, narrow, and fast, she had been fitted with both sail and oars, and Mandaeli had outfitted her with a dozen picked men, loyal to House Stark, and silent as snow. I had considered riding for Winterfell. The wolf in me ached for the sight of her towers, the scent of her godswood, the sound of the wind through her battlements. But the roads were treacherous and slow. The White Knife, at least, was swift and clean, its icy waters carry me north under the veil of trees and mist. I had letters to send before I left. Mandaeli's master helped me prepare the ravens. Not Theomore Lannister anymore, the poor man had fallen off the stairs apparently. And big cities and holds like White Harbor had more than one Maester as replacement. The first was for Robb. Brother. Ride no farther south. The game is not yet set, and the pieces are still moving. I swear to you, by ice and fire both, that I will come to Winterfell with truth in my mouth and a sword in my hand. Wait for me. Jon. I didn't write anything else. I would meet Robb as his brother first. As the man I had always been, before I revealed anything else. Keeping the truth to myself all this year seemed so dumb right now. I should have confronted father, or told Robb directly. Now I had to live with the consequences of my actions. The second raven I penned with slower hand. The ink nearly froze on the quill as I paused again and again. Lord Reed. I do not know what you remember, nor what you fear. But I need you now. The truth you witnessed long ago must stand beside me once more. Bring your strength to Moat Cailin and come to Winterfell yourself. If ever you owed Eddard Stark a debt, I ask it now, not for myself, but for the North. Lyanna's son. He would know who wrote it. He had been there when I was born. He had fought beside my father, uncle, and had kept secrets longer than I had lived. If anyone in this world could bridge the past to the present, it was Howland Reed. I also sent the letters I'd written days before, orders to Sir Court at Moat Cailin to increase recruitment, and to Samwell, asking him and Seren to continue strengthening the defenses for the war that was now unavoidable and preparing logistics. When the ravens had flown, I left the castle and climbed the narrow stair to Newcastle's Godswood. Mandaeli had it kept well even if he didn't worship it, a high stone wall, ivy-clad, a pool fed by the river, and at the heart of it, a gnarled weirwood with bleeding eyes. I stood before it for a long time. I didn't know if Ned was dead. I didn't know what had become of Arya, or Sansa, or little Bran. But if they needed Robb to come south, then he may well be beneath the ground, or, not beneath it at all. The old gods take their dead in strange ways. I didn't worship them, not truly, but I recognized their powers. Maybe they had taken him into the trees. Maybe he watched me now through these eyes. Maybe he always had. I knelt before the heart tree, and the cold of the ground seeped through my boots and into my bones. I don't know if you're in there, I whispered, but I hope you are. My voice caught. You raised me as a wolf. You never told me what I was, and I don't hate you for it. I understand now. You kept your oath to my mother. You kept me safe. You gave me your name, your home, your trust. I would have died without it. A wind stirred the leaves above. They rustled like old paper. My breath clouded before me. The river lapped softly behind the wall. All sound stopped. I know you didn't want this, but I will do what I must do. I will return to Winterfell, but not as the boy you raised. I bowed my head and let the words come from a place deeper than thought. You raised me as a wolf, I whispered. But I will return as both wolf and dragon. I will return as Daemon Targaryen. The tree watched me, silent and still. I waited for something, a flicker of vision, a word in the wind, a sign. There was nothing. Just unnatural silence. the pulse of my own heart, and the long breath of winter coming through the leaves. The white knife cut a silver path through the heart of the north, cold and winding, hemmed in by pine and snow. Our longship, lean and quiet, moved upstream with the current fighting us at every bend. Behind us followed 2 Mandaealy boats, slower, heavier, but well armed and loyal. We left White Harbor just after sunrise. The docks had been near silent, save for the gulls and the creaking of timbers. Lord Wiman was coming in one of the other boats, his heir and granddaughters with him, wrapped in furs and shadowed by his guards, a giant ghost of a man fading in the morning mist. Now, as the sun dipped low behind the forested hills, our ship drifted into a valley of pale trees and black water. Smoke rose from distant chimneys in tight, silent villages nestled against the riverbank. No one came to greet us. No flags waved. Only wary eyes glinted from behind shutters, watching the black sails trimmed with white. They saw the dire wolf on our cloaks and wondered, is it true? I stood at the prow beneath the stars, my hands gloved but still cold against the damp wood. The burden sat heavier than the steel at my hip. Rhaegar Targaryen's blood pulsed in my veins, so they said. So the truth claimed. And yet it was not his face I saw when I closed my eyes. Not his voice I remembered teaching me how to ride, how to sit a horse, how to kneel in the godswood and whisper my fears. That was Ned Stark. The man who raised me. The only father I still remember. Rhaegar may have given me life, but Eddard gave me purpose. And now I bore the weight of both. That night, Orin joined me near the stern, wrapped in a dark wool cloak. Ghost stirred at my side as he approached, ears twitching, but made no sound. I leaned against the railing, hood down, cheeks stung pink by cold. Orin came up beside me with 2 tin cups, one already steaming. Mulled wine, he said, handing one over. Or what passes for it when your cook is a one-eyed merman with no tongue. I took a sip, then grimaced. Tastes like someone boiled piss in vinegar and lied about it. Orin raised his cup. 2 lies, then. May ours be cleverer than most. We drank in silence for a while, the river murmuring beneath us. Then he glanced at me sidelong. Do you remember that week in Long Lake? The one where we nearly starved because you insisted on counting every bushel of grain by hand. I gave him a dry look. We were missing 35 sacks, Orin. You were missing 35 sacks. I was missing the feeling in my fingers and a week's sleep. You were also missing how the headman's cousin kept sneaking into the granary at night. Oh, I remember. You had me stake out the damn barn like a crow on a chimney. You got your first kiss that week, didn't you? Orin groaned. Don't remind me. Seren tasted like turnip stew. I laughed, a short, genuine sound that startled even me. We were so fucking drunk, I said, nudging him with my elbow. Seren said you had kind eyes. Like a tired goat's. Oh, God save me, he muttered. You still have that drawing he made. Of you. With the big shoulders and the smaller-than-life nose. That's the one. I burned it. Out of mercy. He grinned and shook his head. Do you ever miss it? The road. The lists. The endless letters. All those old keeps falling apart while we tried to hold them together with parchment and stubbornness. Just the 3 of us against the world. I sipped the wine again and let the warmth sit in my chest. Yes, I said quietly. I do. Orin looked surprised. Truly. I miss the work. The clarity. One problem at a time, feed this village, reinforce that hold fast, put out this fire, rebuild that roof, make 3 tons of steel for White Harbor. No thrones, no kings. Just honest tasks. He nodded. And I miss blacksmith Orin. I snorted. You were terrible. I was dedicated, he corrected. I swung that hammer like a knight swings a sword. Even made my own belt buckle. He made a pose, like a knight defeating a dragon. That snapped in half the first time you sneezed. It was symbolic. Of what? Poor metallurgy. We chuckled, both leaning against the railing now, watching the banks drift by like memories. Those days, Orin said after a pause, I didn't understand half of what you did. I just thought you were some brooding bastard with a taste for ledgers and steel. And now? Now I know you're a brooding prince with a taste for ledgers and steel. But still the same stubborn mule underneath. He smiled. You never stopped being a drumming engineer, Jon. You just learned to wear more armor. I glanced down at the cup in my hands, then out toward the horizon where the stars met the pines. Arin. Thank you. You were brooding too much, M-Lord. You needed a good shake. I smiled at him, one of my truest friends. I'll need you again, I said softly. Sooner than I like. Robb will have war on his hands, and Winterfell will need order. Records. Plans. Gods help me, even more grain. Arin raised his mug. Then you'll have me, the Logistics Corp will see no man like me. Secretary, hammerman, goat-eyed diplomat, whatever you need. I bumped his shoulder with mine. Just don't make another belt buckle. No promises. The river kept moving. So did we. Later, I sat alone in the cabin, writing again by candlelight. Not letters now, but thoughts. Reflections. There were too many for one page. A part of me feared the truth I carried would shatter everything. That the Northern Lords would not follow a Targaryen, no matter how many wolves raised him. That Robb would see betrayal, not brotherhood. That men like the Boltons and Karstarks would turn like leaves in the wind if they scented fire in my blood. But another part knew the North remembers. And the North watches. It would see not just what I was, but what I'd done. What I meant to do. Outside, the trees whispered with the wind, and the moonlight rippled on the water. Winterfell awaited. And so the river bore us north, toward a home now crowned with banners and war. Beneath my feet, the water flowed red in the moonlight, as if it already knew what was coming. Next chapter, Interlude 4, Jaime Lannister. Chapter 20, Interlude 4, The Lion's Reflection. Chapter text. Interlude 4, The Lion's Reflection. POV, Jaime Lannister. The Bastard. Jaime leaned against a marble pillar, one boot crossed over the other, watching the sparring yard below through half-lidded eyes. He circled his opponent, some green boys in northern colors, with lazy, coiled grace. Not northern brute strength, not the dull caution of a castle-born squire. No. This was, poised. Measured. Dangerous. Too good for us, no, Jaime muttered to himself. The boy parried a low strike, then pivoted, catching the knight on the shoulder with the flat of his blade. A clean, efficient hit. Final. The other man yielded, red-faced and panting. Jon gave a shallow nod, then stepped back, sword still in hand, posture as straight as a tower's spine. No triumph. No grin. Just calm. Controlled. Jaime sipped his watered wine. It tasted like dust. He had seen the bastard before, of course, at feasts, passing in the training yard. The bastard of Winterfell. Ned Stark's cold afterthought. Now legitimized by some twist of Baratheon folly, standing tall in a world that should have spat him out like gristle. And yet, he thrived. No, commanded. Quietly. Always quietly. There were no boasts, no bawdy tales, none of the howling wolf pride he expected from a Stark boy. Just observation. Strategy. Thought. And those eyes. Gods, those eyes. Purple, unlike the dull grey of the north. These were deeper, older. Like still water over a long memory. Like someone who had lived too many lives already. He'd seen them once before. Jaime shook the thought away. Foolishness. Ghosts. Still, the boy haunted him. Later that day, in the Queen's chamber, Cersei had asked a passing question about the Northmen. Jaime had offered a shrug and a joke about wolves. She laughed, brittle and beautiful, then went back to her book. But he kept thinking of Jon. He remembered a feast not long past. The boy had stood beside Ned Stark, dressed simply, yet carrying himself like he wore rubies on his chest. He'd spoken little, but when he did, the room listened from curiosity. And when Jaime had offered a barbed comment, the boy hadn't flinched or fumbled or puffed up like most boys his age. He had simply looked at him with quiet, unbothered assessment. Like a man measuring stone for a castle wall. Just like Rhaegar used to. Jaime scowled at the memory. Damn it. He hadn't thought of Rhaegar in years. But now he couldn't stop. This cold is fucking with my mind. The way Jon moved, centered, elegant, sparing in motion but devastating in effect. The way he stood, weight evenly spread, chin tilted but never bowed. The way he spoke, always choosing his words carefully, always poetic. When the words came, they cut clean as Valyrian steel. Who is this boy? Jaime asked aloud, though no one answered. Why do I feel like I've seen a ghost? But now there was Jon Snow, no longer Snow, cutting down knights with a borrowed blade and speaking like a king in exile. And for the first time in years, Jaime Lannister felt the sharp edge of something he hated. Uncertainty. King's Landing stank worse after absence. The air was thick with rot and roses, piss and perfume, and beneath it all, the rot of lies left too long in the sun. Jaime dismounted at the gates of the Red Keep 2 days prior and had felt that familiar sense of things being just a little worse than before. The new hand had been installed and the court had swallowed him like soup. The king was still a puppet. The strings were only knotted differently now. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was home. Back in the only place he hated less than anywhere else. Back where Cersei was. They couldn't do anything while on the road. And it had taken them moons to reach the capital. He'd spent too many nights on hard cots dreaming of her skin. Jaime wasn't used to being denied. Especially not by her. So he walked the gardens alone that evening, letting his boots crunch gravel and his thoughts twist like ivy. The shadows were long. The courtiers had retreated. The only sound was the gentle hiss of wind through lemon trees and the sigh of stone remembering the sun. And then, soft as a whisper between silks, Sir Jaime. God save me. He turned, and there stood Varys, robed in lavender, hands folded like a prayer, his bald head gleaming faintly in the last light. Always appearing when least wanted, like guilt or rats. Spider, Jaime said flatly. Out for a spin. Varys smiled with that maddening calm. Merely enjoying the evening air. I find twilight the most honest hour, don't you? No, Jaime replied. I prefer daylight. You can see who's stabbing you. The eunuch chuckled. Ah, but you've always preferred steel to silk, haven't you? Jaime didn't answer. He didn't like it when Varys started with flattery. It meant something worse was coming. They walked a few paces in silence. Lemon trees stirred above. Varys plucked a leaf and examined it like a maester reading a raven's wing. I heard your journey north was fruitful, he said. Jaime shrugged. A parade of treaties and petty squabbles. Half the lords wanted gold, the other half wanted to murder each other. The usual. And the new hand. Jaime's lip curled. He'll do. He listens, at least. Too many in this city think they are kings just because they sit near one. Ah. Varys made a gentle noise of amusement. Power attracts flatterers the way corpses draw flies. One must be careful not to let either rot too long. Jaime turned toward him, expression unreadable. Speaking of rot, how's the small council these days? Varys smiled like a man stepping over a pit. No worse than under the last king we served. For a moment, they stood still, only the faint chirp of crickets and the hush of the breeze between them. Jaime's hand flexed. That king, he said, was mad. He was, Varys agreed. But not always. Jaime gave a short, humorless laugh. A man defending a pyromancer's cookbook. Only a man who remembers. You were close to him, after all. Close enough to shove a sword through his back. And yet you stayed beside him for a year. Jaime's eyes narrowed. He had lost that exchange. The spider was always tricky. Varys didn't press, he simply turned, and began walking again, hands folded into one another. I've always wondered, he said lightly, what Aerys saw when he looked at you. Did he see a knight? A threat? A mirror? I don't care what he saw. Jaime's voice was sharp. He was a monster. Some say monsters come from grief, Varys mused. Others say they are born screaming. You trying to flatter me or bait me, spider? Neither. Varys looked at him, calm as a still pool. I only wonder. If Aerys had been stopped sooner, Perhaps the realm would be different. He was stopped. Yes, Varys said. But not before the realm burned died. Not before the prince's children died. A slower breath passed through Jaime's lips. He looked away. Varys's tone softened. You were close to him too, weren't you? I was sworn to him. That's not what I asked. Jaime didn't answer right away. He remembered the prince he met at Harrenhal. The man he had admired since he was a boy. Rhaegar had been many things. Strange, solemn, thoughtful. Sometimes cold. But he had never been cruel. And when he looked at people, he saw them, even Jaime, even then. He was kind, Jaime said. The word felt strange on his tongue. He made you feel like you mattered. Like your life meant something. Rhaenyra Prince Varys said. Rhaenyra still in a king. He died, Jaime said bluntly. Whatever he believed, it didn't save him. No, Varys murmured. Ghosts linger longer than we expect. Especially when the realm forgets to bury them properly. With that, the spider bowed, just a slight incline of the head, and began gliding away, silent as fog. Just one more strange talk, prodding each other until they got tired. Jaime remained rooted. Ghost. Forget to bury. Something inside him shifted, attention long dormant, flaring with each piece that clicked into place. Jon Snow. The eyes. The poise. The silence around his birth. Rhaegar. It fits. Gods, it all fits. His pulse quickened. The gravel at his feet seemed to crack louder beneath his heel. Jon Snow. Or not Snow at all. He didn't know how long he stood there, but when he finally moved, it was without swagger. Without smirk. His jaw clenched. His thoughts sharp and scattered like broken steel. If it was true, then everything had changed. And the realm didn't even know it. No. The Trident. Rhaegar dying. Lyanna screaming. And Ned Stark's silence for 15 long years. Jaime's eyes widened. No, he whispered. Jaime stood before the mirror in his chambers, shirtless. The city lay asleep beyond the windows, but his thoughts churned like storm-tossed waters. Jon Snow. Jon Stark. Rhaegar's son. If it's true. He'd turned the words over 100 times since Varys spoke them, or rather, didn't. But why does it fit? That was the part that gnawed at him. The boy's stance, the precision with a blade, the haunted eyes. The way people looked at him and didn't quite know why they stepped aside. Rhaegar had had that too, the calm before fire. And Jon Snow, if that was his name, he was no Stark bastard. Not truly. No bastard at all, if Rhaegar had wed Lyanna. Which meant, he had a claim. A strong one. 7 hells. Jaime dragged a hand down his face and sank onto the bed. Did he tell the king? Did he tell Cersei? Was it even his to tell? If the truth got out? No. Not yet. Not without proof. Not when everything could burn. Still, the unease remained, like a sword half drawn. He didn't expect to find her awake. Days had passed since his talk with Varys. Jaime had busied himself with patrols and training, avoiding court, avoiding questions. But on this evening, long after the torches had been lit and the nobles' laughter faded into their wine, he climbed the steps to her solar on instinct. Cersei's voice reached him before he reached the door. Low. Clipped. Cold. He's digging where he shouldn't, his bastards are best left forgotten. Another voice replied. Smooth. Too smooth. Baelish. I merely offer advice, my queen. The Lord of Winterfell plays the game, whether he admits it or not. Jaime halted just beyond the archway, cloaked in shadow. The door was cracked just wide enough. Advice or veiled threats? Cersei asked. Littlefinger chuckled. Merely observations. Lord Stark has taken a curious interest in the king's bastards. One might wonder, is it paternity that concerns him? Or succession? There was a silence so long it made Jaime's skin crawl. Jaime stepped in. Baelish turned with the calm poise of a man who always expected to be caught. Sir Jaime. Lord Baelish. Jaime's smile didn't reach his eyes. Is there a reason you're speaking to the Queen in the dark like a thief? Only ensuring the peace of the realm, Baelish said, with an exaggerated bow. Though I'll leave you to your peace now. He left with a rustle of fine cloth and that same smirk, the one that made Jaime want to plant a gauntlet in his teeth. Cersei waited until the door clicked shut. Then, how much did you hear? Enough, Jaime said. She turned back to the fire, arms folded. Ned Stark's grown too bold. I warned Robert, but he listens with his cock and thinks with northern fire. Jaime leaned on the table. And what exactly are you planning? Nothing, yet. Her tone was wary. But if Stark uncovers, she stopped, lips pursed. We need leverage, Jaime. Something that cuts deeper than whispers. His jaw tightened. She was watching him now, with those green eyes that had once held everything he wanted, power, love, possession. They didn't comfort him now. They cornered him. Tell me, she said. You have something in our mind. She always knew. He shouldn't tell her. Gods, he knows he shouldn't. It isn't his secret to share. It isn't even a secret he asked to carry. He hadn't sought out truth, hadn't dug through old ghosts or followed whispers. But now it sat in his mind like a splinter of glass, glinting every time he closed his eyes, and every time he looked at her. And she was looking now. That look. That damnable look that made his pulse slow and his reason scatter. The one that had always undone him, ever since they were children playing at royalty in the shadows of Casterly Rock. She wielded it now like a knife, and he could already feel it carving through the resolve he barely had. He tried. Truly, he did. He paced the floor of his chambers for days. He held the truth in his chest like a drawn breath, refusing to exhale. He told himself it didn't matter. Let the bastard be what he is. Let Ned Stark play his games and Robert drink himself into a grave. What difference did a name make? But the question kept rising, what if it mattered more than anything? And now Cersei wanted leverage. She always wanted leverage. She asked with velvet words and hard eyes. She pressed him, gently at first, then with the quiet, cruel precision she knew how to use so well. Her voice wrapped around his thoughts like silk and wire. He could lie. He should lie. But he'd never lied to her. Not really. Not when it counted. Every time she leaned close, every time she needed him, he broke. Every fucking time. Because some part of him, however rusted and bent, still wanted her to look at him like he was her sword and shield. Still wanted to be worthy in her eyes, even knowing how often she made him feel unworthy. So when she asked again, voice low and expectant, Jaime Lannister, Oathbreaker, Kingslayer, brother, lover, fool, finally opened his mouth. He hesitated. Don't say it. Don't give her this. But the pressure boiled over. The fear. The implications. The weight of it all, the threads tightening around his neck. He needed someone else to carry it, even if just for a moment. So he said it. Jon Snow isn't Ned Stark's bastard. Her brow arched. What? Jaime's throat felt dry. His. Rhaegar's. Rhaegar and Lyanna's. I don't know how, but it fits. Gods help me, it fits. Cersei's face didn't change. Not at first. Then she went utterly still. Like a viper between breaths. You're sure? She asked, softly. No, Jaime's voice was barely a whisper. But I can feel it. In my bones. And if it's true, then he's not just a threat to Stark. All those rumors about Asher Dayne must be false. She stared into the fire. A Targaryen boy, she murmured. Hidden in the north all these years. Right under our noses. A bastard Targaryen. He nodded once. And then she laughed. Cold and short. Oh, Jaime, she said, rising. This is our dagger, she hissed. One sharper than any sword. If Robert finds out, he'll kill the boy. She smiled, slow and vicious. Of course he will. And Stark will be done for in court. Jaime stepped back, stomach twisting. I didn't tell you so you could kill him. You think he'll let a Targaryen heir live, she snapped. He hunted down Viserys and Daenerys for less. The boy has power in the north. I told you because it matters. Because it's dangerous. Exactly, she said, voice like frost. And now we know where to aim. Jaime felt it then, the regret, thick and rising. Like bile. He turned away, fist clenched. What have I done? And behind him, Cersei poured herself a goblet of wine, already thinking ahead, already plotting. The game was moving again. And Jaime had just pushed the next piece across the board. The court was quieter than usual. No trumpets, no crier. Just a low murmur, spreading through the Red Keep like smoke, until even the gilded fools of the small council wore drawn expressions and clutched their cups a little tighter. King Robert was dead. A heart attack, they said. Sudden. Tragic. A man of excess, cut down by his appetites. He died eating, they said, grunting his last over a boar and a wineskin. Jaime didn't believe it for a second, not after she had told him about her conversation with Stark. The idiot Northman had warned her he knew about the children and told her to leave the city. How he had managed to follow the crumbs Orin had left behind Jaime didn't know. He knows, and he just told her, idiot. Now Stark was running around the city with Baelish looking for proof Robert's children weren't his. Jaime didn't doubt Cersei would have him arrested any minute now. The bells hadn't tolled, it had been half a day and the city didn't know the king was dead. He watched Cersei glide through the throne room in a gown black as pitch, her shoulders bare, her chin lifted high, her children flanking her like golden ornaments. The room bowed. Some wept. Jaime only stared. She was not mourning. She was waiting. She took her seat beside the Iron Throne with such fluid confidence that the hush turned to awe. The Queen Regent. Widow. Mother. Ruler. And killer. Of course she hadn't wielded the blade herself. That wasn't her style. No, she'd whispered in someone's ear, perhaps the steward who filled Robert's cup. Perhaps Varys himself, that spider with silk for veins. It didn't matter. The king was dead, and Cersei's fingers were already closing around the crown. Jaime said nothing. He never did. But he could see it. The false grief. The too perfect silence around her lips when the lords of court offered their condolences. The flicker of calculation in her green eyes every time someone looked away. She had planned this. Maybe not down to the hour, but close enough to taste it. And he had helped set the stage. Because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Because he still couldn't say no to her. The bells rung telling the world about the king's death and the ascension of another. And then came the word that there were battles all over the city. And Lancel came running with word that men were batting down the Red Keep's gates. The Red Keep was burning with the fury of battle. Steel rang through the winding stone halls, and blood pooled between the ancient flagstones. Jaime Lannister moved like a spectre through the chaos, his golden armor dulled by grime and splashed crimson. The Stormlanders were storming the Red Keep. Lannister, someone shouted. Kingslayer. Jaime turned just in time to parry the descending blade. A Stormlander knight, his green surcoat slashed with the sigil of House Penrose, drove forward with a ferocity born of fear. Jaime sidestepped, twisted the man's sword arm, and drove a mailed fist into his jaw. The knight crumpled. Another came, and another after that. Jaime's blade moved with grim purpose. He'd stopped naming the men he cut down. This wasn't a duel. It was butchery. These were loyalists to Renly's dream, or perhaps just men who hated Lannisters. Regardless, they were fools. No one stormed the Red Keep without paying the price. He caught sight of the man he sought just ahead, near the Queen's Solar, Sir Loras Tyrell, helm off, curls matted with sweat, sword in hand and murder in his eyes. Kingslayer Loras spat, voice hoarse. Let down our sword, knell to King Renly. Like you kneel before him. No thank you, Jaime said flatly, eyes locked with his. How do you plan to explain to the kingdom of your little coup? Joffrey is unfit, Loras snarled, stepping forward. Renly will bring a golden rain. Jaime didn't answer. There was no room for words anymore. They are fucking delusional. The Rose Knight struck first. A flurry of fast, elegant blows that rang against Jamie's guard. The boy was fast, faster than Jamie had expected, and stronger too. His blade danced like sunlight off water, and Jamie could see why half the court had once swooned at the sight of him. But war was no tourney, and Jamie had learned long ago that speed and style didn't matter when your opponent fought to kill. Jamie caught Loras' sword on the flat of his own and shoved forward, using his full weight to push the younger man off balance. Loras staggered but recovered, circling left, trying to find an opening. Their swords flashed and clashed with each other. It was a duel worthy of song, it was sad few saw it. More shouts echoed down the corridor, Stormlander men flooding in behind Loras, while Lannister guards fought to hold them off. Steel clashed, screams rose. Jamie blocked it out. The world had narrowed to one thing, the knight in front of him. He didn't even notice Sir Preston Greenfield being stabbed to death a few paces from him. He twisted, feinted low, then came high, but Jamie had seen it before. He stepped inside the arc, caught Loras' arm, and slammed his pommel into the side of the younger knight's head. Loras grunted, staggered back, bleeding from the temple. But he didn't yield. He screamed and charged. Jamie met him head-on, and this time he didn't hold back. Their blades sang in fury, slicing air and biting steel. Loras struck at his shoulder, Jamie turned it. Jamie slashed low, Loras parried. The clash continued, brutal and breathless, until finally Jamie caught the boy's blade in a bind and twisted. Loras faltered, just a step, just a heartbeat, but it was enough. Jamie's blade slid beneath the younger man's guard and drove deep through mail and flesh, into the gut. Loras gasped, eyes wide. He looked down, saw the black blade slick with red, and tried to speak. Only blood came out. Jamie held him as he fell, easing him to the stone. He knelt there a moment, breath coming in shallow gasps. Loras' hand scrabbled at Jamie's wrist, weak, trembling, and then went still. Dumb boy. Behind him, the last of the Stormlanders were falling back or dying. The Lannister guards surged forward, finishing the fight. The hallway stank of sweat, steel, and fresh death. Tyrell is down, one of the guards called. Jamie rose slowly, blood dripping from his sword, and looked down at the boy's body. A lion killing a rose. Was there ever any other ending? His arm ached. His heart ached more. He turned from the body and walked away. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long shadows across the stone walls of the White Sword Tower. Jamie sat alone, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword, still blooded from the fight. The armor on his chest felt heavier than it ever had in war. He hadn't taken it off. He hadn't spoken to anyone since the screaming stopped. The blood was still drying on the steps outside Maegor's Holdfast. Young knights from the Reach, boys with fine braided hair and polished steel, now lay in pieces across the tiled floors. The white cloaks of his brothers had been stained red in the chaos. So had his own. Loras Tyrell had died quickly, which was more than most of them got. The boy had been brave, foolishly brave, headstrong and mad with love for a man who thought charisma could bend the world to his will. Jamie had almost admired him, right until the boy had tried to put a sword through his ribs. It had ended with a sword buried in Loras' gut. Jamie remembered the look in his eyes when it happened, shock, more than pain. As if he'd never imagined it could happen to him. As if his beautiful story could only end in triumph. He stood, crossing to the window. From there, he could see the still burning fires all over the city. It was chaos even if it was over now. The coup had failed before it began. Renly hadn't had the numbers. He hadn't had the patience. It was a shame he had escaped with his life from the city after hearing of the failed assault on the Red Keep. He must have learned Robert was dead and carried the assault. But how? The following day, the city was full of corpses. By nightfall, the truth came out. Some said Stark had tried to flee King's Landing, doubtful given his daughters were still in the castle. Some said that he was just walking the streets of the city. He had a few gold cloaks with him, and Northmen. Some said he made it as far as the Street of Steel before they caught him. Others said it was a trap from the start and the gold cloaks stabbed his back. What was known, what Jamie saw, was the trail of blood left in the gutters the next morning. Jamie had hated him for that once. For giving him his moniker. Now he just felt tired. It ran from a cobbled alley down into a storm drain. A long smear, drying at the edges, still tacky in the center. There were 3 broken spears left in a pile and a sword blade snapped in half, still stained red. A child was poking it with a stick. Jamie had hated him for that once. For giving him his moniker. Now he just felt tired. They'd put the Tower of the Hand to the torch after Stark's death. No trial, no mourners. Just ash and blood and silence. The guards found only 2 girls alive, the younger screaming and half feral, the elder stone-faced and silent. Everyone else had been butchered in the purge. Stark's men. His scribes. The squire who'd brought him his armor. All dead. And yet a wolf had slipped through the net. The boy, Bran, had vanished. The old knight, Barristan Selmy, gone too. No body. No trail. Just an empty white cloak on the streets and a hole in the line of Kingsguard. And now I am Lord Commander. Jamie stood there for a long time, silent, cloak pulled tight against the wind. All for this, a Lord Paramount murdered in the street, the son of another dead by his hand, a crown on the head of his secret son, and a secret that had only ever led to more death. He leaned forward, staring into the fire. He could have stayed quiet. He could have said nothing. Let Cersei keep playing her little games. Let Stark march to his fate without ever speaking a word. Let Jon Stark, Targaryen, remain a mystery wrapped in bastardy, far beyond the capital's reach. But no. He'd opened his dumb mouth. He'd told her. Just a few cursed words, spilled in the dark like blood on the cobblestones. And now the boy's uncle was dead. Murdered in the streets like a common criminal. He took a breath and let it out slowly, jaw clenched. Jon had Rhaegar's eyes. Jamie saw it clearly now. That calm, focused presence. That strange stillness in a fight. That knowing. Gods, even the way he stood. The boy had looked right through him in the training yard, as if Jamie were the one being measured. As if he were the one with something to prove. Even Stannis wanted to claim the head of the boy now. How he knew Jamie had no idea. Stannis had declared himself king too damn fast, even before news from the capital could have reached him. A day after Robert was dead and word had arrived of Stannis calling his banners and closing the gullet, like he had known it would happen. He rose, slow and stiff, and crossed the room to where his sword leaned against the wall. He drew it free of the scabbard and held it in the firelight. The Kingslayer. The villain in every tale. The man who broke oaths, who killed kings, who served his sister's schemes like a faithful hound. The man who'd helped bury the last good Stark. 1,000 ravens flew from the Red Keep. Jamie didn't need to read the letters to know what they carried. He'd seen the letters sealed with the Lion and the Black Stag. They'd flown north, demanding the surrender of Winterfell, the head of Jon Snow, and the kneeling of the North. A child's head, to end a war before it began. Chapter 21, Chapter 17, The River Between. Chapter Text. Chapter 17, The River Between. The sky screamed with fire. I soared above a broken world, the wind roaring past my ears, my fingers clenched in black scales slick with blood and heat. Beneath me, the land writhed, a tapestry of flame and shadow. Villages burned like kindling. Forests became seas of smoke. 1,000 voices cried out at once, swallowed by the roar of wings and ash. I flew alone on a dragon as dark as midnight, massive, ancient, furious. Its breath was flame, its heart beat with mine. Winterfell smoldered in the distance, its towers crumbling, its godswood ablaze. The white knife ran red through White Harbor, which cracked and sank beneath a rising tide, its domes shattering like eggshells under the weight of drowning. I turned north, but found no solace. Moat Cailin burned too, banners torn, corpses strung like broken dolls from the ramparts. Then I was not alone. To my left, a great beast of emerald, gleaming, regal, eyes aflame with pride. To my right, a pale silver dragon with streaks of crimson down its neck. They circled me in silence, then they screamed. They came at me, fangs wide, talons extended. My own mount roared in defiance and met them in the sky. Flame collided with flame. I was thrown from the saddle, spiraling through smoke and blood. The earth rushed up to meet me. And in the smoke, I saw it. The weirwood. White bark, red leaves. A face carved in sorrow. Watching. Always watching. I struck the ground. And gasped awake, breath ragged in my throat. Snow-frosted air slacked against my skin, cold and damp. Ghost's tongue was rough against my cheek. His eyes, red, knowing, were the first thing I saw. I pressed a hand to his thick fur and tried to remember where I was. The longboat rocked gently beneath me, gliding upriver through morning mist. Pine trees lined the banks like sentries, their branches crusted with frost. The water whispered alongside us, endless and calm. Just the slow thrum of oars and the quiet breath of men sleeping or murmuring low. I sat up. My tunic clung with cold sweat. My pulse still raced. It was only a dream, I told myself. But the scent of smoke had been too real. The sorrow in the weirwood's face too familiar. Was it a warning? Balerion never burned Winterfell. An alternate history. Why would Bloodraven show me that? The Emerald one was Vigor, so the other must have been Meraxes. Dragons attacking dragons. Ghost whined low in his throat, nudging my side. I scratched behind his ear, my eyes fixed on the distant bend of the river. The banks narrowed there, cloaked in fog. Somewhere beyond lay Winterfell, Robb, truth, war. War was coming. No, that isn't right. It has already begun. I leaned against the desk and let the wind coming from the window bite at my cheeks. I should have done more. Should have moved faster, spoken louder, struck harder. How many days had I hesitated, playing the game of lords and heirs, while Eddard Stark rode to King's Landing and planted the match on the powder barrel. I'd known the truth. Gods help me, I had known everything. Jaime and Cersei. Their incest. Bran's fall. The rot in the crown. I could have unmasked them, stripped their lies bare before the court, forced Ned's hand before it was too late. Or I could have had a knife put in Joffrey's throat one dark night. Slipped poison into Cersei's wine and blamed the gods for justice. Sent assassins after Varys and Baelish. I had the knowledge. I had the means. But I'd done nothing. Or worse, I'd done just enough to change the future, not prevent it. Perhaps I had even quickened the spiral. That is what made the most sense, they were calling for a Targaryen head after all. The crown was marching. And I was here, floating upriver toward Winterfell. A part of me had believed, naively, stupidly, that with enough planning, enough foresight, I could outmaneuver the storm. That I could be a dam against the flood. Now I knew better. The tide was rising with or without me, and for all my visions and memories, I was still just a boy with a sword and a name that wasn't mine. A butterfly's wing can change the course of a tornado, or start it, in this case. Ghost whined softly beside me, sensing the dark turn of my thoughts. I didn't move. I let the weight of it sit heavy in my chest. The war had started. Maybe even because of me. And all I could do now was ride the current and pray I still had time to shape the ending. Stop whining, idiot. And keep as many as you can alive. The barge groaned beneath me. I had planned for something else. I had dreamed of quiet years. A slow rot spreading through the southern court while I built my own strength. I would have whispered poison in ears when it served, fed coin to spies and grain to starving towns. I would have bled the reach of its merchants and tied the veil with trade. I would have waited, slow, cold, deliberate, until the game was mine to finish. That path was gone now. I had hoped to keep Robert alive, warn him of the Lannisters, of the rot inside his bed and small council. A letter here. A loyal whisper there. Delay the clash. Push the warriors down the road, when I had armies, when I had ports and fleets and food and allies to push the realm into kneeling. But Robert was dead. Ned was probably dead. Now, I had no time. No quiet. No patience left to spend. Plans made in silence had to be rewritten in the thunder of hooves and steel. This wasn't the game I wanted to play. But it was the game on the board. So I would win it. Not with coins and parchments and clever lies. No, this would be one with burning fields and shattered hosts. With discipline and blood. With victory so complete that no maester could deny it, no lord could resist it, and no pretender could hope to outshine it. I had to make them believe. Make the Lord see me not as Rhaegar's shame, not as Ned Stark's bastard, but as the man who crossed rivers with his armies, who broke Tywin Lannister's power, who brought the North to the doors of King's Landing. There would be no coup now. Only conquest. And if I could not stop the war, then I would win it. The cold had teeth that morning, sharp and clean. I rose from my bedroll and stepped carefully over sleeping bodies and coiled rope, Ghost trailing me in silence, as always. The only times I heard him was in my mind. The wind off the river carried the smell of pine, mud, and distant smoke. I made my way to the bow of the longboat, where the prow cut the water like a knife through silk. The white knife glittered in the early light, pale and sinuous as it wound its way north. Snow still clung to the banks in patches, white against the dark earth. Behind us, the sea was only a memory. Ahead, the heart of the north waited. We passed a cluster of farms tucked between low hills, smoke rising from thatch roofs. Past that, a timber camp buzzed with quiet movement, men hauling logs, oxen trudging through slush. Farther upriver, children stood on a wooden dock, pointing at our ship, their laughter chasing us until we rounded a bend. Orin joined me after a while, his cloak drawn tight. He offered a water skin, which I took with a grateful nod. "You look troubled in sleep," he said. "Restless." "Bad dream," I muttered, not quite ready to explain dragons in the sky or the godswood watching as the world burned. We stood quietly for a time, listening to the oars creak and the river whisper around us. "This river feeds the north," I said at last, gesturing to the water winding beside us. "Without it, there's no White Harbor. No trade. No bread." Orin followed my gaze. And no coin, either. Every barge of salt fish or grain that leaves this water buys another winter's worth of firewood. I pointed ahead, where the snowmelt forked westward from the white knife, carving a gentle V into the land. The soil there looked dark, rich. A low rise hugged the far bank, but the land beyond was flat, stretching to the tree line. "There," I said quietly. "That's the place." Orin raised an eyebrow. "For what?" "For a future." I traced the air with a gloved finger. "Shallow slopes, stable ground. A place for canals, locks, granaries, irrigation. We could build mills to harness the flow, grind grain, press flax, spin wool." He followed my eyes for a while, thoughtful. "You'd build it yourself, wouldn't you? Brick by brick." "If I must." I drew in a breath. "For the people. The ones who will never ride to war, kneel at a lord's feet, they still need to eat. Still need warmth. This place," I shook my head. "This place could be an industrial center many times the size of the Blackworks, the power of the river harvested to make steel, clothes, glass." Orin let out a long breath, mist curling from his mouth. "Do you think they'll let you?" "The lords?" I shrugged. "Some might. Some won't. But they'll see the value soon enough." We stood there a little longer, watching the land drift by, quietly imagining futures in the form of hills and the curve of a river. Behind us were secrets and ashes. Ahead of us, banners and war. It was near dusk when the longboat slid to the muddy bank, and the smell hit me before my boots touched solid ground. Coal smoke and burnt iron, the sharp tang of forge oil, familiar, bitter, and oddly comforting. The Blackworks. The great chimney stacks looked like giants breathing smoke into the sky. Busy. Alive with the sounds of hammering steel and roaring fires. Ghost leapt ashore ahead of me, sniffing the riverbank and the wind. The rest of the men followed, some stretching their legs, others loading gear on two waiting carts. Orin rode up beside me, squinting at the horizon. "Ah, home sweet home," he muttered. "It smells like war." I said. "Always did, John." We mounted our horses and began the slow ride north, toward the shadow of Winterfell. The Blackworks faded behind us, but its rhythm echoed on steel, the anvil's song, tireless and grim. The land around us had changed. What once were empty pastures and scattered crofts were now tent cities. Banners snapped in the cold wind, Hornwood's moose, Sawin's battle axe, Tall Heart's tree, Flint's mountain. I even saw the lizard lion of the reeds among them, green on green, impossibly far from their swamps. So they'd come. He came, I thought. Howland Reed had answered the call. How did he get here so fast? The Raven must have arrived only a few days past. The men moved like ants in the cold light, fetching water, mending armor, drilling in muddy yards. Pigs squealed from pens, fires burned low under iron kettles. It was the smell of a host preparing for war. Wood smoke and shit, leather and stew. But also, silver. There was coin flowing, even here. Merchants from White Harbor, Stonehaven, and even Barrowton had set up trade along the old roads into Wintertown. Wagons groaned under sacks of salt beef and grain. Furriers haggled with warriors over cloaks. A boy offered me hot wine from a clay jug as we passed, for a copper. War breeds hunger, and hunger breeds profit. Orin turned in his saddle, frowning at the bustle. That's a lot of men here, does Winterfell have to feed them all? Yes, I murmured. But we're still feeding off summer's bounty. The real test will come with snow. He nodded, and we pressed on. Beyond the camps, Wintertown had grown. The streets were packed with people, some shouting, some singing, some simply watching us pass. I saw old men with wooden swords play fighting in the frost, children with ash-smeared cheeks selling dried apples. A smith's hammer rang in a corner shop, a priest of the seven cried omens on the steps of an abandoned hall. I saw a girl, maybe 10, sitting atop a cart, eyes wide as our horses passed. Her fingers clutched a rag doll with a wolf's face stitched in. They're already building songs, I thought. Songs for a war that hasn't even begun. It chilled me. I flexed my fingers around the hilt of my sword. The leather grip felt worn, familiar. And yet strange. Everything felt that way now, known, yet different. Like coming home to find your home changed shape. Orin must have seen something in my eyes. You've been thinking ever since we landed, he said. I never stopped, I admitted. About the war. Yes, and about what comes after. He smiled at that, tired and sharp. You were always like that. Even in the mountains, when we were rationing turnips and cleaning snow mud off ruined grain stores, you'd talk about roads. Aqueducts. Stone ovens for baking bread. The war is important, but someone need to think about the next steps. What matters is the harvest after. John, the Farmer Prince, a good song. And just like that, Orin took me out of my own mind, he had a talent for that. The path ahead rose into a ridge, and beyond it I glimpsed Winterfell's towers, grey against the evening sky, crowned with banners. Robb was there. Catelyn, perhaps. Maybe Theon, still. And little Rickon. I felt Ghost tense beside me, then let out a low growl. What is it? Orin asked, reaching for his axe. I followed the direwolf's gaze. Riders, fast, coming down the road from the gates. Not armed for battle, but their pace was quick. A horn sounded once from the nearest camp, and figures began to stir in earnest. My presence was no longer rumor. No longer a shadow. I had returned. Jon Stark, someone said behind me, a whisper, but loud enough to reach my ears. I swallowed hard. Jon Snow. Jon Stark. Demon Targaryen. Or just a corpse. Who I would be, depended on what came next. Winterfell rose before me like a memory carved in stone. Grey towers, smoke curling from the chimneys, the scent of pinewood and hot spring steam wafting on the air. The walls were the same, but they felt higher, colder. Less like shelter, more like judgment. Ghost padded beside me as we rode through the gates. No laughter in the yard, no boys at practice with wooden swords, no Septa Mordane scolding Arya for her muddy hem. Just silence and the weight of eyes. And ghosts. So many ghosts. I will never see him again, will I? The hot springs hissed faintly beneath the keep, the warmth misting in the cold. I had dreamed of that steam when we were freezing on the wall. Now it curled like breath from the past. I dismounted slowly, my limbs stiff from the road. A steward bowed and said nothing, only gestured toward the inner stairs. The Lord Stark is waiting was all he offered. Robb, I thought. Not just my brother now. Lord Stark. And more than that. I climbed the steps with my cloak heavy on my shoulders, each footfall a drumbeat. The solar door loomed, dark oak, iron-banded. I paused a moment, then knocked once and stepped in. He was standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in stark black and grey, a cloak of wolf fur on his shoulders. His red-brown hair was longer, his jaw harder. His eyes, blue, sharp, and shadowed, met mine, unreadable. "Rob." "John," he said, like a question. We stood there for a long time. Neither of us moved. He broke the silence first. "They want your head." He didn't say welcome home. He turned and reached for a scroll on the table. The wax seal was broken, the handwriting on the outside was unmistakable. "I read it," he said. 3 times. He handed it to me. I unrolled the letter and read. "By the command of His Grace King Joffrey Baratheon, Protector of the Realm. High treason. Execution. Targaryen bastard. Conspirator with Eddard Stark. Coup attempt. Kneel before His Grace." The words were brittle things. Dead things. Execution. That is not what the rumor says. When I looked up, Rob's gaze was already on me. "So," he asked. "Is it true?" I held the letter for a moment longer. Then I folded it, slowly, and set it down on the table. "Yes." His jaw clenched. I could see it, the fury, the hurt, the disbelief. He looked like he wanted to strike something. "Maybe me. I'm not Ned's son," I said. "Not by blood. My mother was Lyanna Stark. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen." He didn't speak. "She loved him," I said. "She went with him willingly. They were wed in secret as far as I know. When she died, she gave me to Ned. To protect me. From Robert. From the world." Rob's fists curled. "And you knew this? How long?" "Long enough. And you kept it from me." I met his eyes. "Would you have wanted the truth if it would have gotten you killed? If it made you a traitor by knowing it?" "That's not. I am Daemon Targaryen. But I have never worn that name. I have bled and fought and worked beside the North. I took the Stark banner higher than ever before, for Winterfell, for you. I am your brother, Rob. In every way that counts." He looked away then, his breath ragged. "We've lost too much," he said quietly. "Father. Sansa. Arya. Bran. Mother barely speaks. And now this." "I haven't betrayed you," I said. "But I am sorry I lied." "You didn't lie. You stayed silent. And I get it, I do. But gods, John." His voice cracked. "I don't know who I'm supposed to be. Father is dead. I am Lord Stark now, I speak in courts, I issue orders, and everyone calls me my lord. But I feel like a boy in a borrowed cloak. You're not." He looked at me. "You are Robb Stark of Winterfell, and the North is with you. I'm here to help you hold it." For a long moment, there was only the sound of the fire crackling behind us. Then Robb stepped forward, slowly. "I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do, John. We are just boys. Daeron was younger than us when he took Dorne. We gather the lords," I said. "We tell them the truth, as much as they need. We march south. We take back our siblings. We avenge father. We're truly doing this," Robb said quietly, eyes on the flames. "War. It's not a game anymore. Not some dream in the yard." I didn't answer right away. The wind tugged at my cloak. Ghost lay beside me, ears twitching. "I never thought it was a game," I said. "But I did think we'd have more time." Robb gave a short, bitter laugh. "Time. I used to think that meant a father's advice. A lord's hall. Maybe a good match." He looked up at me sharply. "What does time mean to you now?" "No more lies, John. What do you want?" I met his gaze. "My brother. My best friend. A Stark of Stark blood, born to this land." And I couldn't stop my words. "I thought I would take years building it," I said quietly, almost ashamed. "Influence. Trade. Quiet power. I would have worked behind curtains, whispered truths and plotted carefully. When the realm was tired, when it was hungry and broken. I would offer it something better. And now? Now I don't have that luxury. Now I'll take the throne with war. I'll win battles so bloody they'll echo for generations. Make the realm see me as the one who ended chaos. Robb stared, frowning. You want the throne? You truly do? I have to, I said. I hunger for it, Robb. No more lies. Gods know I do. But I know what I can do with it, you know what I can do with it. The lies in courts, the cowardice of kings, and the treachery that festers like a wound in the heart of the Seven Kingdoms. I can end it, Robb, I can. Robb raised his hand, calling for my silence. So you'll rule, he said flatly, because you believe only you can make a better realm. I nodded. Yes. My thoughts raced, but my voice was trapped somewhere deep inside. I watched the sparks rise, twirling into the dark sky like fragile ghosts, each one a reminder of how fragile trust could be. I couldn't read Robb's expression, his jaw clenched, his eyes steady but unreadable. The space between us felt heavier with every passing second. I wondered what he was thinking, anger, betrayal, disappointment, or perhaps something else, something deeper, harder to name. The silence dragged on. My hands itched to speak, to explain, to justify, but the words would only sound hollow. I was waiting for the verdict, for the fracture or the acceptance. You could have told me earlier, he said at last. I couldn't describe the amount of relief that I felt with those words. I didn't know if I could trust myself, I said. And I wasn't sure if you'd understand. Losing you scared me. I understand now. Robb's gaze softened, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction. He let out a breath, half a chuckle, half a sigh. You're a stubborn, dramatic idiot sometimes, he said, shaking his head with a faint smile. But you're my brother. And I'll always stand by you. Always. The weight in my chest lightened, just a little. His words, simple as they were, carried more strength than any promise forged in gold. No matter what comes, Robb continued, you won't face it alone, you moron. He laughed, a dry, broken thing, and pulled me into an embrace. You looked on the verge of crying. Shut up. I don't cry. I laughed. Gods, what a relief, this was it. I didn't tell him for years, and this was it. I truly am an idiot. We stood like that for a moment, two boys raised in the snow, wrapped in wolfskins and an uncertain future. We were raised as brothers, he said, and that's what we are. Whatever the blood says. Robb pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. Always, John. Always. Robb poured the wine with a heavy hand. His fingers trembled slightly, though he tried to hide it. The fire in the hearth crackled, but it did little to warm the cold that hung between us. I had a dream, he said at last. A stupid boy's hope. That father would come back from King's Landing. That we'd ride south, find him in some cell, beat down the gates if we had to. He passed me the cup. I took it, but didn't drink. But the ravens came. First one. Then another. All of them lies, or half-truths. Treason. Execution. I still don't know what's real. Blood in King's Landing streets, a coup, some tell me Renly is king, some tell me Joffrey is. Some say Stannis is. I stared into the fire. He's dead, Robb. Even if they haven't sent his head yet, they are lying to confuse the realm. He nodded. That's what I believe too. But it doesn't feel real, not here. Not with the snow outside and his chair in the hall. We both fell silent. The weight of that name, Eddard Stark, settled like a mountain on the air. He laughed, bitter. When I called the banners, I thought it'd be like the songs. Men cheering, swords shining, the North riding proud. And it wasn't. No, he looked away. Sawin sent 100 fucking idiots and 2 carts of grain. Glover didn't answer at all yet. The Flints nearly came to blows with the tall hearts over a sheep. And everyone wanted to know who I was to command anything. And not even half the banners are here yet. And what did you say? I told them I was Robb Stark of Winterfell. And that we ride to bring justice for our father. That I don't give a damn what they think of me, only that they stand with me. That we stand together, or we fall apart. I was trying to sound like you, really. I laughed. Drama is contagious. I keep waiting for someone to tell me what to do half the time. That's the truth, no one says, I told him. The ones in charge are just the ones who kept standing when everyone else fell. The ones who were too stubborn to run. Rob leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Do you think I'm doing the right thing, John? I met his gaze. There's no right thing left. Only necessity. He nodded slowly. We have to march. Cross the Twins, cross into the Riverlands. If we're fast, we can meet the Lannisters before they burn Riverrun to the ground. There is already talk of skirmishes. Maybe even save Arya, Bran and Sansa. His voice cracked on Sansa's name. I reached out and set my cup down beside his. Gods, please let them be alive, they weren't even mentioned in the letters. Rob sat down by the hearth, rubbing his hands together though the fire blazed high. I joined him on the bench across, Ghost settling by my feet. For a while, we just stared into the flames. Remember when I stole that honey cake Arya had hidden under the loose stone near the kitchen? I added. Father just said, if you're going to steal from your sister, at least don't be caught with crumbs on your tunic, John. We both laughed at the impression, quietly, and it hurt, in the chest, in the throat, but it felt right too. Do you remember Bran always climbing where he wasn't supposed to? Rob asked. I remember you daring him to do it, I said with a smirk. He was so small. I thought he'd bounce. You nearly fainted when he slipped on the roof. That's because I thought he'd tell Father it was my fault. He did, I laughed. Rob grinned. And Arya, gods, she used to punch like a mule. Do you remember the day she blooded my lips? She came back to the stables with that little wooden practice sword like it was ice itself. Said she'd knighted herself. She said she was going to be Arya the Brave, defender of the North. She always was, I murmured. Still is, wherever she is. We both fell quiet at that. The warmth faded. The world outside these walls rushed back in, the war, the South, the weight of crowns and names and dead fathers. But even in the silence, the echoes of our childhood lingered, laughter in the halls, the crack of wooden swords in the yard, Rickon's shrieks, Sansa singing in the September, Arya racing through the corridors, Bran's delighted yells from the tower tops. He stood, walked to the window again. Snow was falling outside, soft and slow. I want them back, John. All of them. We will take them back. And if they are gone, then woe to the lions, for they won't survive our fury. And in that moment, I knew we would march south for the family we had lost. For the family we still hoped to find. Sleep did not come after a letter was quietly given to me by a courier from the moat. The moment I closed my eyes, I saw fire. Dragons twisting in the sky. The dream clung to my skin like sweat. That is what it meant. So I rose, dressed in silence, and stepped out into the cold. The wind bit through the cloak, sharp and clean. It tasted like pine and snow and memory. Ghost padded beside me, his white fur dusted with frost, red eyes glinting in the dark. Together we climbed the tower steps, and I found myself once more atop the walls of Winterfell. Below, the north slumbered, but not in peace. Hundreds of campfires blinked across the fields like fallen stars. Hornwood, Sawin, Tallheart, Flint, and there, tucked near the western wall, green reeds on grey. The reeds had come. That surprised me more than it should have. They'd all come, for Rob. For Winterfell. For war. I leaned on the cold stone and looked south. Past the white forests and hills, past the neck and the green lands beyond. I imagined King's Landing, cloaked in gold and rot. I imagined Dragonstone, cold and ancient, its stones steeped in fire and salt. Word spread slowly across the sea and information came too late. I thought of the men I had quietly sent to Pentos, loyal souls who carried my words across the narrow sea. It had been moons since they left with those letters for Daenerys and Viserys. Words urging patience, caution, waiting for the right moment. I had hoped they would reach them safely, that they would understand the slow, careful path I planned. But now, the truth settled like a weight in my gut. The Dothraki had found them first. The men never made it. Their fate was sealed in blood and fire, lost in the wilds beyond the sea. The letters never arrived. No message came back. Silence was their only answer. A bitter taste filled my mouth. How many lives lost in the shadow of plans half formed? How many chances wasted before the war even truly began? I clenched my fists, the ache of failure sharper than any wound. Another plan in tatters before it had even begun. Was I destined to fail in everything? Viserys must be dead by now. I drew my cloak tighter. The wind was loud tonight, or maybe it was only my thoughts. I never asked for this, I said softly. Ghost flicked his ears but didn't move. I am Stark, I whispered. I am Snow. And I am Targaryen, whether I want it or not. The words felt heavy in my mouth. Strange. Not quite mine. But I said them anyway. What I choose to be, that's still mine. I said it like a prayer. Like a promise. Choice. Eamon was right. I turned my gaze back to the fires. They would march soon, these men of the north. Some for Robb. Some for revenge. Some for glory. Anxiety was eating me up. Northmen would never give me up, I am one of them. Ghost pressed his head lightly to my hand. Solid. Present. Loyal. I looked up at the stars. Cold and distant. So unlike the warmth I once thought the gods could offer. This wasn't how it was meant to be, Ghost, I said. But it's what we have. And what we have must be enough. Chapter 22, Chapter 18, The River Between, Part 2. Chapter text. Chapter 18, The River Between, Part 2. The fire in my chambers had burned low when the knock came, soft, insistent. I was still wearing my riding leathers, the smell of forge smoke and pine clinging to them. Ghost stirred by the hearth but didn't rise. I slipped out into the hall, where a young girl waited, one of the kitchen hands. Lady Catelyn awaits you in the Godswood, Lord, Prince Jon. That was cute. I thanked her and went on my way. The wind had sharpened since sunset. Winterfell's halls were quiet at this hour, the stones whispering with old memory. I passed through the outer door and crossed the yard in silence, boots crunching over frost-crusted grass. Beyond the broken walls and scaffolds of restoration, the Godswood still stood, untouched and ancient. I walked past the ancient trees. She was waiting there. Catelyn Stark. Draped in mourning black, her hair bound in a tight braid, she stood beneath the red leaves of the weirwood as if carved from the same old sorrow. The moonlight painted her skin pale, her eyes darker still. The wind stirred her cloak, but she didn't move. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Finally, her voice came, brittle and bare. I always hated you, you know. I didn't flinch. Not for what you did. You never did anything. But for what I thought you were. The reminder. The insult. I said nothing. I had nothing to say. So, it is this conversation, She turned slightly, her eyes tracking the carved face in the weirwood, the red tears running down its pale bark like the blood of memory. Ned, even Mayor Stillowin, I think, suspected. But no one told me. Not once. Not a word. Her voice cracked, the quiet rage behind it threatening to give way. I hated a ghost. And they let me. Still I didn't answer. Let the silence speak. She looked like she needed to get this out of her chest. She finally turned fully to face me. Her eyes, once sharp as broken glass, were dull with grief, and something older. Regret. I never understood how he could bear it, she whispered. Bringing a bastard into our home. Letting you grow up among our children. I resented him for that almost as much as I resented you. I didn't shift. Didn't breathe too loud. But now, she shook her head. Now I see. He wasn't choosing dishonor. He was choosing you. Protecting you. I didn't know, I said softly. Not truly. Not until I left for the wall. A little lie. The only way to explain my knowledge of my birth. But even if I had, would it have made a difference between us? She closed her eyes. Her shoulders rose and fell. Maybe. Or maybe I would have hated you more, For being Rhaegar Targaryen's blood. For making Ned lie. For making him keep you when he should have sent you away. Though I didn't let it show, the words cut. I was just a boy, I said. I made no choice in it. Her lips twisted. None of us did. A breeze rustled the branches overhead, sending a whisper through the leaves, like the trees were remembering too. I said cruel things to you, she said. Or worse, said nothing at all. And when I did, I made sure you felt unwelcome. Less. Always less. You loved your family, I said. Fiercely. I never faulted you for that. You thought I would take Winterfell from your son, especially after I started accumulating coin, prestige and duties. Her eyes flicked to mine, surprised by the gentleness in my voice. You sound like him, she murmured. Like Ned. I shrugged. He raised me. She stepped closer, only a pace between us now. You're not my son, Jon. I won't pretend otherwise. But you were his. And that means something, even now. I nodded. It means everything. We stood in silence beneath the weirwood. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and old leaves. Before she turned to go, she hesitated. Be careful with the truth, Jon. I stiffened. She gave me a long, tired look. Not all the lords are ready for it. Some never will be. You can wear Stark colors, ride with your brother, win the love of the people. But once they hear your name, your true name, it may all come apart. I let out a slow breath. I know. Then remember this, leadership is not just strength. It's knowing which truths to tell, and when. I nodded. And which lies to bury. Her eyes narrowed. Ned said something like that once. Right after the war. She gave a bitter little laugh. Maybe you really are his son. Then she turned and walked away, her black cloak vanishing between the trees. I stood there long after she left. Staring at the carved face of the old gods, red tears running like blood down the pale wood. Ghost padded out from behind a bush, brushing his muzzle against my hand. I crouched beside him, fingers deep in his fur. I had not expected peace with Catelyn Stark, had not dared hope for it. Her hatred had been one of the constants of my boyhood, cold and sharp as the winds of the wall. Her words had not been warm, but they had been honest, and that honesty felt like a bridge built of ash and sorrow. I found myself wondering if peace was possible. A truce between two ghosts of Winterfell, bound by loss. Perhaps we would never be family in the way Ned had wanted. But if she could look at me and no longer see only the wound her husband had hidden, then maybe there was hope for something better than bitterness. The Godswood was empty again, or so I thought. Catelyn Stark's footsteps had long since faded between the trees, swallowed by frost and pine. Only the weirwood remained, silent and solemn, its carved face weeping slow red tears beneath the branches. I stood still. Listening. Breathing. Any visions today? You old fuck. The cold had deepened, the air tingling with frost. Ghost was at my side, silent as always, but alert now. His ears pricked forward. He stared past the tree, into the shadows beyond the roots. Then I felt it too. A rustle in the undergrowth. A figure stepped out from the moss-laden trunks, cloaked in greens and browns that seemed part of the forest itself. Small, wiry, and weathered. A reed-bound spear rested against his shoulder. Ghost didn't growl in my mind. That was enough. He is quiet. The man bowed his head. My prince. I took a slow breath. I wondered if you'd come. Howland Reed. The Cranogman. The last living man who had stood beside my father, Ned Stark, at the Tower of Joy. I sent my letter only a sennight ago, I said. You couldn't have had time to cross the neck and ride north so soon. I didn't wait for your letter. His voice was soft, barely louder than the wind in the trees, a murmur, like reeds brushing against a still lake. My son had a dream. Of wolves and fire. And blood in the snow. A grey dream. He nodded. Hojan is never wrong. I have a feeling he will be a difficult man to talk to. I stared at him. He looked unassuming, older than I expected, with a thin beard, a lined face, eyes green as lichen. But something in him was solid. Grounded. Ancient. You knew I would be here. Beneath the weirwood. Cloaked in shadow. Crowned in flame. He looked past me, to the tree. He saw you with fire in your eyes. And a storm behind your back. I didn't know what to say to that. Hojan and Mira, I said instead. Your children are gifted, aren't they? They are, Howland answered. Hojan most of all, even if he doesn't understand all he sees. Silence stretched between us. Then I asked, because I had to, why didn't you come sooner? Howland stepped closer, resting his hand lightly against the weirwood bark. The red sap stained his fingers. Because your father asked it of me. Not the dragon. The wolf. He looked at me, and there was sorrow in his eyes. Ned Stark lived a lie. But he did so with honor. Because of the promise he made at your mother's deathbed. My throat tightened. Lyanna. He turned his gaze skyward. She was young, but not foolish. Fierce. Proud. They never understood her, not Brandon, not Robert. They wanted her to be a lady, or a prize. But she was neither. And Roriger did. I scoffed. Howland smiled faintly. Perhaps he understood her a little. Perhaps she understood him. He crowned her queen of love and beauty before half the realm, and still they called it kidnapping. They made a story of it. One they could live with. They were married. In secret. By a septon before a wood. Not that it mattered in the end. The doctrine of exceptionalism should have allowed Roriger to take more than one wife. House Targaryen had never given up its right, just set it aside to fit in more easily. Incest was enough to make the faith queasy. Not that it mattered. I would be called a bastard even if Lyanna were his first wife. I shook my head. And I'm the child of that marriage. A Reed's agree dreams are not enough evidence, sadly. You are. And no, but it is a start. What do you mean that it did not matter in the end? I asked. Lyanna may have gone with him willingly, foolishly perhaps, but she didn't stay of her own will. Not after what Aerys did. I closed my eyes. And so my fears come true. So simple. And yet it changed everything. My whole life had turned on that. Ned Stark's silence. Lyanna's death. Roriger's doom. The war. The rebellion. It may not have been kidnapping at the start, but it sure was at the end, according to Howland. I couldn't let anyone know of that, a big chunk of whatever legitimacy I had rested on it. Glass is half full, John. At least you were not born of rape. I waited until the wind stilled and the flakes settled like ash on the earth. Then I asked the question that had lingered in my mind since I first heard the name whispered in old stories. The tourney at Harrenhal, I said. What happened there? Howland turned his face slightly, his green eyes narrowing. That old ghost. I've heard the songs. The Night of the Laughing Tree. Roriger crowning Lyanna. But I do not understand how the events are connected. How Roriger and Lyanna fell in love. He gave a small, dry chuckle. Because the truth was never sung. He moved toward an old root and sat, folding his limbs like a man more comfortable in swamps and silence than in any hall. I lowered myself beside him. I was young, he began. Barely of age. Small, as you can see, and even smaller then. I'd ridden south to attend the great tourney with nothing but a spear and a few old prayers. It was the first time I had ever been south of the Neck. And I was laughed at for it. I said nothing. Howland appears to have delved deeply into his memories. There were squires from the Vale, knights from the Reach, lords from the Westerlands. They mocked my leathers, my accent, my size. One day, 3 squires caught me outside the lists. They beat me half to death. I felt my hand tighten. I might have died there. But she found me. Lyanna Stark. He smiled again with the bittersweet pain of remembering someone long buried. She was wild as the wind. She took me to her tent, wiped my face, gave me water. They laughed at her too. So that night, someone else came. He leaned forward, voice low. The Night of the Laughing Tree. I looked at him sideways. You know who it was? He didn't answer. Just looked back at me with knowing eyes. The knight appeared only once, clad in mismatched armor, with a heart tree painted on their shield. They challenged the 3 knights whose squires had tormented me. Defeated each one in turn. Demanded that the squires learn courtesy, and give me apologies. I raised an eyebrow. And then vanished. He nodded. The king sent men to find the knight. Roriger was among them. But the knight's tent was empty. All they found was a painted shield and a woman's laughter on the wind. So it was my mother. She must have been a great fighter to accomplish that. He gave a shrug so small it barely moved his shoulders. It was her, and she was great. She admitted it. I shook my head. The thought of her, bold enough to ride against knights. Roriger must have found her. Howland said. Something changed that day. He crowned her Queen of Love and Beauty, not Elia Martell. Before all the realm. And the whispers began. She was no southern lady. She belonged to the wolf blood, fierce, loyal, free. He looked up at the snow falling through the red leaves. They ran. Or they rode together. Maybe she followed him. Maybe they both fled something they couldn't live with. But she loved him at the start. And then came the war. And the Tower of Joy. Yes, I was wounded. Arthur Dane would have killed us all, he nearly did. He was a monster in the battlefield, had he been at the Trident. You would have been raised in the Red Keep. I stabbed him in the back, and your father cut his throat. His voice was reverent. A quiet memory. I looked up at the tree. At the carved face, older than the first men. The wind stirred the leaves above. And so you kept the secret, I murmured. 4 years, he said. For your father. For your mother. And now, for you, if you ask it. I looked at him, long and hard. And if I don't, Lord Howland Reed. Howland smiled, thin, sad, full of understanding. Then I will still stand behind you. Then, without a word more, he knelt. To the son of Lyanna Stark. To the boy raised by Ned Stark. The Crannog men will stand behind you, when the time comes. You will not face the lords alone. They can't know the whole truth, my lord. I said. No, they can't. I didn't move for a long moment. My hands were cold, clenched at my sides. My mouth was dry. And then I stepped forward. Reached down. Lifted him to his feet. Thank you, I said, and I meant it. For my mother. For my father, the one who raised me. And for me. He met my eyes. More things are waking in the world than just dragons and kings. Winter is not done with us yet. I nodded. Hojan sees far. A gust of wind stirred the trees. The leaves whispered, blood red against the black sky. Will your people fight? I asked. They will, he said quietly. Though they are not warriors in the way the Boglis houses understand it. I'm not asking for knights in shining mail. I have those. I need shadows. I need men who can move unseen and strike from behind. You need Crannog men, he said with a faint smile. Bring as many wargs as you can, I added. The real ones. His brow arched. Looking at Ghost as he moved like a shadow through the trees. Few would know to ask for such. He hesitated, studying me, then nodded again. There are still green-blooded lines in the neck. The bond is thinner now than it was in the Dawn Age, but it still runs through the reed veins, and a few others. If they come, they will come as part of the land itself. Quiet. Deadly. Loyal. Most in the north spoke of wargs in hushed tones, old wives' tales and fearful mutterings, the kind that made children glance over their shoulders and septons clutch their 7-point stars. Even among the free folk, where the skin changers walked openly, they were treated with wary distance, half revered and half feared. In the halls of northern lords, a man who dreamed through the eyes of a beast was a danger, a wild card, an omen of something older than laws and lineages. Wargs were pariahs, because they reminded the world that not all power could be tamed, and not all bloodlines bent to steel and banners. I'd seen what a single warg could do, one man who could slip behind another's eyes, ride a hawk through stormy skies, or stalk unseen in the skin of a wolf. But what if there were more? Not one, not a few scattered wildlings or hedge-born freaks, but an entire company trained for war. A division of the Royal Army that moved like mist ahead of the host, unseen and everywhere. Eyes in the sky, ears in the trees. Saboteurs, scouts, killers. Our own ghosts in the green. I imagined a line of knights, proud and shining, galloping in a perfect wedge. One walk could disrupt a patrol. A dozen could shatter a charge. If we knew where they camped before the sun set, if we could strike before they ever knew we marched, that was power. That was control. It would take time. Gods, years maybe. Discipline, training, trust. Wargs were pariahs even in the north, too close to the old powers, too wild for most lords to stomach. In the south, they'd be called monsters. I see a future. I see an army the old kings never dreamed of. Let the south cling to their knights and castles. I'll build something else, something that sees in the dark, runs with the wolves, and fights like no one else ever dared. Can you teach me? I am no warg, but I will tell you all I know, my prince. He replied. Snow began to fall. The first flake landed on the back of Ghost's neck, then another on my glove. It was quiet. Cold. And so I have my first bannerman, and a host of crafty poisonous Cranogmen. The forges breathed like dragons in slumber, low, hot, alive with purpose. Smoke drifted from chimneys like grey banners. The ring of steel on steel echoed across the yard as the hammers sang their morning songs. The blackworks were a heart, burning, beating, building. I rode in Witherin, and two scribes behind me, their saddlebags full of ledgers and ink. The cold bit deep, but the fires within were hotter than ever. Snow dusted the rooftops, melting to steam on the slate tiles of the forge halls. Ash clung to everything. Even Ghost, padding beside me, had a faint black streak down his white shoulder. Inside, the space was thick with noise. Hammers struck anvils like war drums. Water wheels turned in steady rhythm, grinding gears and drawing bellows. The air stank of soot, sweat, and molten iron. A boy no older than Bran pumped a forge with one hand while shaping hot steel with the other. His brow was soaked, his eyes focused like a soldier's. Child labor, something to tackle in the future. I watched him work, just a moment longer than I meant to. Then I turned toward the central hall, once a granary, now repurposed as a war office. Garrick and the master smiths were already there, standing around a broad table marked with soot-stained maps and sheets of design parchment. They looked up as I entered. Lord Stark, Garrick said with a respectful nod. The others murmured greetings, rough men with calloused hands and burn-scarred arms. They'd once served lords in the south or been bonded to noble workshops in the free cities. Now they forged steel for the north. I didn't waste time. Let's begin. Arin read out the current output from his notes, his voice clear despite the background roar of the forges. Per day, 20 swords, 20 full plate sets, 10 reinforced shields, and 50 halberd spears. I nodded. That's enough to fully arm between 300 and 500 men every fortnight. Garrick folded his arms. With more steel and labor, we can double it. You'll get both, I said. I'm pulling men and resources from all non-critical projects. We don't need luxury goods until the war is done, we will do enough to complete the contracts but no more. There were some grunts of approval. I tapped the map. We focus on modular armor, brigandine and half-plate. It's faster to make, easier to repair in the field, and cheaper to distribute. Full plates for knights and vanguard captains only. My men in Moat Cailin are fully armored and we can supply ourselves, but the same can't be said for the levies of some lords. The rank and file need to live. The scribes scribbled. Garrick's brow furrowed. And what of the cavalry? We'll outfit them as medium-heavy shock units, I said. Steel half-helms, reinforced gamisons, knee-length mail, northern saddles. I unfurled the sketches I'd prepared the night before, lines and arcs scratched over parchment by candlelight. Some weren't elegant. But they were real. Crossbow carts, I said, pointing to the largest sketch. Crank winch powered. 2 men can operate, 4 bolts per minute. Mobile. Wheeled. Steel framed. A smith raised an eyebrow. Too heavy. I've compensated with wheel leverage. I used to work with timber frames I stopped, catching myself. With timber works at the wall. Use pine, reinforce the frame with iron collars. It'll move. Another sketch. Reinforced mobile rams. Steel tips. Hinged awnings with boiled leather to block arrows. Each ram crewed by 4. Field use only. Perfect for gates and palisades. They were listening now, heads turning toward the drawings. Watchtowers, I said next. Collapsible. 3 men can assemble in 2 hours. Spot fires at night. Horn relays. We'll post them along the King's Road and key river crossings. Observation is half the battle. Catapults and tread buckets too, the new versions. Garrick gave a low, approving grunt. I turned to Erin. I want you in charge of tracking steel distribution. I want to know how many arrowheads we have at the end of each day. How much will we've stored for gamisons? How many strips of boiled leather are coming from the tanners? Yes, my prince, he said immediately, already scribbling. You'll report to me at dusk. Daily. No excuses. And, how are my own reserves, Garrick? Full, my lord. Enough to outfit 3,000 men. Great. A well-spent coin, Erin, gift it to the lords for their levies. Umber, Carstark, and Mormont. He nodded. That's a lot of gifted coin. I leaned over the table again. Our enemy has numbers. Gold. But they don't have our steel. And they don't have our logistics. Every sword we make here swings twice. And the gift will go a long way during the upcoming council. The meeting broke with nods and rough salutes. I left them to their steel and schedules, stepping back out into the open forge yard. The snow had begun again, light and lazy, drifting down like ash. The men whispered in my wake. The Battle of the Whale, they were calling it now. I had only heard the name twice, once from a pair of Sawin riders exchanging rumors over a fire, and again from a tall Hart archer grinning through chapped lips and blooded knuckles. It hadn't even been a full moon since the clash in the gullet, but already the tales were spinning faster than the ravens could fly. They said Jon Stark broke the enemy lines with a sea beast breaching through the water, that Stannis's men had scattered like krill before a Leviathan's charge. Some called me a Targaryen. Westeros had a way of naming things, branding every death with poetry. I stood in the Blackworks, watching smoke curl into the pale sky, and wondered how many more names would come before the war was done. They were already etched into the tongues of soldiers and scribes, stories woven over hard bread and boiled oats. Westerosi memory worked like old bards, it could not abide the absence of myth. Every skirmish needed a title, every death a cadence. It was how the realm endured horrors, by naming them, shaping them into fable. And perhaps, he thought bitterly, that was why the people needed kings and crowns and coats of arms, too. Because truth was too raw. A butchery at sea became the Battle of the Whale. A massacre became a tale of valor. A bastard became a prince, or a traitor, depending on who was telling. The boy from earlier was still at the anvil, a half-formed blade glowing orange in his grip. His hands were black with soot, his hair damp. But his strokes were steady. Sharp. I stopped beside him and watched. He noticed me but didn't speak. I murmured, more to myself than to him, "This is where I win the war. With sweat and fire and grit." Still, the blade in his hand caught the light. I turned, drawing my cloak tighter, and stepped out into the yard as the snow kissed my shoulders. Above, the sky was white and low. Beyond the walls, war stirred like a beast waking in its den. And on the distant horizon, under the shadow of bare trees, I saw Carstark and Umber banners moving through the snow, arriving at Winterfell. Chapter 23, Chapter 19, The Feast and the Flame. Chapter Text. Chapter 19, The Feast and the Flame. The battlements of Winterfell groaned under the weight of watchers. I stood among them, silent beneath a weeping sky. The sun was dying in the west, bleeding its last light across a sea of canvas and steel. Banners flapped in the breeze, countless and proud, the black bear of House Mormont, the trees of the Tall Hearts, the lizard lion of Greywater, the Glover Iron Fist, the Bolton Flayed Man, and others too numerous to name. Each one a blade waiting for my word and Rob's commands. A fortnight had gone by, and the camp stretched past the horizon. Tens of thousands of men, women, and beasts clustered outside the walls, the full might of the north, summoned by horn and raven, ready for war. The fires of their cookpots and hearths curled smoke into the cold air, and beneath it all was the low murmur of a kingdom holding its breath. Some spoke my name with hope. Others, with dread. None knew the truth yet. But they would. I felt it rising, the storm that had simmered since my return now built to a boil. Whispers had grown like ivy along the stone. Looks followed me wherever I went, cautious, reverent, suspicious. There would be no silence after tonight. No more hiding. I turned from the battlements and walked to my chambers. The noise of Winterfell faded behind the heavy oak door. I stood before the tall mirror, where the firelight caught the edge of my tunic and shimmered against the steel embroidery. Black wool, cut finely in the northern style. Blood-red stitching details everywhere, and on the right side of my chest in the form of a three-headed dragon, unmistakable. And over my heart, the dire wolf of Stark, white, a beast howling at the wind. I wore both, as I must. My hair was pulled back, save for a few strands that fell across my face. The eyes staring back were violet. There was too much Targaryen in them, in the lines of my face. Too sharp for a Stark. Too lean. Too foreign. I did not wear the North like my brothers had, not like Robb, whose blood roared with Catelyn's fire and Ned's iron. I was born for this, I whispered. You can do it. If I repeated it enough, it might become true. Anxiety was always my companion in stressful situations. The weight of it pressed down on me. The North would know. They would look at me not as Jon Snow, but as demon of House Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, blood of dragons. Some would curse me. Some would kneel. I squared my shoulders and turned to the door. Whatever came next, I would meet it head on. They would not crown me yet. I knew that. The idea of a Targaryen hiding in Winterfell all this time would be too fresh. I would not beg for a crown. I would earn it. I would win this war with blood and fire and discipline. This first demand, relief for the Riverlands, the crossing of the Trident, the fall of Tywin's host, it was nothing but the opening move. A message, sharp and cold: there is another player on the board, and he does not play your games. Today I would remind them of everything I had done for the North, and later, after they've seen what my armies can do, after they've felt the weight of Northern steel, after they've watched the Lannisters crumble, I will not ask. I will take. I will take the throne that murdered my father, both of them, that killed my uncle and my two grandfathers. What a fucking mess of a family I have. A breath. You are demon of House Targaryen, I told myself aloud. And Jon of House Stark. There is no choosing. Make your destiny or die like a bitch. Ghost looked at me like I had gone crazy. The wind howled as I stepped into the corridor, and the torches sputtered along the stone. Somewhere far below, the horns of the watch blew twice, signaling nightfall. And beyond the gates of Winterfell, the feast fires roared, waiting. The great hall of Winterfell blazed with light and life. Above the dais, the grey direwolf of House Stark hung against pale white linen, edges darkened by time and soot. The hall had never looked more majestic. Boars crackled on iron spits within massive hearths. Trenchers overflowed with meat swimming in thick gravies. Heaping bowls of rice in every fashion, herbed and salted in the northern way, rich and spiced in the Dornish, saffron-colored and studded with pine nuts from Essos, lined the tables. Jugs of strong mead, whiskey, and dark arbor red made their rounds, and the warmth of food and fire blurred with the sharp edge of anticipation in the air. Lords and ladies filled the benches, some boisterous, some quiet, all uncertain. Rumors had soured the meat for many. They whispered behind beards and cups, behind laughter that didn't quite reach the eyes. A storm sat just beyond the walls, not of snow, but of truth. I sat at the high table, the weight of eyes pressing on him even when they pretended to look elsewhere. My goblet remained full, untouched, its surface trembling slightly with the beat of the hall. To my left, Robb Stark sat in a doublet of dark grey and wolf fur. He looked older than he had just months ago. Grief lived behind his calm. When he glanced down the table at the empty seats, one left for Sansa, her fate still tangled in the south, and one for Arya, who might be dead or something worse, and one for Bran, too brave for his age. Next to me, Howland Reed sipped slowly, saying little, his face unreadable beneath his mossy green cowl. The seating was enough to draw whispers. Scribes and maesters flanked the table, their ink-stained fingers scribbling down every name, every speech, every pause. I glanced out across the sea of lords. The great Yon towered near the center, red-faced and already deep into his fifth cup. He laughed like thunder, slapping Lord Tallheart so hard the man nearly fell off his bench. Bits of boar clung to his beard. Beside him, Lord Hornwood drank in silence, his eyes sharp, ever measuring. The Glover brothers leaned together, whispering low. Marndalis men watched everything with green-eyed caution, and near the back of the hall, Mage Mormont sat flanked by her daughters, upright and fierce, her eyes locked on me from the moment she entered. I leaned closer to Rob, voice low. "They're waiting for something." "Yes," Rob murmured, not looking away. "For someone to talk about the war. They are uneasy." My eyes scanned the room again. "So it is time." Rob gave me a hard look, then a small smile, like steel catching light. "I believe in you. Even if the rest of them haven't yet decided whether to kneel or run." "You notice how many came," he said quietly. "Not just the usual allies, but men that haven't seen this hall since the rebellion. Barbary Dustin, the Riswells." I nodded, keeping my voice low. "Umber, Carstark, Hornwood, the Mormonts, the mountain clans," I said, watching a table full of huge men laughing and punching each other. "All here, and ready to fight." He glanced at me sharply. "The great Yon looks like he could bring the walls down with his laughter, but you know him better. He's a storm waiting to break." "I do," I said. "And Tallheart and the Glovers, too. Quiet men, but solid. They didn't come for a feast." Rob's hand found my arm, a rare gesture. "You're not alone in this. We face it together. Let one of them ask the question. I will back you." I returned the smile, if only faintly. He looked down at his hands. The firelight caught the red thread of my tunic. I wore the sigils of both legacies, my white direwolf of the north, the embroidered three-headed dragon stitched into my breast. They clashed and danced in the firelight like omens. A serving girl placed another joint of lamb before me. I thanked her softly. The moment stretched, between meat and memory, between the fire's roar and the silence that gathered in the corners. And then it came. A lull, unnatural, sudden. The kind that fell before a storm or a sword's swing. A chair scraped. John turned his head just as a minor lord stood, thin, balding, a man better known for holding the white knife's forward than for boldness. Lord Wells, a bannerman of the Riswells, a sacrificial lamb really. His face was pale, his voice uncertain. But the hush gave him power. He did not look at Rob. He did not look at Howland Reed. He looked at me. "Beg pardon, my lords," he began, clearing his throat, and the air shifted again. Eyes turned. Conversations halted mid-word. The hearth fire crackled like it too held its breath. "We have convened here on the call of Lord Rob. We all know what has happened south, that our lord is dead and his children may be too. But still remains the question. Who is he, truly?" Wells asked. "John Stark, or someone else entirely?" And with that, the feast became a trial. The only sound left in the hall was the distant pop of fat in the fire. Lords sat frozen, goblets half lifted, fingers tight around knives and bread. Even the great Yon said nothing. All eyes turned to me. And I stood. The silence settled over the hall like a stone dropped into still water. I rose slowly, each movement deliberate, conscious of every eye fixed on me, some wide with curiosity, some narrowed with suspicion, others glinting with fear or hope. The flickering firelight cast shifting shadows across their faces, twisting familiar features into masks of disbelief and awe. My heart hammered, but my voice remained steady, clear, unwavering. I stepped forward from the high table, the embroidery on my tunic catching the firelight. I swallowed hard, drawing on every ounce of strength, every lesson from the past, and spoke. "My name is John Stark," I began, meeting the gaze of every lord and lady present. "But that is not the name my mother gave me. I am Daemon Targaryen, son of Lady Lyanna Stark, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen." The words hung in the air like a blade poised to fall. The hall was still, as if the very walls themselves held their breath. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down, the whispered legends, the bitter wars, the tangled histories all converging in that one truth. I was not born a Snow, I said, voice stronger now. Lord Eddard Stark hid me here in Winterfell for fear of what might happen to me if discovered. I was born of shame or dishonor. Lyanna Stark was never a captive. They were wed in secret, by the old gods and the new, away from the prying eyes of a kingdom on the brink of destruction. And so I told my first few lies. In the end I wasn't much different from the Lannisters, wasn't I? The truth is what you make it. Faces shifted, some in shock, others as if awakening from a long, cold dream. I pressed on. At the Tower of Joy, as the war raged across the land, she gave me life. As she gave up hers. I could feel a tremor ripple through the crowd, a collective intake of breath. Old loyalties wrestled with new realities, and the past clashed with the present in every gaze. Lord Eddard Stark, I continued, my uncle, the only father I ever knew, bore the weight of a terrible lie. He told the world I was his bastard, a Snow, so that I might live. To protect me, from Robert Baratheon's fury, from assassins sent to silence the last true Targaryen heir in his name, or from anyone who would want to gain favor with the new king. He took the shame so that I might be free. I paused, searching their faces for signs of mercy or wrath. The hall was a sea of frozen expressions, some staring, some turning away, others whispering to their neighbors. I carry that burden now, I said softly. I carry the blood of dragons and wolves alike. That is the truth, Lord Wells. If you don't believe it, then hear it from someone who was there. A man whose honor none of us can question. A low murmur stirred. It was the sound of history unraveling, of chains loosening and old wounds reopening. Whispers slipped like shadows between the benches. Robb looked at me and nodded, as if to say, good job. Then, Howland Reed rose. Quiet as a shadow, steady as the ancient stones beneath us, his voice cut through the rising noise. I was at Harrenhal, he said simply, eyes unwavering. I saw Rhaegar and Lyanna together. I saw him save her from the Mad King's killers. He looked around the hall, his gaze steady and unyielding. The silence thickened with anticipation. Every eye now turned to Howland Reed. He hadn't sat back down. His shoulders, though slight, bore a stillness I had seen only in men who knew how to wait decades for the right moment to speak. His gaze swept the hall, not commanding, but unwavering. Then he began. You ask how I know the truth. Let me tell you another story. He stepped forward, closer to the fire. His voice was quiet, but in that hush, every word rang clear. It began at the Great Tourney at Harrenhal. Many of you have heard tales or were there yourselves, how the great lords gathered, how the Mad King came, how his son Prince Rhaegar won every tilt. But few remember the shadows beneath the splendor. Fewer still remember the day the squires of 3 powerful knights cornered a small northern man and beat him bloody behind the tents. He paused. I was young, even smaller than I am now, and alone in a place where the highborn played their cruel games unchecked. But Lyanna Stark found me. She wiped the blood from my face, cleaned my wounds, and spoke with fire in her voice. Honor, she told me, is not just about swordplay. It is about defending those who cannot defend themselves. There was a murmur in the back of the hall, Lady Mormont, perhaps, muttering sounds like Ricard, but no one interrupted. That night, a mystery knight rode into the lists, Howland continued. A small figure in armor far too large, the helm painted with a laughing weirwood. They called her the Knight of the Laughing Tree. He let the words hang for a beat. I could feel the weight of them settling on the hall. She challenged those same knights whose squires had beaten me. And one by one, she beat them. Demanded, not gold, but that their squires learn respect. Then she vanished before she could be unmasked. But I knew. I saw the way she moved, the fire in her eyes. It was Lyanna. Gasps flared in the dark corners of the hall. Lords shifted. Some whispered, others simply stared. The Mad King sent men after her, Prince Rhaegar was one of them. There they met. And there they fell in love. Howland said softly. He looked to me then, not as a vassal to a lord, but as a man passing on the last secrets of a buried truth. Someone near the Glover brothers muttered a curse, and I saw a lord slam a fist into his own thigh. Howland pressed on. When the war came, they hid in the Tower of Joy. She gave birth to her son there, as Roriger died on the Trident. He said. I stood beside Lord Stark as Lyanna died in that tower, naming her son, begging her brother to keep him safe. There, she named him Trueborn in her last breath. Roriger and Lyanna had married before the gods. Her last words begged Lord Eddard to keep her child safe. The lords shouted, some cursed him, they asked questions and didn't let him speak until Robb raised his hand and silence fell once more. My breath caught as he turned back to the hall. He turned his eyes to me again. That child stands before you now. He is the Song of Ice and Fire. He is Roriger's heir, and Lyanna's legacy. I swallowed. My mouth was dry, my chest tight. A hush deeper than any before descended. No song, no clatter, only the crackling fire and the weight of silence. The truth was no longer a whisper. It was a roar. The silence after Howland's words was the deepest of all. And into that stillness, I rose. My legs moved before I could think. Every eye turned toward me again. I let the silence stretch a moment longer. I needed them to feel the truth settling in their bones. Then I spoke. I am Daemon Targaryen, son of Roriger Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. That truth has been hidden all my life, and now it stands in the open for all to see. I did not ask for it. I did not seek it. But I will not deny it anymore. My gaze swept the room, catching the faces of men I had ridden beside, broken bread with, bled with. And I let my voice rise, not in rage, not in plea, but in quiet fire. I only ask that you don't judge me only by my name. I took one step forward. Judge me by what I have done. The roads, the trade, the coin, the food and the warmth and the steel. A shout came from the back. Steel Stark. And a few of the Lord banged their glasses against the table. I let the words ring. I could feel it now, the quiet shifting in the room. No longer just doubt or awe. Now, recognition. Memory. Men nodding, however faintly. Whispers of I, heeded barely above the fire's crackle. My blood might be that of the dragon, but I was raised by direwolves. I speak with the snow in my throat. I bleed northern steel. I trained on the yard here in Winterfell. I froze my fingers half to frostbite in the wolf's wood. I learned to track elk from Eddard Stark, and how to hold a sword from Roderick Castle. I was a boy of the north before I knew what the world even was. I looked to Robb then. He met my eyes, pain and pride warring behind them. He rose and spoke. He may not have the name Stark, he said. But he is my father's son. His real son. By heart. His voice dipped to something lower, something harder. But if you see what he has built with his own hands, if you sleep warm and eat full because of it, if you ride roads that once broke your carts, then you already know the truth. He raised his voice now, just enough to carry to every table. He is of the north. And no name will ever change that. So ask you, lords and ladies of the north, what say you? The silence after my words held like ice over a deep lake. Thin. Waiting to crack. And then it did. A cup slammed down on the table. Hard enough to splash wine across the wood. Hard enough to break the spell. You'd have us bow to dragon spawn. The voice came from the lower tables, rough, worn thin by age and fury. Lord Wolfield. A gnarled old man with a hawk's nose and a mouth twisted by too many grudges. Of course it would be you, still mad that the grain trade moved from your lands to the moat. He stood slowly, his knees popping audibly. We remember the Targaryens. You think we forget that easily? We remember the pyres. The screams. What was burned can't be unburnt. He swept a trembling hand toward me. You say you're of the north. That you're one of us. Fire and blood don't mix with snow and stone. It's poison. Always has been. Murmurs surged like rising wind. No cheers. No laughter. Only the crackling of fire and the faint scrape of cutlery stilled in trembling fingers. I opened my mouth to answer, but didn't have to. Because a shadow moved behind Wolfield. Small Janumber stepped into the space like a charging bull, eyes blazing, fists clenched. That's a Stark you're talking to. Before Wolfield could blink, The Smalljan's fist smashed into his jaw with the weight of a falling tree. The old man crumpled, his goblet spinning across the flagstones. A few gasps rang out. Some lords half rose from their benches. But no one moved to help him. Smalljan didn't even look down at the man he'd just leveled. "Speak again and I'll break your teeth and feed them to the dogs," he growled. "We're done with this god's bedamned sniveling." He turned to face the hall, his massive frame lit by firelight, his chest heaving. "I don't care if he's a dragon, a kraken, or a fucking sheep," Smalljan roared, pointing at me. "He's a Stark. I watched him ride through blizzards with broken ribs to save grain from freezing. I saw him bury men with his own hands after a flood took their homes. He's saved more northern lives than half the cowards in this hall." His voice carried like a war horn. "He's bled for us." A beat passed. And then another voice spoke, calm, sure. Lord Tallheart stood. Younger than most, his beard only just thick, but his words carried weight. "Thanks to him, my granaries are bursting," he said. "He sent seed when we were starving. Sent plows when the fields froze." Lord Galvart Glover followed, standing beside him. "My men wield better steel than I've ever seen. Even my old master at arms said so, and he never praised anything that wasn't made in Moat Cailin." Wyman Mandaeli rose next. Fierce and grim, his voice like a sharpened knife. "The Night's Watch hasn't been this strong in living memory. It was near death before he set foot on the wall. Now they've numbers, weapons, and purpose." There were nods. Hesitant at first. Then stronger. And from the back, half drunk and red-faced, Lord Karstark bellowed, "And the god's damned northern fire is doing too." He sloshed his mug with a grin. "North's never been warmer." That broke the tension. Laughter rippled across the room, uneasy but real. Not enough to wash the weight away, but enough to loosen the chains around the moment. I remained standing, hands flat on the table, breath coming hard. My heart hadn't stopped pounding since Wolfield rose. They were defending me. Not with banners. Not with songs. But with truth. And I, Demon, John, whatever name they wanted, stood silent among them, the flames dancing over their faces, and I realized something deep in my marrow. Northmen are not one with oaths or speeches. They are not like Southerners with their silken words and jeweled promises. The North is old and cold and hard. Its people are harder still. They listen with their eyes. They remember with their hands. They don't care what you call yourself, only what you've done. I'd earned this room, not in a night, but over years. One fire at a time. One road. One field. One child fed when there was nothing in the cellar. That was the ledger they kept. And tonight, they were reading it aloud. It wasn't unanimous. It never would be. There would always be old men clinging to older hates. But hate dies faster when it's surrounded by full bellies and warm halls. I did not need all of them. Just the big ones. Marderley was mine, half his revenue came from my trade. Dustin was mine, her road and defenses were built by me. Umber and Karstark were mine, their steel came from my inventions. The hall was still humming from the last outburst, the tension now a fire crackling behind every glance, every cup lifted with new purpose. I could feel it building again, like a storm rolling in over a frozen lake. The Lords of the North were watching me, watching us. And then Robb spoke again. He walked, slow, deliberate, down the dais steps. His cloak dragged slightly on the stone, the direwolf silver pin at his shoulder catching the firelight. His boots echoed in the silence, the only sound in the room. And then he stopped at my side. "Blood makes you kin," Robb said softly, so only the front tables heard at first. "But we're more than blood." His hand came to rest on my shoulder, firm and warm. "We're brothers." He embraced me then, pulling me close in front of them all, like he used to when we were small, after sparring matches or mischief caught by old Nan. It wasn't staged or solemn. It was real. It was us. When we parted, he turned, his cloak sweeping wide as he faced the Lords of the North. "Enough silence," he called out. "We have waited. Watched. Endured." His voice rose with every word, like steel striking steel. "We have sat idle while traitors stole our kin. while wolves were slaughtered and scorned. While the South feasted on lies and called it peace. A hush fell over the great hall. He took another step forward. "It is time," he said, eyes sharp and bright. "Time to remind them what wolves do when cornered. It is time to march." A low murmur began, growing, swelling. "We ride to King's Landing," Rob declared. "To bring justice to the usurpers and butchers who sit fat on stolen thrones. To reclaim Sangza. To find Arya. To rescue Bran. To avenge my father, your warden of the north. Our lord." The lords stood and shouted, weapons were unsheathed and horns of whiskey fell to the ground or were pounded on the tables. Rob turned to me. Gave a nod. I stepped forward, drawing in a slow breath. The hall quieted again. "I do not ask you to give me a crown," I said, voice steady, clear. "I do not ask you to kneel, or to call me prince. I am no one's king. Not yet." I paused. Let the silence hold. "I ask only for this: help me and my brother avenge the man who raised me, Eddard Stark. Help me avenge the brother and sister I never knew, Aegon and Rhaenys, butchered by southern cunts. Help me save the ones who still suffer behind the Red Keep's walls." I drew my sword slowly, letting the northern steel catch the firelight. Ghost stirred somewhere behind me, his red eyes burning. "I will ride with my brother," I said. "We will bring fire and frost to the halls of those who forget the price of their crimes." I lifted my sword high above my head. "And I ask you, will you help us?" The pause that followed was only heartbeats long. But it felt like a lifetime. Then a roar shook the rafters. "The North remembers. Stark. For justice. For vengeance. The North remembers." Rob drew his blade alongside mine, the two of us standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the banners of House Stark. Direwolf and dragon, ice and fire. Behind us, Howland Reed stood with his head bowed. Lord Glover slammed his cup down and rose. Lord Tallheart followed. Lady Mormont, her small fists clenched around the pommel of her short sword, was shouting louder than men 3 times her size. One by one, they stood. Karstark, still swaying, but with his blade out and lifted. For the north. Marndaeli, slow to rise, but grinning beneath his many chins. Even some who had stayed silent until now, Wolfield's sons, pale and grim, but not unmoved. And the voices rose. "To King's Landing. The North remembers. Stark. War. War. Northern justice." Cups were raised, some dropped and shattered, wine and ale spilling across stone floors. Fists pounded on wood. Steel rang against shields. It was the sound of rebellion. It was the sound of justice long delayed. Of wolves long caged. And of a realm about to remember what happens when winter comes. Chapter 24, Interlude 5, A Boy in the City of Kings. Chapter text. Interlude 5, A Boy in the City of Kings. POV, Bran. The Red Keep was nothing like Winterfell. It had no godswood to speak of, just a pale garden fenced with lemon trees and silken benches, its dirt too dry for moss, its air thick with perfume instead of pine. There was nowhere to climb, sadly. And yet, Bran could not stop staring at it all, the towers that glinted like swords under the morning sun, the painted walls, the tiled floors that mirrored candlelight like pools of glass. Even the guards looked different here, polished and proud in golden cloaks, like the heroes from old Nan's stories. Bran was not afraid. He felt taller somehow, walking these endless hallways in his new clothes, the direwolf of House Stark stitched proudly on his chest. His boots squeaked softly as he followed Sir Barristan Selmy down the eastern corridor, heading toward the practice yard where the squires trained with wooden swords. He liked the way the old knight walked, straight-backed and steady, with a calmness that made everyone else seem like they were rushing. "I'm to carry his helm today," Bran thought, fingers curling around the leather straps of the bag slung over his shoulder. "And see to his horse before the tilts begin. And polish his sword. A squire's duties." It made him proud. More proud than anything had ever made him feel before. He imagined donning armor of his own one day, steel gleaming in the sun, a white cloak flapping behind him. Not a knight of the Kingsguard, maybe, but a knight like Sir Duncan the Tall. who protected the weak and made even kings remember their vows. Or even better, Sir Barristan, who had once faced Maelys the monstrous and lived to tell of it. "You're a quiet one," Barristan had said a few days past, when Bran had followed him silently to the stables. "That's no failing. Listen twice before speaking once, that's a knight's wisdom." Bran had nodded so fiercely his ears had gone red. That night, he'd told his father what Sir Barristan had said. Father had smiled, a sad sort of smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. A knight's wisdom, perhaps. "But don't forget this, Bran, being a knight means keeping your word when it's hard. It means knowing when not to draw your sword. And when to do so." Bran hadn't understood that part, not really. But he'd nodded anyway and repeated it to himself now like a riddle. He walked past a gallery of stained glass, where colored light painted his face with reds and blues. He saw his reflection in the polished stone of a pillar, short and thin, with windblown brown hair and a tunic just a little too big. "But I'm growing," he reminded himself. "I'll be tall like Robb soon. I'll win tourneys. I'll ride in the lists. I'll be strong enough to protect them all. Them all." He thought of Arya's skull, the way she had argued with Septa Mordane again that morning. Of little Rickon, still in Winterfell. Of Sansa, who laughed too much at Prince Joffrey's jokes. And of father, so tired lately, weighed down by the crown's demands and the king's endless hunts. And Jon. Bran missed Jon the most. He wished his brother could see him now, polishing Sir Barristan's greaves till they shone like ice, or holding the man's sword steady while he tested the balance. "You'd be proud of me," he whispered once while working the whetstone. "I'll make you proud." Jon would know what the dreams of summer running in the Riverlands with his sisters meant. The bell in the Tower of the Hand rang softly, far above. It echoed through the keep like a distant voice. Bran turned toward the practice yard. The sun was climbing. It would be a busy day. Knights from every corner of the realm had come to honor Lord Stark's appointment, and the lists would be crowded. There'd be banners and cheers and silver armor glinting like fire. He would watch from the shade of the pavilion, fetch water, help with saddles, lances and shields. He would serve. Because he was a squire of Sir Barristan the Bold. Because he was a Stark of Winterfell. Because one day, he would be a knight. And King's Landing, for all its heat and strangeness, still seemed like a place where dreams might live. They walked the garden paths behind the Tower of the Hand, where sunlight pooled through the high, arched windows and scattered golden coins across the flagstones. The scent of lemon trees hung thick in the air, and a breeze from the bay teased Arya's hair into wild tangles she didn't bother to smooth down. "Hold your elbows in," Arya said, hopping from stone to stone. "Like this." She struck a pose, one foot forward, arms raised like a dancer's. "Syrio says footwork is everything. It's not just about swinging a sword. Anyone can swing a sword. A water dancer moves like a shadow." She spun on one foot, nearly colliding with a column. Bran laughed. "You're going to fall on your face." "Better to fall than to stand still like a tree," Arya said, puffing out her chest. "That's what Syrio says too." Sansa rolled her eyes and sipped from her little cup of lemon water. "It's unseemly for a lady to wave her arms about like a madwoman." Arya stuck out her tongue. "I'm not a lady." Bran snorted. "We noticed." They laughed together, loud and free, the sound echoing off the pale stone around them. For a moment, they weren't in the capital. They were just children again, just a brother and two sisters with the warmth of the sun on their backs and nothing in the world to fear. "Anyway," Sansa said primly, brushing a fleck of lint from her sleeve, "Prince Joffrey says Syrio Forel was just a mummus man. He's never even fought in a real war." Arya's eyes narrowed. "Joffrey can eat sand." Sansa gasped. "You shouldn't say things like that. He's going to be king one day." Bran stayed quiet. He remembered the way Joffrey's had lied, how he'd joked about putting a direwolf head on a pike that day just to see the northern boy cry again. He didn't like Joffrey. But Sansa looked so happy when she talked about him, her face bright, her voice dreamy. Bran didn't want to ruin that. "He was very gallant when he helped Lady Royce down from her horse," Sansa went on. "And he's got a new doublet with the Lannister lion all embroidered in gold thread. Septa Mordane says he looks like a true prince of the realm." He looks like a yellow-haired weasel, Arya muttered. I heard that. Bran grinned and turned his attention to the tower above them. The windows were full of color today, catching the midday sun. He could hear music drifting faintly down from the upper halls, flutes and fiddles, the tune bright and quick. Somewhere, lords and ladies were feasting or practicing for the tourney. Banners flapped from every rooftop, lions, flowers, stags, and wolves. There was even one banner showing a flaming heart that he didn't recognize, but it looked fierce and beautiful all the same. The city's different, Bran said aloud, half to himself. Louder. Busier. It's the tourney, Sansa said. They say there'll be 1,000 knights. Maybe more. Even the Dornish are sending a party, and the Tyrells are arriving soon. Father says it'll be the grandest tourney in 20 years. I want to see the tilts, Arya said. And the melee. Bran nodded. I want to see Sir Barristan ride. Sansa gave a polite smile. He's very old. He's the best knight in the realm, Arya snapped. He is, Bran agreed, firmly. Even the Kingsguard says so. Sansa didn't argue after that. She only sipped her lemon water and looked off toward the tower, as if imagining Prince Joffrey winning the champion's wreath and offering it to her. Bran kicked at a pebble and watched it skip across the stones. The moment felt golden somehow, like the hour just before sunset in the Godswood. The heat hadn't yet turned heavy, the clouds hadn't yet rolled in. They were here. They were safe. And for a few heartbeats, it felt like nothing could change that. He looked at Arya, barefoot and grinning, and Sansa, composed and dreaming, and loved them both with a sudden fierceness that made his throat tighten. They were so different. But they were his sisters. And the City of Kings, for all its strangeness, still seemed to hold room for all of them. If only he had seen Father's face on the other side of the yard when Arya called Joffrey yellow-haired. Bran heard them arguing before he entered the solar. Arya's voice, sharp and breathless, carried through the thick door. Sansa's was quieter, but sharper in its own way, like the edge of a well-honed knife. The air inside the room was heavy. Golden light seeped through the tall window, painting everything in cold silver. Father stood there, back straight, hands clasped behind him, the cloak of House Stark hanging heavy from his shoulders like a shadow that would not lift. Bran could feel it, the weight in the air, like the hush before snow fell. You are leaving the city soon, Father said. Bran blinked. Just like that. No warning. No talk of preparations. No reason. Arya gasped, stepping forward, still clutching her practice sword. Her cheeks were red, probably from running. But I've only just started again with Syrio. He says I'm quicker than half the boys he trained in Bravos. I don't want to leave, Sansa said, voice almost trembling. I'm betrothed to the prince. We can't just leave, can we? Bran's heart beat faster. But I have a squire's place. Sir Barristan said I could help him with the tilts. I've been practicing every day. Father turned then. His face was calm, but not cold. Bran could tell the difference now. There was something old behind his eyes. Enough, Father said. The word stopped everything. Even Arya didn't move. He looked at each of them in turn. I did not say you leave today. But if the time comes, you must be ready. If I say pack, you pack. If I say ride, you ride. No questions. No hesitation. Bran's throat tightened. He could hear Arya fidgeting beside him, her fingers tapping against the wooden grip of her sword. She wanted to fight it. She always did. Sansa folded her hands, lips trembling just slightly. But, what about the prince? About me? Father's expression didn't change, but something in him flickered, like a candle guttering in wind. I don't know, he said softly. I wish I did. Bran felt something sharp twist in his chest. He hadn't heard Father speak like that since the wolves. I've done everything I was supposed to, Bran said. Every lesson. Every drill. I'm ready. I know, Father said, stepping close. His hand came down on Bran's shoulder. It was heavy and warm, but it didn't make the fear go away. This isn't punishment. The world changes whether we're ready or not. The words made sense, but didn't feel real. Bran looked around the room. It had become theirs in small ways: Sansa's brush on the desk, Arya's boots in the corner, his own carved game pieces tucked near the fire. It wasn't home, but it was something. And now it was being taken away. Father turned toward the door, pulling on his gloves. "Tell Septa Mordane to help you gather your things. What you need. Only that." Arya's voice was defiant again. "Can I bring my sword?" "If it fits in your pack," Father said, without turning. "Bran, go tell Sir Barristan your squireship with him is over. Be respectful. I will send someone for you later in the day." The door shut behind him, and the Solar was silent. Arya kicked the edge of a chair, but not hard. Sansa stood very still, lips thin and pale. No one said anything. Bran sat for a long moment by the hearth, staring at the crumbled remains of the fire. The air felt still now, as though Father's words had pressed all sound into silence. Even Arya was quiet, slumped beside the window, tapping her heel against the stone ledge. Sansa had left in a huff, her steps quick and careful, no doubt on her way to find Septa Mordane. He shifted to rise, meaning to go back to his room, prepare with his talk with Sir Barristan, but stopped halfway to the door. Voices echoed faintly down the corridor outside. One sharp, oiled like a knife, the other calm and cold as winter snow. He knew them both. Father. And Littlefinger. Bran crept closer, keeping to the wall where shadows gathered beneath the hanging tapestries. He'd learned, these past moons, how to move quieter than expected. The limp helped, in a way. People never thought to look for him lingering near corners or behind pillars. "More of them," Lord Stark Baelish was saying, his voice almost pleasant. "Not just the one you saw. The Street of Steel has eyes and blood. The whore's daughter was not the only stone thrown from Robert's garden. If we have more, then we have more evidence for the king." A pause. Bran heard Father's breath, heard it hitch slightly. "How many?" Ned's voice was low and careful. Baelish chuckled, soft and false. "Enough. I have names. Faces. One's apprenticed to an armorer in Copper Alley. Another runs messages between the forges. There's a girl, too, they say she has Robert's chin. These things proliferate when no one bothers to count." Bran frowned. Bastards. Why would that matter? But something in Father's voice made Bran's spine stiffen. "Send me what you have. Quietly, I will look for them," Ned said. Another chuckle. "Of course, my lord. Discretion is, well, let's say it's what I do best." Bran heard the brush of cloaks, the scuff of boots turning toward the stairwell. He stayed still, heart thudding in his chest, until their steps faded and only the soft flutter of banners remained. "Jory, be wary of the gold cloaks, I want eyes on them when we are in the city." "Yes, my lord." He stood for a long while, staring out the arrow-slit window at the towers of King's Landing. The city sprawled beyond, a beast made of stone and smoke and screaming voices. Somewhere down there were the Street of Steel and its smiths and its secrets. Somewhere down there were bastards with a king's blood. Why was Father looking for Roberts's bastards? What did he want to prove to the king? And Father was gathering them. Bran didn't understand all of it, not yet, but he understood enough to know that whatever had been quiet was now stirring. That fire was being kindled in places no one could see. He turned back from the window, his cane tapping softly on the stone. The air in the Solar still smelled faintly of ash. And far below, the city burned with its thousand small flames, waiting. The streets of King's Landing bustled with life as Bran tried to keep pace beside Sir Barristan Selmy. His white cloak flowed behind him like a banner of snow, unspotted and regal, even as mud splashed at their boots. The morning was warm, the sky pale with haze, and the smell of baking bread and horses drifted through the alleys. Bran kept close, eyes wide, trying to take it all in. They were heading down toward Cobbler's Square, where a famed armorer, a Tiroshi with green tattoos and hands like anvils, was completing Sir Barristan's tawny armor. Bran didn't know what to expect, but he was proud just to be asked along. Bran had to tell Sir Barristan he couldn't keep his squireship as he was leaving the capital, but a few more questions couldn't hurt. "Sir," Bran said after a stretch of silence. Is it true you fought at the Trident? Sabaristan didn't stop walking, but his head inclined slightly. I. Though not as you might think. I fought for the prince. Not the king. Oh. Bran blinked. But, you were close to Prince Rhaegar, weren't you? A pause. He was a quiet man. Thoughtful. Learned. Too much so, perhaps, for the times he lived in. They passed a fruit vendor shouting about fresh oranges from the arbor. A child darted between their legs with a stolen apple. Sabaristan didn't even flinch. I read about the tourney at Harrenhal, Bran pressed. Was it true that Prince Rhaegar crowned Aunt Lyanna instead of Princess Elia? Sabaristan stopped then, turning his pale blue gaze on Bran. You ask many questions for a squire. Bran flushed. I'm sorry. I only meant. No need to apologize. Curiosity is a knight's companion, if he keeps it honest. The old knight looked past Bran, toward the towers of the Red Keep in the distance. I was there. At Harrenhal. The day Rhaegar crowned Lyanna Stark, a hush fell over the realm that has never lifted. He said no more. They reached the shop, and the armorer welcomed Sabaristan with a deep bow and a gap-toothed grin. Bran watched as they inspected a gleaming new suit of plate, pale silver with chased patterns of white wings across the breastplate. Barristan ran a gloved hand along the curve of the vambrace. It is fine work, he said simply. Bran let his eyes wander. On one wall, old blades and shattered helms hung like broken crowns. A knight's shield painted with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen leaned in the corner, cracked down the middle. He felt the weight of history in this place, thicker than dust. Outside, the sun climbed higher, and the streets filled with noise. As they stepped back into the daylight, Bran asked, Did you fight in the War of the Ninepenny Kings too? I was 23, Barristan said. They called me the Bold by then. Foolish, perhaps, but bold. And you killed Maelys the Monstrous. Barristan didn't look proud when he nodded. A prince of House Blackfyr. Tall as 2 men, and crueler than 10. I killed him, yes. But that was the day I learned that even victory feels like grief, if the blood on your blade is thick enough. Bran didn't know what to say to that. They turned down Fishmonger's Way, where the city opened wide toward the harbor. Sailors called out from the docks, gulls wheeled in the sky, and the ships of a dozen lords flew their banners in the wind. Barristan slowed, then knelt beside Bran. Tell me what you see. Bran blinked. I see, boats. More. Bran looked again. A lot of Tyrell green. Those are their ships, right? And some royal sails. And, that's a Stark banner on the galley over there. That must be a Marndaily trade vessel. Barristan nodded. Good. And the streets? Busy. Mostly small folk. Some squires with lances, maybe practicing for the melee. That beggar's pretending to limp when the gold cloaks look, but he walks fine when they pass. Barristan smiled. A knight must know his blade, his shield, and the realm he serves. You may hold a sword for the king, but you walk among the people. This was the moment. Bran had to tell him he was leaving. It had been hours, and he was still here. Then the bells began to toll. At first, it was a single chime, then another, faster, then 5, 10, 20. They rang from the September of Baelor, from the great bell tower, from the river towers above the mud gate. Loud. Harsh. Frantic. People stopped. Heads turned. A dog began to howl. Bran's stomach clenched. What's happening? Sabaristan stood very still, his face drawn as tight as a pulled bowstring. The wind caught his cloak and tugged it forward like a shroud. They toll like that only for 3 things, he said. A royal heir's birth. An invading army, or the death of a king. Bran's mouth went dry. Which is it? But Sabaristan didn't answer. He was already moving, fast, pushing through the growing crowd, cloak streaming behind him. And Bran ran to keep up, heart hammering in his chest, knowing, somehow, that the City of Kings was about to become something very different. They were halfway up the Street of Steel when the whispers caught up to them. Did you hear? The king. Poison, they say. Robert Baratheon is dead. A ripple ran through the street like wind over tall grass. The cheerful market songs faltered, horses stamped nervously. A man dropped a crate of oranges, and they rolled underfoot, squashed by the crowd beginning to stir. The clang of steel on steel could be heard in the distance. Bran felt a chill rise in his chest, though the day was warm. Sir Barristan. The old knight's face was grave. Keep your eyes sharp, Bran. They turned a corner near the fishmonger's stalls when Bran heard it, metal on metal. The shriek of steel. Then another sound, a scream. Barristan halted, gaze cutting toward the slope of the street of steel, and Bran followed his eyes. Through a parting in the press of small folk, Bran saw them, his father, Lord Eddard Stark, sword drawn and grim as winter, flanked by the men of his household. Jory Castle. Fat Tom. Desmond. Their cloaks were grey and white, wolves embroidered over mail. A few of the city guards stood with him, Baelish men. Opposite them stood knights in red, Lannister men, armor shining like coins, their leader armored head to heel and mounted atop a snarling destrier. And in between, only silence. Tension drawn taut. Father Bran breathed. He moved to run. Barristan caught him with one arm. No, he said. Not now. But. Bran clenched his fists. He could see his father's mouth moving, no, commanding. He was trying to hold peace. To stop something from happening. A Glod cloak raised his hand, a short sword in it, and stabbed one of his father's men in the back. The world exploded. Steel rang out as the Lannister guards surged forward. One of Stark's men fell almost immediately, pulled from his horse by 3 blades. Jory shouted something and pushed Lord Eddard behind him, then was lost in the fray. The crowd screamed and scattered. A woman was trampled trying to flee. Chickens burst from a fallen cage, feathers flying like snow. Bran's head whipped back. We have to help them. We have to. Get down. Barristan shoved him aside. 3 Lannister guards had spotted them. One pointed, and they came charging up the slope. It's the boy, seize him. Run, Bran, Barristan said. But Bran couldn't move. Not with his father fighting, not with blood flying in the street. Give up the boy, Sir Barristan, on order of the Queen. Barristan didn't answer for a moment. Then he unsheathed his sword. Then Barristan was no longer the old knight of stories. He became something else entirely. The first man came with a spear. Sir Barristan didn't dodge. He stepped inside the thrust and drove his sword through the man's chest. It burst from his back in a spray of red. He turned. Slashed. The second man fell with his throat opened like a second mouth. The last man tried to flank him, raising a short sword. Behind you! Bran shouted. Barristan twisted just in time, his blade flashing. The man crumpled with a grunt. Then Bran's ears caught it, a footstep, soft but too fast. He turned, and saw a man. Not a red knight, but a gold cloak, his armor dull and dented. He held a short sword and was creeping towards Sir Barristan's back, quiet as a cat. Barristan didn't see him. Bran didn't think. He didn't speak. He just moved. He took his sword, like northern steel gifted to him by Jon, and jumped on him. He grabbed it with both hands and swung it up with a strangled cry. It hit the man square in the temple. There was a sickening sound, and the man's eyes went wide. He staggered. Fell. Blood on his face. Bran stood over him, chest heaving, fingers still clenched around the blooded sword. Sir Barristan turned sharply, sword raised, then saw the body. Saw Bran. For a heartbeat, neither of them spoke. Panting, Barristan looked down at Bran. Stay close to me. But Bran was looking back, down the street. He saw Desmond crushed beneath a warhorse's hooves. Fat Tom trying to shield Lord Stark. Jory cut a man down with a scream. His father, still standing, shouting, fending off 3 men at once, until a crossbow bolt struck his leg, and he stumbled. No. Bran surged forward. Barristan grabbed him, arms like iron bands. Bran watched, helplessly, as a gold cloak slammed his sword into his father's back, and another drove a blade beneath his ribs. His father collapsed to one knee. A third strike came, then Ned Stark fell, swallowed by the chaos, his grey cloak torn and darkening with blood. No! No, no, no! Bran screamed, the sound tearing from his throat like a wounded animal. He kicked at Barristan, clawing, desperate to reach him. Father! Barristan's face was pale with fury and grief. Run, damn it! The knight seized Bran in both arms and threw them into motion. Down an alley, through a courtyard where an old woman screamed and slammed her shutters. Barristan moved like a man possessed, sword still bloody, white cloak trailing behind him like a streak of ash. They darted through the baker's quarter and into a hidden postern gate half choked with weeds. Bran sobbed in his arms, flailing against the knight who carried him. We have to go back. We have to, He's gone, Barristan said, voice hoarse. There's no going back now. Bran felt like the world had tilted. His breath came in gasps. His chest felt too tight. Every time he blinked, he saw his father falling, again and again. The knight did not stop, not even when Bran struck him with small fists. He carried him like a bundle of grief through shadows and broken stone, deeper into King's Landing. They hid in a stable for hours, hearing sounds of battle come from all over the city. Barristan's his white cloak missing. He wrapped Bran in a rough spun cloak and whispered quiet words to keep him still. Bran shook. The sobs wouldn't stop. He curled in on himself, whispering, no, 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 over and over again. At last, when the bells had ceased and dusk painted the sky with ash and rose, Sir Barristan knelt beside him and took him somewhere else. The trees passed in a blur of green and gold and dust. Bran did not feel the horse beneath him anymore. He barely felt the hard leather of the saddle or the ache in his thighs. He held on because his body remembered how, because his hands were clenched too tight to open. He didn't think of loosening them. He didn't think of anything. His eyes stung. His face was wet. He hadn't heard himself cry. Somewhere behind them, the city still burned. In memory, in the glint of Lannister steel, in the high tolling of bells that would not stop, in the coppery smell of blood and dust. It had all blurred together. Screams. Smoke. The crunch of boot against bone. The sound of someone dying. He didn't know if it had been his father's voice. The wind rushed past his ears now. It howled, empty and indifferent. The rhythm of hooves beat on, steady, relentless. It might have been his own heartbeat. He couldn't tell the difference. He did not remember how they got out. He did not remember the streets they took, or if the gate was guarded, or how the guards were made to look away. The blood was still on him. Sticky on his hands. A streak across his sleeve where the man had fallen. A warm spray on his cheek where. He gagged, but nothing came. His stomach was empty. Or maybe it wasn't. He couldn't feel it. The horse turned down a slope. The reins tugged gently, guiding him. He had not touched them. He was only along for the ride now. A bundle of limbs and pain and silence. The world narrowed to motion and breath. Trees passed. Rocks. A bird called once in the distance. His head swayed with the rhythm of the ride. His mind floated just above his body, somewhere unreachable, watching from a height. He was Bran Stark, second son of Eddard Stark, squire to Sir Barristan Selmy, who had once dreamed of knighthood, of silver spurs and white cloaks. That boy had stood beside his father just that morning, smiling, talking of swords. That boy had been looking forward to the tourney. He was gone now. Bran did not know when he began crying again. He only realized it when he tasted salt in his mouth, and when the tears froze to his cheeks in the wind. They rode for hours. Day became dusk. The light turned gold, then bruised purple. Shadows lengthened. The horses snorted, their breaths heavy, flanks steaming in the cool. At some point, Sir Barristan halted. Bran did not know where. Trees surrounded them, tall oaks, thick trunks, the air heavy with leaves and the scent of damp earth. He dismounted because the night lifted him down. He stood because his legs remembered how. There was no campfire that night. No comfort of warm stew or stories. They did not speak. Sabaristan bound the horses to a low branch and vanished into the brush. When he returned, he tossed a blanket to the ground and handed Bran a skin of water. Bran drank because his throat hurt. It tasted of leather and iron. He sat beneath a tree, wrapping the blanket around him. His limbs were shaking now. A cold had settled in his chest, lodged like a shard of ice between his ribs. He stared into the darkness and saw his father falling, again and again, like a dream on a loop. The sword raised. The men shouting. His father's eyes, wide, surprised. He'd screamed then. He remembered that. He buried his face in his knees. The blanket did nothing. He felt naked beneath the sky. Sabaristan held him. The stars came out slowly. One by one. No going back. The words echoed inside him. He wasn't sure who had said them. He shut his eyes. And saw the man again, the one who had come at Sabaristan from behind. The sword. The gleam of it. The way Bran's hand had found his sword. The sound it had made when it went through the man. His first kill. He had not aimed. He had not thought. It had been instinct. Like summer, lunging. He didn't feel proud. He didn't feel anything. Just tired. So very tired. That night, Bran Stark did not sleep. He was no longer a squire in King's Landing. He was a boy on the run. A boy without a father. A boy who had looked into the heart of the realm and seen its rot. Chapter 25, Chapter 20 The Weight of Names and War. Chapter Text. Chapter 20 The Weight of Names and War. The wind of the neck is sharper than steel. It cuts through fur and cloak and pride alike, howling through the reeds and tangled branches like a ghost let loose from the Barrowlands. I ride ahead of the van, just north of Moat Cailin. So much gold invested in stone roads that won't flood, just so thousands of muddy boots tarnish them. Behind me, the north moves. Infantry march in orderly blocks, thick-bodied men in boiled leather and heavy steel plate, helms slung at their sides, beards tangled with morning frost. Spears and axes clatter softly in rhythm to their steps. Cavalry columns ride to the flanks, black and grey and brown horses draped in banners that flap in the wind. The direwolf of Stark. The roaring bear of Mormont. The green pines of Tallheart. The first real army the North has fielded in a generation, and it rides to war under two names, Stark and Targaryen. That second name still feels strange in my bones. Daemon. Prince Daemon. Jon Stark. I hear all three before the sun sets. Jon from Robb, always with a kind of exasperated affection. Daemon from the Lord's whispering, clipped and measured. My prince from the men. The name Daemon felt like a weight on my shoulders, both a curse and a blessing. To many, it was a brand to spit on, a reminder of a bastard's stain, a name twisted to shame and mock. I could already hear the whispers, the venomous tongues eager to use it against me. But Daemon was more than that. It was the name of men who had wielded power with fierce hands, men who bent kingdoms to their will and left legends burning in their wake. Two great daemons had walked before me, fierce and unyielding. If I could carry that legacy, maybe this name would become my greatest weapon, not my downfall. Names are armor. And sometimes shackles. There are days when I still expect to wake up in my bunk at university, papers spread across my chest, dreaming of armies instead of leading them. I remember the feel of graphite on my fingers, the calluses from turning bolts, the quiet click of a mechanical pencil. I once spent 3 weeks designing a storm drainage system for a mountain road that didn't exist. Now I draft plans for tray buckets and grain stockpiles. My old world is as far from me now as the moon, and yet sometimes I swear I can still feel the weight of an English wrench in my hand. How strange, to go from tightening bolts to tightening battle lines. In those first years at Winterfell, when the nights were long and the silence heavy, I wrote page after page by candlelight, hidden beneath blankets or tucked away in the rookery when Maester Lewin wasn't looking. Notebooks of everything I could remember, mathematics, calculus, physics, astronomy, the chemical tables, orbital mechanics, material science, thermodynamics, genetics, engineering equations, even scraps of literature and philosophy. Anything that might help. Anything I might lose if I let it fade. Hundreds of laws of the universe. I feared it would all slip from me. That one day I'd wake up and forget how hydrogen bonds worked, or what E equals mc squared meant. That I'd forget Newton, Maxwell, Einstein, not their names, but their truths. That the knowledge of an entire world would vanish with me. So I wrote. Thousands of pages. Hundreds of thousands of lines. What I could remember, I etched into ink and paper as if carving it into the bones of time. Most of it was useless here. There's no infrastructure for satellites or particle accelerators in the north. No silicon chips. No computers. Not that I knew how most worked. But some things have already proven their worth. Water purification. Crop rotation. The distillation process. Structural reinforcement using triangular tension principles. Measurements of torque. I taught carpenters how to shape beams for better load bearing. Masons how to lay mortar to resist heat stress. I didn't bring the modern world with me, but I carried enough fragments to start building a different one. A better one, maybe. Or at least a less blind one. Sometimes I wonder what Meister Lewin thought when he found my old sketches. The helix of DNA scrawled beside a stark genealogy. A telescope lens diagram tucked inside a book of old Nan's tales. I was a child when I began writing it all down, but even then, I knew. I wasn't just trying to remember. I was preparing. I shift in the saddle, gloved hands resting lightly on the reins. My destrier snorted and tossed his head. War has a scent, and even the greenest lads in the column behind me can smell it. Some hide it behind songs and laughter. Others behind silence. But they all know. We're marching toward blood. Moat Cailin appears in front of us in the mist, a high black silhouette against the pale marsh. I left it strong. Reinforced. Garrisoned. Fed. Its wells run clean and its granaries are full. What we've built there, Rob, Seren, Sam and I, that is my legacy more than my name. Let the bards sing of dragon princes and stark wolves. What matters is that our steel is northern forged, our bellies are full, and our wagons are heavy with grain, pitch and salt meat. Prince Demon. I glance to my right. Roderick Castle rides beside me, face unreadable beneath his hood. A grizzled man, steady as stone. He gestures toward the crest of the next hill. You'll want to see this. I nod, spurring my horse forward. From the ridge, I see the full length of our host. Rob was waiting for me there, Theon right beside him. A dark line stretching down the causeway, wavering like a shadowed river. Siege engines creak in their carts, scorpions, ballista, and the beginnings of a trebuchet we've yet to name. Supply wagons roll in tight convoys, guarded by pikesmen. The baggage train is longer than it should be, we bring more grain than gold, and even more tools than swords. Behind us, the North follows not just for vengeance, but for survival. I take a long breath and feel the cold settle into my lungs. Rob nudges me with an elbow and grins. So, John, with all these engines of war, when do we get to see a dragon? Theon, never one to miss a chance, chimes in from behind. Maybe it's a dragon that just blows hot air, like some of the council meetings back in Winterfell. I smirk despite myself. If I'm the dragon, Theon, then I suppose you're the smoke, always around, sometimes useful, mostly irritating. Rob laughs, shaking his head. Careful, Theon. You might just get roasted before we even reach the battlefield. Theon throws up his hands in mock surrender. All right, all right. But remember, even smoke can choke a man. Tens of thousands men. They won't expect the steel. Rob said. I glance back at the host below us. Let them underestimate us. It makes the surprise all the sweeter. Rob claps me on the shoulder. Just don't get too caught up in your plans, dragon. Remember, even the best strategy needs a bit of luck, and some fools to charge headlong into the fray. I meet his eyes, steady and certain. Hopefully we won't have to charge any frays. Moat Cailin opened its doors for us. A scarred stone beast, black basalt and concrete, half swallowed by mud and time. Its towers jutted like the ribs of some long-dead leviathan, shattered by ages of wind and war. But even from the saddle, I could see the change. New scaffolds clung to its flanks. Iron bracing supported old bones. Walls once crumbled now stood tall, coursed in granite. Watchfires burned in braziers atop fresh timber towers. A dozen new-built barracks ringed the central keep like a second shell. The walls are finally done. Moat Cailin wasn't whole. But it was awake. Around it, the war camp sprawled, organized chaos. Tents marked in colors of Carstark, Glover, Mormont, and Reed. Carts laden with quarrels and salted meat. Smiths clanged steel on steel under canvas roofs, and surveyors marked ground with string and pegs for the new tents. The latrines were far from the camp. Seren and Sam have done a good job organizing the camp. Hopefully I will be able to convince the lords to repeat this setup every time. The trenches that snaked along the southern face were deep, dry, sloped. The berms behind them built from packed clay, reinforced with pine logs and stone. Not a siege line in the style of King's Landing or Old Town, no. These were engineered, low, sloped, overlapping angles. Functional. Efficient. My designs. It belonged to the North. I'd stolen knowledge from a world of concrete and code and poured it into stone and blood. One day, this place would stand as the heart of the North. A citadel of war and survival. The administrative center of my lands in the North. The first piece of my crown lands. But it wasn't ready. Not yet. The steel gates creaked open. Rob met me at the foot of the causeway, mud to his knees and a grin on his face. He looked like he hadn't slept in 2 days. His cloak was rain-streaked and thick with soot. But his eyes were bright beneath his hood. "My prince," he said, mock formal, and offered an exaggerated bow. "Careful, Stark," I replied. "You bend that back too far, and it'll never straighten again." He laughed, and we embraced, brief, firm, real. It was the grip of brothers who had bled, lost, and led. There were few things in the world more honest than that. We walked the walls together, boots crunching on gravel and half-laid stone. The rain had eased to a mist, and the camp below flickered with firelight. Soldiers moved like shadows, purposeful. Tired. Cold. But alive. Rob looked out across them, his hand resting lightly on his sword belt. "Last time we sparred," he said, "you still had baby fat. I could knock you flat with a wooden sword." I arched a brow. "And you still thought I would be kneeling to you." He snorted. And I also thought I'd marry a princess and live happily ever after. The gods had other plans. They always do. We paused near the southern turret. From there, we could see the road winding through the neck, the low ridges beyond the swamps. The only path into the north. And we held it. I glanced down to the trench lines. How are the men? Eager. Cold. Hungry for what comes next. He shifted. "Some still whisper about your name." "My name doesn't matter," I said. "What we build here does." He gave me a sidelong look. "They'll follow us, John. Even the old ones. They don't say it aloud, but they've seen what you've done. These walls. The steel in their hands. The food in their bellies." For a long moment, we said nothing. The wind howled between the towers. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the sound of silence, true silence, the kind you only find in a childhood room after the storm passes. I hadn't heard it in years. "I used to dream of towers," I murmured. "Back when I was, before this. I'd build them in my mind. Concrete and steel. Calculations. Angles. Sometimes I think this place is a poor copy of that dream." Rob didn't answer right away. "Maybe. But it's ours. And it will do its job." He looked back toward the swamp, toward the south. "You still dream?" he asked, suddenly. "Too often. And the ones with fire?" I nodded. "More and more." He exhaled, slow. "When we ride south, it's with the north behind us. Some of us might not come back at all." He met my gaze, firm and clear. "Then let's make it count, brother. We will get them back. Upon a river of blood if necessary." I stood at the edge of the long wooden table in the war room, fingers tracing the edges of the carved map laid out before us. The neck, the riverlands, the scattered houses of my domain, all laid bare beneath my gaze. Moat Cailin sat like a wound in the earth, a scarred stone beast surrounded by new earthworks and trenches. Around me sat some of the lords and captains of the north for this informal meeting, Robb, of course, his tired eyes still bright despite the weight on his shoulders, Lord Selwyn, with his stoic presence, Galbart Glover, sharp and watchful, Secourt, who had the patience of a teacher drilling green recruits, and Willis Marndale, young but steady-eyed beneath his sea-green cloak. Secourt cleared his throat and unfurled a parchment. 18,000 footmen, he reported, his voice brisk. Mostly heavy infantry, Carstock, Glover, Mormont, Selwyn levies. Most wear steel now. The worst boiled leather's been replaced, thanks to your foundries, my prince. I nodded slightly. The Blackworks had delivered. And my factories had churned out armor, spearheads, and shields faster than any West AOC tradition could have dreamed. The look on Court's face showed he approved, though he'd never admit it. 8,000 cavalry, he continued, from Umbers, Marndalis, Hornwoods, and 2,000 from Barrowton. Glover raised a brow. Lady Dustin. Indeed, Court said, but either way, they ride with House Targaryen and Stark now. Robb whistled low. Didn't think she'd ever forgive father. She hasn't, I said, voice low. But she can't not send men after all the projects we have funded in her lands. Nasty cunt, muttered Selwyn. I cleared my throat. And of course the host of Moat Cailin. 2,000 infantry, 500 cavalry, 500 support personnel, medics, engineers. They bear the tree-headed dragon now, but they march for the north. They are trained to my standards, drilled in siege tactics, extended marches, logistics. That drew a quiet murmur around the table. The thought of a Targaryen host in the north might have raised eyebrows in another time. But these were northerners who wanted to believe in something new, something better. And they trusted me to lead. Secourt added, voice dropping slightly, there's also a training camp north of the Black Pine and a few more near Stonehaven and Driftway. 3,000 green men, mostly second sons, landless freemen, idealists. Volunteers. Incentives work, coin, land promises, steady meals. And growing fast. I let my fingers rest lightly on the map, eyes distant for a moment. I thought of all the numbers I'd studied back in my old life, equations, logistics, supply lines. Wars weren't won with banners and valor alone. You don't win a war with honor, I said quietly, you win it with steel, food, and discipline. Glover grunted in agreement. Aye. And enough patience to keep your lads from gutting each other when the hunger bites. Robb's voice was quieter, almost vulnerable. So, what's the plan? We march. We might not have the full might of the north here, but we have to defend the home front too. I said, voice steady. The twins must be reached within 2 weeks. If we stall here, King's Landing will have time to consolidate. There are rumors of battles in the Riverlands, House Tully at the helm. If they fall, the Riverlands fall with them. Robb said. There's talk of a large Lannister host gathering near Harrenhal, Selwyn added. Tywine hasn't moved yet, but he's gathering strength. And Free? Willis asked. Will he grant us passage? Robb hesitated. I'll speak with him. There are other crossings, I offered. Slower, more dangerous, but fewer tolls. We can't afford delays, Robb said, his jaw tight. If Riverrun breaks before we get there, then the Riverlands fall, I finished. The weight of that truth settled in the room like a stone. We sat in silence for a moment before Glover spoke. We need a garrison here at Moat Cailin. It may be strong, but it's not finished. If the Ironborn smell weakness, they'll strike. Especially the coastline, Salt Stream is practically defenseless, I nodded. My men in training will hold the fortress. Another 500 along the coast to watch for Ironborn raids. The Western Lords are already prepared. Glover nodded. Robb nodded slowly. We can't hold every road, but we'll make them pay dearly if they try. Are we sure we can feed 26,000 men on the march? Selwyn asked. I gestured to the supply logs stacked on a nearby table. Orin was taking lead of the logistics corps of the army. 6 weeks' rations packed. Wagons loaded. Wheel draw on farms around Seaguard and Fairmarket. Selwyn frowned. And they'll be loyal. I met his gaze steadily. They will be. Or we'll make them. Rob looked around the tent, meeting each man's eyes in turn. We ride in 4 days. We've to speak to the lords. If we gain the twins peacefully, we go straight for Riverrun. Glover's voice was low and grave. And if we don't? Rob looked to me. Then we cross by force. I said nothing, but I laid one finger on the carved siege tower on the map. The unspoken truth was clear. The snow fell soft through the arrow slits of the east bastion, though none touched the stone. We'd built it too well for that. The warmth of the hearth pushed the chill back a few feet from our skin, but the cold was in my chest, and in Rob's too, I could see. It hadn't left since the raven came. He sat across from me, his fingers clenched around his cup like it might keep him from unraveling. I said nothing at first. There were no words for the shape of what we'd read. We are finally getting the whole picture, I said. They tried to seize the Red Keep, Rob said eventually, voice low. Renly's own men. From his mansion. I nodded. I'd wager Laura's urged it. Bold as a lion and twice as vain. Rob's jaw tightened. The report says he led the charge himself. Died on the Red Keep. The Kingslayer slew him. And the gates closed behind him, I muttered. The Queen's men closed them. That wasn't a coup. It was suicide by gold cloaks. The fire popped behind us, a coal breaking open like a skull. I didn't flinch. Rob did. I hated saying what came next. Father never reached the keep. He stared at me. I didn't look away. He was cut down in the street. The gold cloaks turned on him. No trial. No warning. A long silence followed. I watched the storm rise behind Rob's eyes, same as it always had when he'd lost a bout or taken a wound. But this was different. This wasn't something he could fix by standing taller or hitting harder. This was grief. Dishonored, Rob said. He was murdered. And now they have Arya and Sansa, I said. No word of Bran, that's all that matters now. He stood and paced to the window, looking out toward the marshland where the Rye Sea glittered faintly beyond the reclaimed fields. I knew what he saw. Progress. Order. A people rising. And now war. Renly escaped, he said. I know. Fled before they could reach him. He didn't even raise his banners. Just ran. Cowards make poor kings, I muttered. He's calling them now. In the Stormlands. Says he's king. The youngest Baratheon, gods. I stood. My bones ached from sitting too long, too still. It wasn't the cold. It was the rage under the skin, always simmering since the raven came. 3 kings, I said. 4, if Balon gets ideas. And Stannis. 5 with you. Declared himself a few days after Robert's death. Crowned himself with a band of black iron. Sent ravens to White Harbor, Old Town, even to us. I am not King Rob. Yet Rob smirked. Keep the attitude and I will let you deal with the crown, idiot. Stannis signed with a flaming heart, I said. Not the stag. That's gone now. He almost got me at the gullet. Rob turned to face me. Incest children, fucking Lannisters. What does the flaming hearth mean? He has a witch with him. A priestess of fire, god of the east. I didn't want to speak of fires and shadows and dragons not yet born. We need to act, he said. Strike while they are fractured. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling between towers and moss stone walls. I felt the pull of it. Not just the cold, but the turning of the world. The realm had fractured as we marched and waited for our banners. I stepped from the tent, stretching my shoulders beneath my black cloak. Torches flickered in the distance, smiths still hammering. John. I turned to see Samwell Tarly approaching, clutching a ledger nearly too large for one hand. He looked thinner, sharper, his sleeves stained with ink. I finished the inventory for the eastern supply lines, he said quietly. And I fixed the miscount on the oak barrels. They didn't account for mold loss. A rare warmth flickered in my chest. Good work, Sam. I often think back to that first conversation with Sam and Secourt, soon after I arrived at Moat Cailin. The moment I revealed who I truly was, Targaryen, not just Jon Snow, I wasn't sure how they'd react. But they didn't hesitate or recoil. Sam looked at me like I was still the same man he'd met, the same Jon he'd come to trust. It doesn't matter who you were born as, he said quietly. You're Jon to us. Seren, gruff and direct, showed no less loyalty. That moment has stayed with me, reminding me that what I am to them matters more than the name I bear. They work tirelessly for this land and for me, shaping it with sweat and steel. I owe them more than words can say. Their loyalty steadies me, even now when doubt gnaws at my chest. I carry their faith like armor, a shield against the weight of the war to come. And though I am Daemon Targaryen by blood, here and now I am Jon, the Northern Lord, the commander, and the man they follow into the fire. I would make sure their trust in me was not wasted. I've often thought about the work Sam and Seren have done here at Moat Cailin. When I look at the fortress rising from the swamp, I see their sweat in every stone laid and every trench dug. I told them once, and I mean it still, they've done more to secure the North's future than most lords in their halls. I'm leaving this place in your hands, I told them quietly, away from the maps and council. You will hold the moat. It's the key to the North's defense. But there's more coming than soldiers. Waves of refugees from the Riverlands will flood these roads. You'll prepare the camps and settle as many as you can here, but don't hesitate to send some to the gift. Sam's eyes grew steady with resolve. Seren grunted approval. They understand what this means, not just war, but the tide of broken lives that war brings. This fortress will not only be a bulwark against our enemies but a refuge for the displaced. Holding the moat isn't just about walls and steel, it's about holding the hope of the North. Night had settled hard over the camp. The low murmur of tired voices was fading, replaced by the occasional creak of leather tents and the faint rustle of canvas flapping in the sharp wind. Fires dotted the landscape like dying stars, their orange glow flickering weakly against the encroaching darkness. I walked beside Robb, our boots muffled by the soft earth. The weight of the day's council and the looming march pressed on us both, but for now, the world was quieter, except for the crackling of burning wood and the distant chorus of the night. We talked of easier times, of the past when hunting near Wintertown was our greatest worry. I teased him about Theon's clumsy attempts to track a stag, and Robb laughed softly, the sound fragile in the night. The memories were small islands of warmth in the cold uncertainty ahead. I miss Father, Robb said suddenly, voice low. So do I replied, keeping my gaze steady on the flickering flames. He'd want us to be strong now. Stronger than ever. The shadow of war hung heavy between us. Neither of us dared speak it aloud at first, but it was always there, a silent, pressing weight. Finally, Robb's voice broke the stillness again, quieter this time. After a moment's pause, Robb's eyes flicked to me with a curious intensity. There are rumors, you know, about the Battle of the Whale. I nodded. I heard them. They say you're a warg. A sorcerer, even. That you slipped into a sea monster and fought the pursuing galley from inside its mind. The shadow of war hung heavy between us, but this was something else, something quieter, more fragile. I gave a small, almost rueful smile. It's true. I walked into the beast. Took control of it in the chaos. My voice dropped a little. You are a warg too, Robb, all of us are. You just need to learn. I know, I've had too many dreams of hunting as Grey Wind to not notice. It started like that for me too. I mentioned. And now I can use it to kill 100 men with a whale. It is too useful to ignore. Robb's brow furrowed. What was it like? Fighting like that at the galley? I hesitated. How to explain something like that? Killing was too easy. Sword clashing on sword, blood spilling on the deck. I paused, searching for the words. It was brutal. Confusing. There were too many distractions, shouts, splintering wood, men falling everywhere. Sometimes I can't remember what happened in those moments. Killing came too easily. Too fast. But it left a weight in my soul, heavier than any sword. Robb swallowed hard, the boy beneath the Lord suddenly fragile. I will have to do it soon. To kill like that, and live with it. He paused. You think we'll win? I paused, searching his eyes. The boy beneath the Lord was still there, wavering between hope and fear. We will, Rob. We have to. For father. For the North. For the realm. A brief pause, then Rob let out a laugh, sharp, youthful, full of disbelief. Imagine that, us, two boys, 5 and 10 days old, taking a kingdom. I smirked. Legends in the making. They'll sing songs about the Stark Lord and the Targaryen prince who changed the world forever. Rob bumped my shoulder playfully. Don't get too full of yourself, Prince. They will talk more about Robb Stark than Daemon Targaryen, I will make sure of it. Like you could ever be my equal. I sniffed like Joffrey when he first arrived in Winterfell. We laughed together, the weight on our shoulders momentarily lightened. For a moment, we were just brothers again, two boys with dreams bigger than the world they knew. As we continued walking, I watched the fires die down, embers turning to ash. The camp would sleep soon, or pretend to. Tomorrow, the drums would sound, and thousands would march toward the twins, toward the heart of the Riverlands, toward the unknown. I thought of King's Landing, the city that seemed to swallow entire kingdoms whole, and of the dragons whispered about in old tales. Could I hatch the egg? Would fire and blood decide this war as they had in centuries past? No, it would be too small for years, but it would give me legitimacy. I swallowed the knot of doubt in my throat. There was no turning back now. Tomorrow we marched towards the twins. Chapter 26, Interlude 6, The Lord of the Ford. Chapter text. Interlude 6, The Lord of the Ford. POV, Edmure Tully. The morning mist curled like smoke over the Tumblestone, veiling the waters in a hush as pale light filtered through the open shutters of River Unsolar. The river whispered softly below, as if conspiring. Edmure Tully stood at the high window, arms folded, jaw clenched, watching the fog roll across the fields. He did not turn when the heavy wooden door creaked open behind him. We've confirmed it thrice now, said Maester Vimen, his voice low and steady. The merchants from Lannisport say it openly. The ravens from Deari and Maidenpool both bear the same message, though no seal from the capital has yet arrived. Edmure still didn't speak. He kept his eyes fixed on the slow-turning water. From this height, the rivers looked gentle. Peaceful. Lord Stark is dead, Vimen continued. Assassinated. In the streets, before half the city. By command of the boy King Joffrey Baratheon, some say. A wooden chair scraped against stone. Sir Desmond Grille, ever stiff-backed in his faded surcoat, stood near the fire, arms crossed. No trial, I wouldn't believe it if 3 men hadn't sworn it by the 7. Then perhaps they lie, Edmure said, his voice brittle with effort. Perhaps it's a trick. The games of the capital. Ned Stark is no traitor. Grille opened his mouth, then closed it again. The silence stretched. Edmure turned from the window at last. His face was flushed beneath the auburn beard, and his eyes, though red-rimmed from a restless night, were sharp with growing fury. They murdered him. Your sister Lysa left the capital when Lord Arryn died, Vimen offered gently. Lady Catelyn may send word soon. Until we know more, it may be wise to. Wise. Edmure snapped. They killed the Hand of the King. My father's ally. My sister's husband. And they'll come for us next, unless we stop them. A cough echoed from the doorway. Bring me in, came a dry, reedy voice from the shadows beyond. The 3 men turned. The guard outside shifted aside, and 2 servants helped Lord Hoster Tully into the room, half carrying him to a cushioned chair by the hearth. His once proud frame was shrunken and pallid, cheeks sunken, eyes clouded. But there was a clarity in them now, an old fire kindling beneath the sickness. Leave us, Hoster said, waving the others away. When they hesitated, he rasped, I've not gone deaf yet. Vimen and Grille bowed and withdrew. Edmure moved toward his father, slow and uncertain. You shouldn't be out of bed. Hoster gave a ghost of a smile. If I stay in that bed, I'll die in it. If I sit in this chair, I might live long enough to keep you from doing something foolish. Edmure bristled. You heard. I've heard enough, Hoster said. And I've seen enough. I buried your mother. I sent both my daughters away. Don't make me watch my son throw himself to the lions. Edmure looked away. They think we'll lie down. That we'll yield, while they declare war in all but name. If we let that pass, what's to stop them from raiding their way through our fields? Hoster coughed, the sound rattling deep in his chest. You speak like a boy who's never fought a war. I'm no boy, Edmure said. Then act like it. Hoster leaned forward, trembling. A man guards his blood. A man waits. You think this is some tourney ground, where banners fly and honors are won with a tilt of the lance? This is war, Edmure. Silence again, save the crackle of the fire. Edmure stared at his father, the man who had once seemed a giant, now hollowed by time and grief. Pity wrought with resentment in his chest. He bowed his head stiffly. All wars are fought in the Riverlands, Edmure. Don't fight the Lannisters or you will be fighting in our home. His father started to cough then. Blood spouting from his mouth. Maester! Edmure cried out. The man waddled into the room and administered milk of the poppy to his father. Hoster sat back with a sigh, the moment of lucidity fading like breath in the mist. I'll consider your words, father. Later, alone in the solar once more, Edmure watched the waters turn. They killed Lord Stark. Ned. His sister's husband. He drew his dagger slowly and slashed the edge of the parchment the merchants had brought. A black smear of wax split under the blade. If the Lannisters thought to march through the Riverlands as they pleased, they would soon find the waters deeper than they'd imagined. He wanted to follow his father's command but he couldn't. He would be lord soon, who would respect him if he just laid down as the Lannisters marched north. They'll not pass unopposed, he murmured to the river. Not while I am lord of Riverrun. Dusk draped its shroud over Riverrun. The long windows of the great hall flickered with the dying light of day, and rows of guttering candles cast dancing shadows across stone walls. The banners of House Tully, red, blue, and silver, hung motionless, as if waiting. Edmure sat beneath the trout, flanked by Sir Desmond Grell and Maester Vimen. Around him stood the lords and knights sworn to his house, those who had come quickly, and those who still remained undecided. Sir Cale Vance lounged with his arms crossed, leaning against a carved pillar. Sir Mark Piper paced behind the benches, his steps too quick, his mouth tight with impatience. My friends will follow me. The raven had come at sunset, its wings fouled by dust and its cry harsh. Now the letter lay open on the table before Edmure, the seal broken, the parchment still smelling of wax and Lannister perfume. Maester Vimen cleared his throat. To the Lord of Riverrun he read aloud, though most had already heard it. By decree of his grace, King Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, it is the will of the crown that a host under royal command be granted swift and peaceful passage through the Riverlands. This host proceeds to answer treason in the north and restore the king's peace to a fractured realm. A murmuring ripple stirred in the hall, half whispers, half scoffs. Vimen continued, voice growing tight, failure to comply with the will of the crown shall be interpreted as willful sedition against the lawful authority of the realm and will be met with swift and decisive justice. He set the letter down carefully, as if it might bite. It bears their seal, said Vimen. Lannister crimson. The king's hand does not appear. Because the boy didn't write it, said Mark Piper. Cersei Lannister did. And why not? She's got the crown, the coin, and the swords. They want us to kneel before they even march. Or march while we kneel, added Cale Vance. And piss on our bones after. Grell frowned. They say it's a royal host, not a Lannister one. And I'm the bloody High Septon, Piper snapped. They've already marched on the river road. 1,000 knights in lion cloaks. If we let them pass, they'll burn and butcher as they did in the rebellion. Vimen looked toward Edmure. It may be prudent to. No, Edmure said. His voice rang louder than he intended. The men stilled. He rose slowly, holding the parchment before him. The candlelight made the red ink gleam like fresh blood. Rebellious northern traitors, he paraphrased. That's what they call Lord Eddard. What they call Robb. What they'll call us, if we raise a voice in protest. Treason is a word they use like a whip. He turned to the room. My sister's husband was butchered like a dog in the streets of King's Landing. Now they come to use our lands for their war, to march against our blood. And we are meant to open our gates. Bow our heads. Let the lions pass. The whole murmured again, some approving, some uncertain. Lord Walderfree has not answered, said Grull carefully. And Lord Root delays. Your command is strong, my lord, but I know what it is, Edmure said. And I know what it means. He held up the letter again. If we yield to this, we surrender more than Rhodes. We surrender honor. And House Tully will not be remembered as turncoats, or cowards. With that, he tore the parchment clean down the middle. A sharp gasp. Then another rip, and another, until only red-tinted scraps drifted to the stone floor like dead leaves. If the lions want blood, Edmure said, voice low and firm, they may drown in the Red Fork. Piper grinned. Vance gave a short, savage nod. The others rose one by one, some hesitantly, others with fierce resolve. A dozen knights placed fists to hearts. Still, a few exchanged uneasy glances. One of the Blackwood riders stepped away without speaking, and the Mallister man kept his arms crossed, saying nothing. But Edmure had made his choice. And though doubt flickered behind his eyes, he held his chin high, the weight of his house pressing against his shoulders like his father's fading breath. Outside, the last lights bled across the Tumblestone. The mists would come again with nightfall, silent and grey, cloaking the land in the quiet before the march. The sun was barely cresting the hills when the first smoke columns were sighted. Thin, black streaks rising like accusations into the pale blue sky. They were distant, a good day's ride eastward, but unmistakable. A chill rolled through Riverrun despite the summer heat. The first riders came hard and fast, refugees, mostly. Dirt-caked and wild-eyed, they stumbled through the castle gates screaming of fire and steel. One girl, no older than 10, clutched a doll blackened by soot, her hands raw from gripping the reins of a horse far too large for her. Acornton burns, she said through cracked lips. Men with lion banners. Red cloaks. They killed everyone. Edmure Tully stood at the gatehouse as her words fell like lead into the ears of his men. His own jaw tightened. His hands, once soft from courtly life, now bore the calluses of daily sword drills, more symbolic than practical, but it gave him a sense of steel. Send word to Vimen, he said grimly. And have the riders cared for. No questions, no delay. By the time midday bells rang in Riverrun's towers, dozens more had arrived, peasants, septons, even hedge knights dragging wounded companions behind them. The story was the same, small folk murdered, villages burned, fields trampled under iron-shod boots. We thought they were good men of the king at first, one man said, cradling his arm. Flying the royal banner. But they said we'd chosen the wrong dog to follow. The chamber was silent as Edmure listened, head bowed, his fingers steepled in front of his lips. Around him, his household knights stood with grim faces. Sir Desmond Grull had donned his old breastplate, though it sat awkwardly over his thicker frame. Sir Cale Vance had already ridden in from Wayfarer's Rest, bringing with him a dozen swift riders and a dark look. This was no mistake, my Lord, Vance said. These are not scattered raiders. This was a message. They mean to provoke a war before you've drawn your sword. Edmure turned to his bannermen. And what of House Free? They've replied, ambiguously muttered Sir Mark Piper, who stood with arms crossed, a sour frown on his face. Lord Walder says he regrets the violence visited upon our peaceful realm and recommends caution and temperance. He's sent 20 men, none of them his sons. 20 men. Edmure's voice cracked with disbelief. They have over 3,000 under arms at the Twins. 3,000 cowards, Sir Cale muttered. They'll sit on the bridge until they know who's winning. The Maester arrived minutes later with scrolls from scattered ravens. Reports of burnt outposts along the Red Fork. A tithe barn raised on the border of Wentlands, whether by raiders or the Brackens themselves, no one could say. House Piper had sent word of movement in the west, columns of armored men in crimson and gold pushing toward the Riverlands. The raiding parties are coming through the Golden Tooth, my lord. Sir Desmond said. They will not wait for us to give our answer. I will not wait for them to burn Acorn Hall, or Maidenpool, Edmure snapped. Damn their games. He rose from his seat like a man possessed. Summon every knight within a day's ride. Send riders to Lords Vance and Piper to raise their full levies. I want every man able to hold a spear mustered by week's end. I'll not be remembered as the Tully who watched the Riverlands burn from behind his father's walls. Desmond Grohl looked concerned. Edmure, you are not yet Lord Paramount. Your father. My father is dying and bedridden, Edmure said, softer now. And the Riverlands are already bleeding. That night, torches ringed the training yard. Edmure stood before a hastily assembled mass of knights, squires, hedgelords, and sworn swords. His voice rang against the stone walls of Riverrun, hoarse but resolute. I know what they say of me, he began. That I am no warrior. That I laugh too quickly, or brood too little. That I am too young to carry a realm on my back. A ripple of uneasy silence answered him. But I tell you this, I am a son of the Riverlands. And today, I stand as your shield and sword. The Lannisters believe we are divided, slow to rouse. They believe we will bend the knee to a little pressure. He drew his sword, unused and plain, northern steel. Well, they'll learn. We may be fatherless, sickly, or afraid, but we are riverfolk. And we will not kneel to lions. A cheer followed, ragged but building. The sound of boots stamping the flagstones, swords raised, voices united. He let it swell, feeding on their fury. We ride within the day, he declared. We make for the Mummers Ford. A column of raiders marches there now. We'll meet them with steel and send a message of our own. The fields of the lower Red Fork were golden with early grain and red with spilled blood. By the time Edmure reached the borders with his vanguard, barely 300 men in all, the scouts had already reported movement. A Lannister force was pushing across the ford, spearmen, mounted outriders, a few knights in heavy plate bearing crimson cloaks. Edmure squinted at the opposite bank. How many? 400. Maybe more, Sir Cale replied grimly. But they are strung out. Foragers, skirmishers. They don't expect to fight. Then they'll get one. The battle came swift. Riverland archers loosed volleys from the hedgerows while knights splashed across the shallows, shouting Tully's name. The ford itself became a killing ground. Spears jabbed in the churned water. Men drowned under their own mail. Horses screamed and toppled into the current. Edmure rode at the head, teeth clenched, sword wet with rain and blood. He struck down a lion knight on the ford's crest, then rallied his men as the lines broke and reformed. But they were too few. More Lannister men poured in from the tree line, fresh, unblooded. Their commander, a grim-faced knight in gilded armor, drove his men forward with ruthless precision. The Riverlanders, outnumbered and weary, began to give ground. Edmure's voice rang hoarse above the din. Hold the line. Shields up. Fall back to the willows. But order frayed as panic spread. A Vance bannerman stumbled screaming into the shallows, half his face gone to a mace blow. Behind him, a Tully spearman dropped to one knee, chest pierced by a crossbow bolt that hadn't been there a heartbeat before. Horses reared, riderless mounts broke and galloped, trampling their own in terror. Seven save us, Sir Cale muttered beside Edmure, blood streaming from a gash in his brow. We have to fall back or we'll be swept into the river. No, Edmure growled. We stand. He barely had time to finish the thought before the Lannister vanguard surged again. The gold and crimson line rolled down the bank like a tide. Edmure saw them coming, column after column, armored and eager, boots splashing and blades flashing red. A horn sounded from the Riverland side, one of theirs, short and sharp. Too many, Sir Mark Piper shouted, now mounted again with blood up to his boots. They've doubled their numbers. Edmure. The Lord of Riverrun hesitated, sword in hand, knuckles white. He saw his men faltering, pressed back step by step. Too many dead already. Too few left to carry word of this to the rest. His pride rebelled. But he wasn't blind. Signal the retreat, he bellowed at last, voice ragged. Fall back. Back to the Oak Ridge, rally on the banners. His herald's horn wailed the call, 3 long blasts, and the Riverlanders began to disengage. Slowly, painfully. Some refused to run, buying time with blood and steel. A group of Piper men held the ford's edge to the last, their captain dying with an arrow in his throat and a lion knight's blade buried in his chest. Edmure dismounted to help a wounded squire limp to the rear, then dragged another man from the river before he drowned beneath the weight of his armor. Arrows snapped past him, one grazing his arm. He didn't flinch. They made it back to the tree line, battered and blooded. Archers covered the withdrawal with dwindling quivers. Smoke from a burning farmhouse curled on the horizon, eastward, toward the Piper lands. Already, the Lannisters were spreading. This was no skirmish. The sun had dipped behind the hills when Edmure finally dismounted atop the ridge. His borrowed helm was dented, his tabard torn and stained. Around him, fewer than half the riders he'd left Riverrun with still stood. Some knelt. Some wept. Others just stared back toward the ford, where lions drank from the river and the cries of the dying still echoed. They weren't raiders, Edmure said softly, too low for anyone but Sir Cale to hear. That was a vanguard. Cale nodded grimly. They are coming in force, my lord. This was the opening blow. Edmure clenched his fists. His eyes burned from smoke and shame. I thought we'd catch them disorganized, he muttered. Blood them. Make them think twice. They're Lannisters, Cale said. They don't think twice. Edmure said nothing. He turned his gaze westward, toward Riverrun, its towers hidden by the distant mist and woodlands. He knew what he'd have to do next. The banners would need to be called in full. Lord Vance and Piper's hosts raised in earnest. Letters to Blackwood, Mallister, Goodbrook. Even the Brackens, if they could be trusted to keep blade pointed outward and not at the Blackwoods. War had come to the Riverlands. The mist rolled in thick as wool over the river flats. It seeped through the trees like creeping breath, muffling hooves and heartbeat alike. Across the banks of the Mummers Ford, wet reeds swayed, and scattered ravens circled silently above. The Lannister raiding of his lands had ceased, but the vanguard of their army was now setting foot on the Riverlands. Edmure Tully stood beneath a soaked banner bearing the leaping trout of his house. His armor gleamed dully beneath a coat of mud and dew. Beside him, the banners of Piper, Vance, Mallister, and Blackwood stirred in the morning chill, but far fewer than he had hoped. What I wouldn't give for you to be here now, uncle. The phrase had not come. Nor had the Daearys or Moutongs. The Brackens had sent 200, but their men eyed the Blackwoods more than the ford. He watched the river ahead, grey and slow, the stones beneath it vanishing in the early fog. Beyond it waited death. Sir Cale Vance reined up beside him. Word from the scouts, my lord. The host ahead. Edmure didn't need the words. He could feel it. The birds had flown inland in panicked flocks. The ground trembled. Already, the sickly sweet tang of smoke was on the wind, from the torched hamlets to the west. How many? Edmure asked. 10,000 at least. Maybe more. We think Tywin himself rides with them. His mouth went dry. He looked down at the ring on his hand, the silver trout of his house. His father's ring. No longer a boy. No longer a boy playing at war. He looked behind him. Boys stood in the mud with rusty helms too large for their heads. Men at arms with old spears. Knights, some with banners and some without. Family, duty, honor, he murmured. Sir Mark Piper rode up from the lines. The men are frightened, he said. They heard the numbers. As am I, Edmure replied. Then let us turn back. We regroup, fall behind the Red Fork. No, Edmure said, the word hard as steel. We do not yield the ford. My lord. If we let them cross unchallenged, they'll sweep the Riverlands before we can so much as cry warning. We may not stop them here, but we will slow them. He drew his sword, the steel catching what little light filtered through the clouds. If I fall, let me fall in my father's land, not on my knees. He turned to Sir Desmond Grille, weathered and quiet in his mail. Form the shield wall. Set the pikesmen in the marsh along the flank. Tell Blackwood's archers to aim low, there's fog, but if they shoot blind, they may still find meat. And the cavalry? Grille asked. Edmure hesitated. Hold them back. If the ford breaks, they will be our hammer to strike them as they cross. Grille bowed and rode off barking orders. Soon, horns blew low and long. Knights checked straps. Archers lit fire pots behind the lines. Men muttered prayers to the seven and the old gods alike. The fog thickened. A cold breeze swept through the willows. And then, hooves. Drums. A golden lion banner rising through the mist. The Lannister host emerged like a red tide, columns of steel glinting dully in the grey. Trumpets shrilled. The earth shook with their approach. At their head rode knights in gilded armor, their tabards marked with the crimson lion of Casterly Rock. At their center, astride a war horse draped in red and gold, rode a knight the size of a stable. His helm bore no sigil, only dents and blood. His sword was taller than a man. Sir Gregor Clegane. The Riverlander lines wavered. Steady. Edmure bellowed, riding before the lines, his sword high. They burn our homes and call it justice. They murder our kin and call it law. They march under lion banners, but lions can drown. Cheers rose, half-hearted and thin. But when the first Lannister knights charged the ford, it was with grim resolve that the Riverlanders answered. The battle began in a clash of iron and water. Riverland archers loosed volleys from the hedgerows, arrows hissing into the fog. Knights splashed into the shallows, shouting Tully's name. The ford became a killing ground. Spears jabbed in the churned water. Men screamed and drowned beneath their own mail. Horses reared and toppled. Edmure rode at the head, teeth clenched, sword wet with rain and blood. He struck down a lion knight on the ford's crest, then rallied his men as the lines buckled and reformed. But the Lannisters had numbers. And worse, discipline. Fresh troops poured in waves, guided by officers with painted shields. Their pikes pushed the Riverlanders back inch by inch, and when the marshy banks turned to blooded bog, the riverfolk began to falter. Sir Cale fell, a spear through his thigh. Mark Piper lost his horse and vanished into the melee. Still Edmure fought. Forward, he roared. Tully! Tully! He turned to lead the charge, but his horse staggered. Mud clutched its legs. He tumbled into the river. Water and blood filled his helm. He rose sputtering, just as a monstrous shadow loomed through the fog. Gregor Clegane. The mountain swung a great sword in a wide arc, cleaving through two men. Edmure stepped forward, sword raised. He never reached him. Some say he was struck down by the mountain's blade, split from shoulder to hip like meat. Others say a retreating Riverland horse trampled him, armor crushed in the panic. By midday, the ford was red with blood. The trout banners were trampled. Ravens wheeled overhead. And the Riverlands burned. The survivors fled north, scattered to hamlets and woods, bearing only word of what had happened. Some said Edmure had died a hero. Others said a fool. All agreed on one thing. The lions had crossed the river. And Riverrun would stand alone. Chapter 27, Chapter 21, The Weight of Bridges. Chapter Text. Chapter 21, The Weight of Bridges. The afternoon light was dying, thin and grey beneath a blanket of cloud. Rain hadn't yet come, but the skies told us it would. The hooves of our horses sank deep into it as we crested the ridge, the chill wind clawing at our cloaks. Then we saw them. The twins. Two great towers, ancient stone and grim purpose, squatting like silent sentinels on either side of the Green Fork. Their foundations bit into the riverbanks as if trying to drink the river dry. Worn by time, but not weakened, no, there was strength in those stones. Stark, functional, and heavy with history. Their narrow windows stared down like slit eyes, watching every movement, every man in our host. Between the towers, the bridge stretched, a covered span of stone and iron. The banners snapped in the wind, blue field, silver twin towers. House free. Cold. Distant. Silent. I felt the mood shift before I heard it. A low murmur rippled down the line like wind through the reeds. The late Lord Free won't fight unless the battle's already won. He's waiting for gold. Bloody tollkeeper, that's what he is. No lord, just a merchant in armor. Heard he just married his fifth wife, or was it the sixth? They weren't wrong. I narrowed my eyes, surveying the terrain as the column slowed. The lands was flat and there was little cover for any retreat, there were many forests in the distance. The river beneath was swift, faster than it looked, wide enough that a crossing without the bridge would cost us dearly. The water would take horses and men alike. The twins themselves were well positioned, built to resist sieges, to trap armies on their doorstep. A force on one bank could not easily aid the other. Archers on the parapets had clean lines of fire on the river, the bridge, the muddy approach. I could take it. I didn't say the words aloud yet, but they were already forming in my mind. We could take it. Force the crossing. Seize one tower, then the other. Use siege towers, flaming pitch, steel and fury. It wouldn't be fast. Wouldn't be clean. What would it cost? I turned those numbers over in my head. How many days? How many men? How deep were our food stores? How long before the rain turned the field into a bog we couldn't climb out of? How many arrows did they have in reserve? What if he welcomed us in, only to betray us inside? Free didn't need to fight to beat us. All he had to do was wait. And I couldn't allow us to pay the toll Free would ask for. Secourt rode up beside me, his face pale beneath his helm, his sharp eyes tracing the same lines I had. If it came to it, I said quietly, we could take it. He didn't look away from the towers. He said, just as low. But how long would we be here? And who would be left when we crossed? That was the truth of it. Every day wasted here meant another 1,000 Riverlanders died. Another chance for the Lannisters come north. Another step backward from the war I had promised we would win. Behind us, the host shifted and begun to make camp in our new organized way. The lords had seen the benefits of it thankfully. Swords clinked against scabbards. Horses pawed at the muck. Men muttered to each other, tired, tense, and watching the towers like they might come alive. The Freys were watching too. I saw them, shadows at the battlements, outlines in the arrow slits, still as the stones they stood in. No trumpets. No welcoming party. No word of passage. The gate was shut. I adjusted my gloves, feeling the bite of the chill air in my joints. We would have to cross. But not like this. Not unless there was no other way. We moved towards where my men and the Stark men were setting up the command tent. Near the center of the rising camp. The canvas walls of the command tent quivered with the wind outside, the fire at the center snapping with each gust. Smoke curled upward, coiling around the iron lanterns that hung from the rafters. Missives lay strewn across the map table, some opened, some crushed beneath Rob's fist. Rob was pacing, back and forth like a caged wolf. I'll have his head on a spike before I beg him, he growled, spinning toward me. We ride to war for the realm, and he locks his gates. His liege lord is under siege at Riverrun. His fellow lords' lands are burning, their small folk slaughtered, and he does nothing. He slammed a goblet down onto the table, wine sloshing over the edge. He's a coward. Or worse, a traitor. I sat still, fingers drumming lightly against the map, eyes fixed on the drawn curves of the river. The twins were marked in bold ink, like a blot on the artery of our march. Hello to you too, brother, I said softly. Cowards act out of fear. Free acts out of greed. He wants to be begged to. But what he truly wants, I tapped the map, is leverage. Rob turned away, running a hand through his hair. He was red-faced with fury, but beneath it I saw the hurt. The confusion. He had grown up on stories of bannermen riding to war with honor, banners unfurled beneath the stark direwolf. The idea that one would hesitate, would barter, felt like betrayal. He looked back at me, frowning. And you would give it to him? No, I said. But I'd let him think I might. Silence hung in the tent for a moment, broken only by the crackle of flame and the hiss of wind against the canvas. Rob shook his head. So we negotiate. We should storm the towers and burn them to ash. If we do, I said, we'll lose 5,000 men crossing the river. Maybe more. Another 1,000 to hold the towers. And by the time we're done, Tywin Lannister will have sacked Riverrun and be upon us. I met his eyes. Is your pride worth the Tullys' lives? Or ours? That stopped him, for now. Still, I could see the tension in his jaw. He wanted to fight. He wanted the simplicity of right and wrong, loyalty and betrayal. The seven hells of politics didn't suit him. I rose, slowly, and stepped around the table to stand beside him. We don't need to storm the twins. We need to cross them. That's all. He was quiet for a long moment. And what if he refuses? Rob finally asked. What if he demands something we cannot give? He will. I said it flatly. That's what parasites do. They latch on and suck. And when they're done, they offer to help bind the wound. I moved back to the table, hand tracing the edges of a hidden ink line beneath the river curves. A mark I'd made weeks ago. An idea, dormant until now. But we've dealt with parasites before. Rob looked at me sharply. What are you thinking? I gave a small smile, one without warmth. Nothing for now. I have to send some scouts and make some measurements. First we offer him terms. Oaths, alliances, marriage, whatever currency he's peddling this season. He will try to overreach, John. Then we remind him that I have built quite a few bridges too. I smirked. That got a half laugh out of Rob. Dry, bitter, but real. I will go talk with my mother. The light was bleeding out of the sky when she returned. No horn announced her. No trumpet called. Just the slow clop of hooves and the whisper of guards standing aside. Caitlin Stark passed the fires like a ghost. The men who saw her stilled, conversations hushed, tankards lowered. Even the dogs fell quiet. She moved without a word, her grey cloak heavy with dust, her face pale and unreadable. Her eyes swept the camp. I rose when she stepped into the command tent. Rob was already standing. Mother, he said. She looked at him, then at me. Her mouth opened, but no sound came. She looked like she might faint. I crossed to her, taking her hand, cold as river stones. Sit, Lady Stark. I said gently. She did. And after a long silence, she spoke. Lord Free sends his regards, she said, voice strained and hollow. And word that Edmure is dead. My brother is dead. A sharp inhale from Rob. Sir Will is cursed under his breath. Bolton raised an eyebrow. Rob went to console his mother, who looked to be in the verge of tears. Slain at the Mummers Ford, she continued. The Riverlands burn. The Lannisters came down through the Red Fork in force, over 25,000 men. Around us, the tent darkened. Someone muttered, "Gods be good." A hand slammed the table. Great Jon punched a post, the tent pole groaning under the blow. Rob's knuckles whitened. Uncle Edmure, he breathed. Caitlin's gaze dropped to the maps. The Freysay Edmure refused them passage through the Riverlands to attack us. He was outnumbered. Outflanked. The Westerlanders struck preemptively. Walder Free claims he begged Edmure to send his levies and was denied. I said nothing, but I saw the tremor in her hand. Whether from anger or shame, I could not tell. Rob snapped, and he expects us to believe that story. That he tried to help. Caitlin raised a hand. He didn't come empty-handed. He offers terms. Terms, Rob spat. She reached into her cloak and unfurled the letter with shaking fingers. 5 demands. All or nothing. Each word dropped like a stone. 1, she said, a daughter of House Free is to marry into House Stark, and into House Targaryen. 1 bride for each of you. The murmur started immediately. Rumbles. A scoff. One of the Karstarks cursed aloud. I just snorted. 2, Caitlin continued, a free child to be raised as a ward in the north. At Winterfell. Rob's lips curled. 3, she said, forcing the words out, trade rights, exclusive, between the twins and northern ports after the war. Of course, I muttered. Blood and tolls. It's what he understands. Caitlin's eyes flicked to me, then back to the parchment. 4, she said, he wants formal recognition of his claim to Riverrun, if House Tully falls. The tent erupted. Voices rose in outrage. He wants what? Riverrun. The man's not even of the blood. He seeks to inherit a great house through extortion. He's lost his mind. Rob had gone rigid, staring at his mother in disbelief. Caitlin raised her voice, trembling with restraint. 5. He asks that 2 of his grandsons serve as squires. 1 to Lord Rob. One to Prince Demon. Silence followed. A heavy, disgusted silence. He believes we're desperate, I said aloud, not quite to anyone. And perhaps we are. Willis turned to me. We could take the twins. I shook my head. Not fast enough. Not without huge losses. The moment we start the assault, word goes to Lannister outriders. If Lord Edmure's dead, they'll move fast. Riverrun might already be under assault if it has no one to lead it. Catelyn whispered, we don't have time. No, we didn't. That was the truth of it. Not if we wanted to save Riverrun. Not if we wanted to hold the Riverlands. He had us by the throat. His old Harry on Karstark muttered, as if it might help. He won't live long. No, Willis Marderly said, but his ambitions will. Through sons. Through alliances, the bastard has married into most houses in the Riverlands. Catelyn sat at last. He thinks we'll pay anything to cross. And if we don't? Robb said. Then the war may be over before it's begun. I stared into the fire. Somewhere across the camp, the sound of horses echoed. A horn called a low note. The night wind blew through the canvas walls, and for a moment, I imagined Free smiling behind his fortress walls, counting his children like coins in a coffer. He thought us trapped. And that was his first mistake. We are going with our plan, Robb. I said. I agree. He said. We can't stay here. Pardon me, Prince Demon. Mage Mormont's voice was heard. What is this plan of yours? You will see, my lady. I didn't give an explanation, first things first. For now we need to get the Freys occupied. I need to speak with my brother alone, we will reconvene in 3 hours. Robb nodded firmly when half the lords looked at him for approval. The candle had burned low, dripping into a crusted pool of wax next to the schematics. Outside, the wind howled across the Riverlands. I sat alone in my tent, the maps rolled to the side, untouched for hours. The egg burned in the fire like it had for the last few weeks. I had fed it blood, but it's still nothing. It was a matter of time though, the vision said so. I had just finished talking with Robb about our strategy and we were of the same mind in this matter. In this world, knowledge was a rare sword. Rarer still was knowing the hearts of men. But I did. Gods help me, I knew them too well. Or so I had thought. Because they were written once. Because I had read their minds before they ever opened their mouths. I had, though this knowledge would give me an advantage, that they would always play the game in the way I knew them to. Father was dead because of that thought. Cersei Lannister hides behind her children and her pride. She thinks herself Tywin's heir, but lacks the patience. She'll burn the world before she'll lose it. Tyrion is clever, too clever, but he hides a hunger for love and acceptance so deep it poisons every choice. Stannis wants justice so fiercely he'll become fire to get it, and doesn't care who it consumes. Renly wears a smile like a mask, but there is ambition under it, shallow and shining, like a blade made for parades. Littlefinger is worse. He thinks chaos is a ladder, but he forgets what happens when the rungs are greased by blood and fire. And Varys. Varys plays the long game. But I already know how his game ends. I thought they moved like pieces. Predictable. Fragile. I knew how to get the Freys to bend, I also knew that they would not stay bent for long. But we needed those 3,000 swords. Over-reliance on Mata knowledge isn't a foolproof strategy, but it could still be an incredible advantage. It wasn't fair. But it was war. And I intended to win. The tent felt smaller than it had an hour before. There were too many men inside, and too many of them shouting. Rains had begun to fall outside, a soft, steady patter on canvas, but inside, the thunder was all northern. We should take the bridge and burn the towers behind us. No free bastard will demand wards from Winterfell. Better to fight Lannister steel than bend to that old leech. I let them yell. Let them burn out their fire. Let them spit and rage. If the storm inside raged long enough, perhaps the one outside would pass. Robb stood behind the table, fists clenched. His anger pulsed in the air around him. Catelyn sat, pale and tight-lipped, watching the lords bark across one another like dogs. Her eyes were red and puffy, she had been crying. I sat, as ever, beside my brother. And when the moment came, when the shouting dipped just enough, Rob spoke. Enough, we have a plan. The words cut sharper than a sword. All eyes turned. We've heard the demands, I said coolly. And while the temptation to tear down the twins brick by brick appeals to some of you, it will not save Riverrun. Or the Riverlands. Or the men dying there. Silence settled. Rob didn't interrupt. So I continued, we offer him what he truly wants. Pride. A semblance of legacy. The illusion of value. We will continue the negotiation and win time. And we will continue to negotiate and counter-negotiate as long as it takes. Rob said. I leaned forward, spreading my hands on the table. Our counter-proposal, one free daughter, unremarkable in lineage, to marry into House Tallheart. Sympathetic enough to seem like a gesture. Lord Tallheart was already informed of this. Willis Mandaily grunted. That won't please the old vulture. No, I said. It won't. That's the point. Murmurs spread. But I pressed on. Second, we extend to Lord Walder a conditional promise, a seat on the Royal Council. After peace. Roose Bolton's pale eyes narrowed. Conditional. Entirely. No timeline. No guarantee of influence. But a banner he can wave in front of his brood and call triumph. And the last, asked Lord Carstuck. I allowed myself the faintest smirk. Concerning Riverrun, we respond with language as slippery as the phrase honor. We offer only this, should House Tully's line come to a tragic end, Lord Walder Free shall be considered for stewardship of Riverrun, should he prove himself loyal in the trials to come. Laughter. Some bitter. Some amused. Even Rob cracked a smile. He'll never accept that, said Great Yon Umber. He's not meant to, I replied. It buys us time. Time to set other plans in motion, an endless negotiation. And if he agrees, then we cross without war, and bind him gently. If he refuses, we're no worse off than we are tonight. The room shifted. A few nodded. Others grumbled. But the chaos was gone. He'll know we're stalling, said Hellman Tallheart. I nodded. Of course he will. But he won't be able to say it. Not when he demanded terms and we responded in kind. And the moment he breaks, we hold the high ground. He becomes the unreasonable one. Rob looked from me to his lords. And what of the hostages, he asked. The wards. The squires. Rob held his gaze. We offer nothing. If he insists, we shift. Suggest younger sons of minor houses, retainers. Keep the Stark name clean. No free child will be raised in Winterfell. Caitlin spoke at last. You think this will satisfy him? Gods no, I said. But it will unsettle him. And that, my lady, is enough. The longer he ponders, the sooner we move. Delay is its own kind of victory. There was quiet again. I am sorry, my lord, but what are we stalling for? Roose Bolton asked. Another crossing, of course. Rob said. All will be explained tomorrow. Then, slowly, Rob nodded. Send it, he said. A scribe was summoned. Words were dictated. Polite. Hollow. Masterful in their vagueness. The phrase would find no insult written plainly, but they'd feel it like cold iron under silk. The rain started as a whisper on canvas, then deepened into a slow, soaking rhythm. I walked the camp in a plain cloak, hood low, boots sinking into wet earth. Fires hissed as logs cracked, and mutterings rose with the steam. Rumors flitted from man to man like sparks off a wet torch. We should storm the bridge. Cowards, the lot of them. We sit while the Riverlands burn. They'll bleed Tully red while we wait for old Walder's permission. Tents slumped under the damp weight. Spirits withered with them. Men sharpened swords because they needed something to do. A young Mormont lad eyed the twins with twitching fingers, his axe haft splintered from tension. Beside him, a Sowin archer muttered prayers to the old gods, prayers that sounded more like curses. I stopped at a fire pit where a dozen men clustered, sharing bread and suspicion. They straightened when they noticed me. "Prince Demon," one said, standing. "You shouldn't be out in this weather." "I'm fond of rain," I answered. "It clears the smoke from men's minds, and it clears the smell from others." A few chuckled, but one of the older men, a grizzled Hornwood sergeant, grunted. "Smoke's not the trouble. Rot is. The longer we wait, the more mold grows in the bread, and in the hearts of men." I nodded. "You're not wrong. We can take it," the man beside him muttered. "They won't hold." "Maybe," I said softly. "But how many of you die before the bridge falls? And how many more trying to hold it after? Go to my section of the camp. I have ordered 4 casks of Northern Fire to be given to each quarter of the camp." The men cheered at that. They would not be restless for much longer. I left them to their thoughts and moved on. The encampment was bloated and restless. Wolves in cages. Too many swords. Not enough purpose. Keeping them drunk would help. I reached a rise where the twin towers loomed across the grey water. Cold sentinels. Their banners flapped with indifference. My eyes traced the current. I marked the slope of the riverbanks, the tree line, the distant ridges. I saw possibility. I cannot let the realm's fate be decided by one craven old man on a bridge. Not when I could build my own. So I moved to the side of the camp where my men stayed, the 3-headed dragon and the white wolf flying in the wind and rain. The prince's swords, they called themselves now. The floor of the command tent of the engineering corps was strewn with chalked diagrams and half-soaked sketches. At the center, 6 men stood around a hastily cleared table. One was an old mason from White Harbor, another a wiry carpenter from Deepwood, and a third wore the green of House Reed, his hands calloused, his eyes sharp. The rest were pragmatic types, smiths, builders, roadmen turned warmen. The chiefs of my engineering crop trained in my methods. I stepped in, shaking water from my cloak. "Your Grace." "Gentlemen," I said, "we have a bridge to build." The old mason, Torrin Slate, a distant cousin of House Slate if I recalled right, snorted. You and half the North, my prince." I didn't smile. "Half the North will carry timber. You'll make sure it holds." They straightened. I unrolled the crude topographic map of the Green Fork's southern bend. "Here," I said, stabbing a finger at a crossing marked in charcoal. 5 miles downstream. The river is wide, but shallow. If bedrock is within reach, it might be possible. The current's fast, but not unworkable. "We'll need pilings sunk deep," said the Deepwood carpenter. "Oak or pine'll do, but we'll need stone footings too, if we want carts crossing." "Stone takes too long," muttered Slate. "Not if we prefab the footings," piped in the Reed man. "We can haul riverstone in sledges and drop it by raft. Use timber cribbing to wedge it tight." I nodded. "You'll have laborers from every house, rotated by shift. I want the measurements done and trenches dug by tonight, timber cut by morning. The first frame should rise within 2 days." 2 days, my prince." Slate's brow shot up. "You'll have 10,000 men with axes, 10,000 very motivated men," I said coldly. "More if you ask. You tell me what's possible." Silence. Then the carpenter laughed. "I like how you think, my prince. We'll need a scaffold team," the Reed added. "And rope. Gods, we'll need so much rope." "Done," I said. "We have surplus rigging. And the Carstarks have bruff some too. I will talk to Lord Ricard." Another leaned in. "How long must it span?" 80 feet across at the narrowest point. "We'll brace the center with 2 piling clusters, tied with crossbeams." "What of defense, my prince?" Slate asked. "If the Freys ride down on us." "They won't, they will never think it can work," I said. "And if they do, they'll find the North ready. You build, we'll worry about defending it." The men nodded, already sketching designs, muttering about lashing patterns and counterweight pulleys. I watched them work for a moment, and then added quietly, "This bridge will be remembered. Make it strong." "Sir." "Yes, sir." They gave me a military salute. And got into motion. We would cross the river. And we would not ask for permission. Flames danced against the dark. Rain had softened into mist. The ground was still damp, but the air held a different weight now, expectation. Rough circles of lords and captains stood with crossed arms, voices low and skeptical. I stepped forward. "I won't waste your time, my lords." Silence took hold. "We've waited long enough. 4 letters. 4 replies. 4 gatekeepers and old men hiding behind their stone pride. But we are Northmen, and the North does not beg." Eyes lifted. Some furrowed brows. Some curious. "We came here for war. For justice. And yet our way is barred not by Lannister steel, but by free cowardice. So I say this, if one bridge is closed to us, then fuck that bridge. We will build another." Murmurs broke. Karstark tilted his head. Glover frowned. I let the idea settle. "There's a place 5 miles south of here. The water runs shallower. Enough for foundations. Enough for timber. I've ridden it myself. With the right engineers, with every carpenter and axeman we have, we build." Someone scoffed. "Madness. It's impossible. And if it fails? If it collapses under weight? It has been tried before." I raised my hand. "It was tried before, but not by me. I won't pretend it will be easy. Or perfect. But the Old North raised towers at the edge of the world. We carved holes from stone in the frozen dirt, dug tunnels through mountains. This will be as easy as getting between the legs of Cersei Lannister." Laughter now, cautious but growing. "We will fell trees. Strip bark. Whole planks. Every holdfast has men who build. Who shape. Who know what it means to take axe to pine and make it serve. We forge our own path. Let the river lords sing of it. Let the South remember that when the North met a wall, we didn't wait for it to open, we built over it." Cheers broke, uncertain at first, then swelling. "I will need as many men as I can get. The strongest men. My engineers will guide the work, and 1 week from now we will cross this fucking river. Who's with us? There is no one stronger than we Umbers. You could always count on the Great Jon." Willis Mandaeally clapped Glover's shoulder. "We've lumber ready already. I'll send my sawyers." "We Karstarks have the best carpenters," rumbled Harry on. "I'll give a silver stag to the man who hauls the first timber," Robb shouted. 10 to the fastest crew. A challenge formed, who could outwork whom? Men clapped, shouted, jostled for assignments. Rain be damned, they were doing something. It was pride, competition, fury. But more than that, it was purpose. I stepped back as they argued over who'd provide nails fastest, who had the sturdiest oxen. And I watched it all unfold. Walder Free had his bridge. Soon, we'd have ours. And we would not forget who forced our hand. The mist curled low over the river, clinging to the banks like a shroud. Only the steady thump of axes broke the silence, a rhythmic pulse that echoed across the clearing like a war drum. Thwack. Crack. Thud. Men from Bear Island, from Barrowton, from Last Hearth swung blades into pine and ash. Branches fell like rain. Rope lines uncoiled across the muddy ground, staked into pulleys and ratchets. In the distance, the carpenters of Deepwood Motte shouted for clearance as the first trunks were stripped and stacked. The riverside was hive of activity. The river hissed softly nearby, grey and cold. Mist blurred the far bank, but the current was visible, restless, surging southward like it wanted no part of the war. I stood atop a low hillock, overlooking the chaos I had summoned. Mud caked my boots. My red cloak caught the light wind and snapped once, like a banner. Below, engineers barked orders. Torrhen Slate paced with a staff in hand, tapping beams and muttering measurements. The reed right had 2 boys hauling bundles of rope and flax cord to twist into temporary cable. Tar kettles hissed. A carpenter from White Harbor held up a hand, thumbs together, fingers apart, measuring spans against the rising sun. The bridge had no shape yet. No name. Just a will, a direction, and a dozen scaffold piles starting to reach out into the water. Secourt broke the silence behind him. His armor was damp, his face drawn from a sleepless night. "It may actually work, my prince. I didn't look away. Your doubt hurts me, sir. Court snorted, and then we stood together in the silence watching the work. The sky was beginning to pale from steel to ash. If the phrase "try to burn it," Court muttered, as if speaking the thought aloud would summon the flames. I finally blinked. Then they'll find out that fire burns both ways. The river rolled on, and the bridge began to rise. Chapter 28, Chapter 22, Over the River. Chapter Text. Chapter 22, Over the River. The morning was foggy after the rain of the past day. It drifted lazily above the dark water as if reluctant to reveal the day's harsh truths. From my perch on a rise just beyond the construction site, I watched the first beams float downstream, thick oaken logs lashed into rafts, bobbing like giant toys beneath the pale dawn. The clatter of axes rang out sharply through the cold air, a song of wood and iron, heavy and clear. Men shouted orders, and children, young boys and girls from the camps, tugged at ropes with eager determination, their laughter carrying over the river. It was a sight that filled me with a fierce kind of pride, the raw power of the North made visible, axes singing, muscles straining, a people united by one purpose. Crossing that fucking river without paying a copper. Torrin Slate stood below, overseeing the construction with a precise hand. His voice cut through the morning like a drill sergeant's, sharp but fair. Nearby, men of Barrowtown spun flax cords into thick lines, while the carpenters of White Harbor marked measurements with meticulous care. Every piece of timber, every nail, every pulley was a testament to Northern grit and resolve. Everything coordinated by my engineering and logistics corps. Erin is doing a great job heading the logistics corps. I was barely included in the construction, everything was overseen by my men. I was mostly preoccupied talking to lords and ladies, making deals and planning our next moves. The greatest magic of them all, delegation. And yet, despite the hum of industry and the growing hope in every set jaw, a cold unease lingered in my chest. The phrase had been silent since our defiant decision to build this bridge. Their silence was a weight pressing on my thoughts. They haven't even deigned to respond to my offer. Every silence in war is a weight. You never know if it hides a trap. As if summoned by thought, two figures appeared at the edge of the clearing, Daisy Mormont and Smalljan Umber. The two cut striking figures, Daisy, sharp-eyed and tall for a woman, her smile always reaching her eyes, and Smalljan, towering and boisterous, his laugh loud enough to echo off the distant hills. Prince John. Daisy called out, her voice carrying that sharp edge of respect mixed with teasing that always made me grin. If you wanted to show off your new bridge, this is the best spot. We came just to see if the stories were true. I ran a hand through my tangled dark hair, shielding my eyes against the rising sun's glare. Have you both been working on the bridge? You look like you've been run over by the cavalry. Smalljan laughed, a booming sound that echoed off the trees like distant thunder. It was hard work. But it is good to see the progress. They will sing about this day from dawn to the wall. Maybe you could be the first to cross the bridge, Umber. That would give them something to talk about. I said. And get fucking wet if it crumbles. Only if you promise me a feast fit for a king once it's done. Or at least a cask of that northern fire, your fancy spirits. I need something to warm these bones. The only feast you will get is Great Yon's missing finger to chew on, Daisy quipped with a wicked smirk. I heard he lost it wrestling the grey ghost himself. Those wolves have teeth like iron traps. I chuckled, shaking my head. The bridge will stand, Umber. Don't worry about that. But I am sure I won't have to give anything to make you all cross first, turn it into a contest and every lord will go running cock first to the other side. Smalljan grinned wider, showing teeth like a wolf. That's the North for you, stubborn as the ancient trees, and twice as hard-headed. Daisy elbowed Smalljan playfully. And twice as likely to argue just for the hell of it. A few days ago, you tried to teach those White Harbor lads to drink ale like a true Umber. You ended up on your back by sundown. Ha! They just didn't respect a man who drinks from a horn instead of a cup. Smalljan shot back, chest puffed out. I'll have them all knelt before me before we get to King's Landing. I laughed with them, the sound ringing free in the cool morning air. For a moment, the weight of war and politics fell away, replaced by the easy camaraderie. You two are trouble, I said, narrowing my eyes. Keep this up and the bridge will build itself just to get away from your noise. Daisy grinned, eyes sparkling. And if it does, we'll just build another. Twice as big. Twice as fast. And with twice as many axes singing. Small John lifted his fist high. To the bridge. And to the stubborn, unbreakable north. I raised a hand in a quiet salute. To the north, and the future we're carving from the very wood beneath our feet. Together, we turned back to the river where the first beams floated steadily downstream, the sound of axes and laughter mingling with the rush of water, a promise that no wall, no raised bridge, could hold us back for long. The camp was stirring as I walked its muddy paths, the smell of damp earth and wood smoke thick in the cool morning air. The ground beneath my boots was churned soft by weeks of rain and constant activity, the mud clinging stubbornly to leather and cloth. Around me, men busied themselves with the routine tasks that formed the backbone of any army, sharpening blades against whetstones, mending cracked leather straps, hauling heavy timber and sacks of nails to where the work was needed most. The clang of hammer on nail echoed alongside grunts and shouted orders, a relentless cadence marking the day's labor. Every sound was a note in a growing symphony of industry and war. I had decided to walk the camp a bit before going to Rob's tent, feel the mood of the soldiers for myself, talk to a few of them. They needed to see I was just one more of them. I paused beside a group of laborers unloading supplies from a creaking wagon, barrels of tar, bundles of rope thick as a man's arm, stacks of freshly hewn planks. The men were coated in sawdust and sweat, faces etched with fatigue but brightened by grim determination. One of the younger lads caught my eye and gave a tired, knowing smile. "We'll have this bridge standing before the Freys even realize what we're doing, Prin, Lord Stark," he said quietly, voice loud enough that it made the men near him cheer. Further on, I stopped near the Tall Heart encampment. The men stationed here moved with the steady, practiced rhythm of hardened soldiers. Before long I was back at the part of the camp designated for the newly renamed Prince's swords. Hopefully soon enough to be the King's swords. The captain of the engineering corps approached me, a broad-shouldered man with eyes like chipped flint, sharp and unyielding. "Your Grace," Thorin said curtly, voice rough like gravel. "Progress is steady, but the men grow restless. The Freys will not sit idle while we build this affront under their noses. They'll strike when we least expect it, sabotage, raids, poison, any dirty trick the fuckers can muster." I nodded slowly, absorbing the tension behind his words. "And what do you recommend?" "For the men's ease of mind. Keep patrols sharp. Double the guards around the work crews. If the Freys make a move, we'll be ready to meet them head on." "I will see it done, Captain. You will get your protection." "For now I must go," I replied. Satisfied, Thorin Slate went back to his duties. I turned toward the Mandaeally camp near the riverbank. The difference was immediate. Where the Tall Hearts were grim and silent, the Mandaealis were boisterous, talkative, and ever eager to engage in politics and trade. Their tents fluttered with banners, and their men laughed loud enough to carry across the water. Sir Wendell Mandaeally, a broad man with a ruddy complexion and a perpetual twinkle in his eye, stepped forward, wiping sweat from his brow and clasping my shoulder with a hearty grip. "Sir Wendell. How are things going?" "Prince Demon," he said, voice full of both pride and calculation, "the bridge is an opportunity beyond battle. Trade routes, tariffs, new markets. The Freys think they hold all the cards, but the North has more to offer than steel and wood. When this war is done, we'll be the ones holding the future." I allowed myself a brief smile, appreciating the man's keen mind behind his jovial manner. "A sharp mind, Sir Wendell. I hope you'll put those talents to good use once the fighting is behind us." He grinned, eyes bright. "When the time comes, I'll make sure every northern coin finds its way home, and that the Freys pay dearly for every silver they think they've earned." "That they will, sir. That they will." As I moved on, the faint clink of armor announced Sir Court's approach. His presence was steady, grounding, his armor worn but meticulously cared for. He fell into step beside me, his gaze drifting to the horizon where cranes and pulleys lifted heavy beams into place. "How fares the bridge?" he asked, voice low, almost cautious. "Steady," I replied, eyes fixed on the busy scene before us. "But steady can't lull us into complacency. I want you to double patrols. And prepare some small boats to defend the other side of the river. If the Freys dare send anyone to undo our work, we'll answer in kind, and harder. Secourt nodded solemnly. Sabotage is their weapon of choice, my prince. They'll look for weaknesses, slip in under cover of darkness. We'll double the guards tonight, set watches in shifts. I sighed. The work before us was the threshold into a new chapter of our war. I could only hope the Free did not do anything stupid. We could use those thousands of men they provided. Even if it was just for cannon fodder. The canvas walls of Rob's tent did little to keep out the chill creeping in from the river. Maps were spread over the rough-hewn table, stained with ink and smudged from countless hands. Flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the faces gathered around, Robb, Roose Bolton, Lord Selwyn, Mage Mormont, Lord Tallheart, and myself. Robb's eyes burned with a restless fire, his frustration barely contained. He slammed his fist on the table, making the scattered papers jump. They think it can't be done, he spat, voice thick with bitterness. Half the North's workforce is building that damn bridge, and still, not a word from the Freys. They're convinced we'll fail. Roose Bolton's voice cut through the noise, calm, cold, calculating. Or he said slowly, they wait to strike once it is done. Timing is their weapon. They'll come when we're most vulnerable during the crossing. The room quieted. Even Robb, who had been ready to march to war at a moment's notice, regarded Roose with a hint of caution. I could feel the unspoken tension, Roose's reputation, his icy demeanor, the way his eyes seemed to miss nothing. I cleared my throat, stepping into the center of the council's focus. We cannot afford overconfidence, I said evenly. The bridge is halfway done, yes. But the Freys are unpredictable. We've seen no parley, no word, only silence after our generous offer that got some laughs out of them. It could mean anything, but more likely Lord Bolton is right, it's a trap. Robb's jaw tightened, but he nodded reluctantly. We need more eyes in the dark, I continued. I have ordered my men to increase patrols along the river at night. Double watches. No worker moves without escort. And the engineers, keep them ready to respond to fire or sabotage at a moment's notice. I would appreciate if you all answered in kind, my lords. And lady. Mage Mormont spoke up, her voice strong and unwavering. The wolves of the north don't cower in shadows. If the Freys think to catch us unprepared, they'll find more than they bargained for. I will grow my patrols too. Lord Selwyn added, and if they strike, we'll show them the cost of betrayal. You have my swords, Prince John. I glanced at Roose as Selwyn spoke. His face was impassive, unreadable. I weighed his presence carefully. Roose was a valuable strategist, ruthless when needed, but his loyalty was a blade that could cut both ways. I had learned to keep my distance, even as I used his talents. We needed his men right now, just like we needed the Freys. But every moment he was beside us was another moment he could betray us. I had hoped that my actions would have saved his true-born son Domeric, but it seemed destiny was against me. I had no illusions about him, his ambition and cunning made him as dangerous to friends as to foes. Yet, despite every warning ringing in my mind, I couldn't afford to cast him aside. His men were battle-hardened, and numerous. In a war where every sword counted, Roose was a knife I needed close, even if the blade might one day turn against me. Trust was a luxury I couldn't give, but leverage was a necessity I had to wield with care. I will send some of my men on patrol too, Lord Stark. Bolton finally added. The difference in the titles people gave me was a bit jarring. John, Demon, Prince, Lord, Stark, Your Grace. No one knew what to choose, it seemed. A brief silence settled over us, the only sound the low crackling of the fire. John, he said, voice low, what's your counsel? We cannot wait forever. I met his eyes steadily. We hold the line, and we finish the bridge. But we prepare for every outcome. If they attack, we attack. If they don't, we negotiate after the bridge is over. If the Freys refuse to come to us in parley even after they see us cross, we find another way to force their hand. Or just fortify the bridge and move on without them. The room seemed to shift, the tension momentarily easing as each lord and commander digested the plan. As the council broke, I lingered, thoughts heavy. Roose's gaze met mine briefly. There was no warmth there, only a cold calculation I could never fully trust. But for now, that mattered little. The firelight flickered against the darkening sky as we settled by the riverbank. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wet earth, the gentle murmur of the Green Fork flowing just beyond our feet. Daisy Mormont, Smallgen Umber, Harry on Carstark and I shared a modest ration of ale, the taste sharp and warm in the chill evening. I haven't seen her in 3 days. The logistics corp was working hard to keep the bridge building day and night. For a moment, the war seemed distant. Our laughter echoed lightly through the camp as we swapped stories, old tales told and retold by northern hearths. Daisy's sharp wit cut through the shadows like a blade as she recounted a particularly absurd story about the Freys notorious in breeding. House Freys so tangled up in themselves, she said with a grin, I swear their family tree looks more like a knot than a tree. Smallgen bellowed with laughter, slapping his knee. And the politics, don't get me started. Freys scheming against Freys, like dogs fighting over the last bone. Might be why their bridges always stand, their big heads hold it up. I chuckled, shaking my head as the flames crackled beside us. Seems the only thing stronger than their bridge is the family grudges that tear them apart. That drew a grin from Daisy, who sipped from her flask and passed it my way. The Freys hold grudges like they hold wine, tight-fisted, and with far too many mouths at the table. If they can even fit in their hall, that is. Harry on added. Smallgen's voice dropped lower, more thoughtful. He leaned in slightly, his broad frame casting long shadows against the firelight. There are old songs I heard from the folk here, he said, almost in a hush. About the river, about the blackfish, and curses laid on those who cross without paying the toll in blood. You mean you heard it in the brothel in the little hamlet down the river, Harry on muttered. I raised an eyebrow, passing the flask back. The blackfish. I assume you're not talking about Sir Brynden Tully. Some spirit. Smallgen shrugged, his shoulders rising like the hills of the north. Maybe. Or something older. Older than the twins, older than the Freys. Something that watches the river. They say it remembers every wrong done on its banks, and it's not kind to those who cross with false hearts or bloody hands. It's just a fucking children tale, Umber. Harry on said. The whore just wanted to distract you to steal your purse probably. The people are allowed their stories, I said, voice calm. Doesn't mean they're true. He grumbled in that way of his, somewhere between amusement and suspicion. We mock the old tales right up until we're neck deep in them. Daisy snorted, jabbing her elbow lightly into my ribs. Sounds like horse shite to me. You, half wolf, half dragon, what do you think of that? Would you go catch a lady one of this blackfish? I turned to her with a crooked smile, raising an eyebrow. For the right lady. I'd wade waist deep into cursed waters and wrestle the bloody thing barehanded. She laughed, tilting her head toward me. Would you now? I'd pay silver to see that. And gold to see you come out soaked and sulking after you failed. Oh, I don't let slippery things get away that easy, I said, my voice low, teasing. Especially not the ones worth catching. Her eyes glinted in the firelight, amused, curious. She didn't look away. Careful, my prince. You'll have the whole camp thinking you fancy a spear maiden. I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I can't have them thinking I've no taste at all. Royalty has high standards, you know. She chuckled again and grabbed her hammer. I've broken bones for words like that. Smallgen, oblivious or pretending to be, let out a belch that shattered the moment. God save me from your courtly flirting. I'd rather bed the blackfish than listen to more of this. I saw that whore you bedded, Umber. This spirit of yours is surely prettier. Harry on laughed. Daisy barked a laugh, but her gaze flicked back to me for just a second longer, thoughtful. A comfortable silence settled for a time. The kind of silence that speaks of trust. Of friendship building. The fire popped and cracked, casting sparks upward like stars in the night. I looked toward the dark riverbank, just visible beyond the tents and trees. The water moved slow and steady, but deep. I could see the bridge half finished from here. The planks had already been nailed a quarter of the way through. But then, a sharp shout broke through the calm, coming from downstream. All three of us snapped to attention, eyes darting toward the river's bend. Movement, figures crossing the water's edge, too many to be simple fishermen or traders. Ghost growled.